Lair of the Siren, an Arthurian fairy tale retelling, written by Jason Hamilton, narrated by Jocelyn Duford. Chapter 1. The pupil in Archimago's eye recoiled in an instant as a gleam of the first light he'd seen in days made his entire face tense. It wasn't even a lot of light, just a crack in the door to his cell at the top of the tallest tower in the House of Pride. But it was enough to send pain coursing through his head. Yet that pain was nothing compared to what plagued the rest of his body. It had been days since he'd eaten, slept, or felt the cool touch of water. He'd hung in this room by one arm chained to the ceiling, his toes just barely scraping the stone floor beneath. He was just close enough to touch it, but not close enough to enjoy the blessed release of taking the weight off his arm. But he was resilient. In his heart, he knew he deserved the punishment. He had let the knight and that girl go, and in so doing, he had foiled his mistress's plans. Pain would make him stronger, better able to resist the strengths and magic of his enemies. As a sorcerer himself, he knew that pain was often a great proponent of magic. He would survive, and he would come out stronger than ever. Yes, the pain in his eyes was nothing. He was the master of his own pain. Blinking, he tried to catch a glimpse of a figure entering from outside. She was a thin woman dressed in all black, with straight hair that flowed down below her waist, and she had pale, beautiful skin. Had he not been tied to the ceiling, he would have knelt. "My lady," he muttered. The sound barely escaped his swollen throat and his dry, cracked lips. It was his mistress, Duessa, she who imprisoned him here, but also gave him reason to live. "Archie," she said in a sweet, endearing tone. Her voice was a song, penetrating every sinew of his body and lending him strength. She was finally here for him. Even her presence was enough to ease his suffering. She strode forward and brought with her a glass. She approached his place in the center of the room, reached up, and placed the lip of the glass against his lips. Cool, delicious water dripped down his parched throat in the most delightful sensation he had ever experienced. "Have you learned your lesson? Do you wish to serve me once more?" "I only live to serve, mistress," he croaked. "But I fear my suffering does not yet match my failure." She smiled, displaying teeth white as pearl framed by blood-red lips. That was the correct answer. The chain snapped as if on its own, dropping Archimago to the floor. In a flash of both agony and sweet relief, Archimago cried out as his body hit the floor, his limbs all but lifeless on the cold stone. "We've had some setbacks," said Duessa, turning from him momentarily, letting him lie on the ground. "The girl and the knight managed to defeat the dragon at Castle Silene and walk away with their lives." Archimago gaped at Duessa. How could those two have survived a dragon? "Do you want me to go after them, my lady?" "No," she countered sharply. "At least not directly. The knight is under the protection of the Faerie Queen now, meaning he will be more than a match for you." "And the girl?" "The girl?" Duessa surprised him by smiling. "The girl is something different. I think she may be more valuable to us alive than dead, But time will tell."
"I see, my lady."
"Oh, you do not see at all," said Duessa, flashing him a cruel smile. "But you may still be of use to me."
"Anything."
"You are a sweet little thing, aren't you?" she said, directing that smile right at him. It was enough to make him shiver. "The Faerie Queen is recruiting knights and other warriors to her cause. We must do the same."
"Surely knights are hardly necessary compared to the magic we wield."
"You underestimate the power of such men. And women," she added with a thought.
Archimago grew silent, not wanting to counter his mistress again.
His body still ached all over, and he was not yet strong enough to push himself to a sitting position. "I have sent the other 6 sins to various parts of the country. They are wreaking havoc as we speak, all of them devoted to chaos. Your job will be to bring what knights you can to one or another of them to be turned to our cause."
"Yes, my lady." Archimago could not have hoped for a more worthy mission.
Even his failure at containing the Red Cross Knight could be redeemed if he brought others to the 7 sins. "Good," she said, her smile widening. "There is one in particular that I want you to follow. He has caught the eye of the Faerie Queen and may shortly cross paths with Una, the girl. I want you to observe her and the knight to discover their purpose. Acrasia is there and will assist you. I have others of my personal guard in the area. Let them do the fighting if it comes to that."
Acrasia, the sin of lust. Archimago had seen her before, but had never interacted with her before. "Of course, I will do as you say."
"Yes, you will." She ducked down to where he lay and slowly placed a single finger on his temple. In the instant he felt her cool touch, all the pain in his body vanished and strength returned. He gasped as all ill sensations, from his hunger to his strained arm, simply melted into bliss. "There," she said. "Now go." And go he did. He rose to his feet and proceeded out of the tower with all his strength renewed. That strength carried him far, out of the House of Pride, out of the Forest of Arden, away towards the west of Britannia in the direction his mistress bade him go. He was Archimago, a man destined to become the greatest sorcerer this nation had ever seen, perhaps the greatest in the world, and no one would help him more than his devotion to Duessa, his mistress of pride. Yes, he would find Una and the Red Cross Knight. He would find this new knight Duessa had asked him to follow, and he would make their lives a living hell. Oh yes, he could not attack them directly. Doing so would go against his mistress's orders. But there were many ways to skin a cat. He would find one that suited him. Chapter 2. Sir Guion rode alongside the River Sabrina with the image of the Faerie Queen on his shield, guiding his quest and his heart. He had to make his way to the Forest of Arden immediately. Word had come to him while in Sulis that a dragon was slain, and the Faerie Queen was actively seeking men of honor and temperance. Men like him. So said a little man who had come to him in his dreams. At least, Guion thought it had been a dream. Men of such diminutive stature simply did not exist in the real world. How could a mother give birth to such a thing? She would not have known she was with child. But whether it was a dream or not, the directive was clear. He was to serve the Faerie Queen, the only woman he had ever sought after. Rumours of such a person had circulated for years, and many did not believe them. But not Guion. He knew better. He stopped and swung himself out of the saddle to get a quick drink and let his horse rest. Fairstep whinnied appreciatively and bent his head to drink. Guion gave him a rub and a few pats on the flank before crouching down to follow suit. His armour clattered and scraped as he bent low. Many would not bother to wear plate such as his without a looming threat or battle nearby, but Guion knew it always paid to be prepared, and wearing his armour helped to build up strength. By contrast, there was little benefit to not burden himself thus. The cool river rushed past his hand as he dipped it in for a drink. He liked the Sabrina, neither too large or too small. It was perfect for travellers such as himself. He could easily ford the water, yet not get swept away by it. Yet something tasted bitter as he took a sip out of his cupped hand. Not a taste, exactly. Just a feeling of... what? Unease? Restlessness? He let his hand drop while he surveyed the land around him. If he felt anything in the water, it was a reflection of the country's deterioration. Not a literal poisoning, but one of darkness. There were magic sorceresses running wild, feudal lords at odds with each other rather than united against the ever-present Saxon threat. And now there were rumours that strange beasts had entered the world to destroy it, enemies of the Faerie Queen. He wasn't sure how much he trusted those rumours, as he had yet to see any such creatures with his own eyes, and he was slow to trust frantic farmers who had probably never met any real danger in their lives beyond a dry spring. But the Faerie Queen, now she was someone he believed in, not because others spoke of her, but because Guion had seen her himself, long ago when he was a boy. That image had burned itself into his brain, forming the basis for the likeness he placed on his shield, a thing of beauty. He had carried that shield for years, endured most of his training with it, and now he had a chance to use it in true service to the real leader of fairies. A rustle further down the path caused him to turn. An older man emerged from the trees ahead, carrying a large bag of provisions. His greying brown hair fell around his ears, and his eyes were so light they almost appeared yellow.
"Hello there, friend," Guion greeted the man. "Join me for some fresh water?"
For a moment, the man paused, considering him. Then he rushed forward in a manner that did not spell friendliness. Guion put a hand on the pommel of his sword before he realized the man did not look aggressive, but frantically concerned.
"What is it, my good man?"
he asked as the stranger grew nearer.
"There is a knight approaching with a woman," said the man. "I personally caught him attempting to force himself on her. He pursued me, but I managed to get away in time."
Guion's jaw grew tight and rage boiled in his blood.
"Such behaviour is a blight upon all knights. Tell me where this wretch lives, and I will avenge the lady's virtue."
"He be not far, my lord."
The man pointed behind him.
"Not 2 hills over."
"Good,"
said Guion, retreating to his horse and swinging himself into the saddle.
"Wait here, and I will return."
Without listening for a reply, he heeled Fairstep, and the horse leapt forward, speeding Guion towards this dog of a man. Anyone with poisonous, lustful urges inflicted on the helpless had to be punished. And though Guion served no lord and no mistress save the Faerie Queen, he would be damned if he did not avenge such wrongdoing in the name of all that was right. He sped over one hill, then another, the sky opening as he emerged from the trees that surrounded the river into the plains beyond. There, ahead, he could see a horse and a figure riding atop of it. Beside the horse walked another figure, short enough for a woman, though it was impossible to tell for sure at this distance. and behind her another animal, shorter than the horse, a mule perhaps. Rage made his face grow hot. This knight was so unruly as to bring the poor victim along with him, no doubt tied to the horse and forced to walk. Guion let down his visor as he approached, and he unsheathed his sword from its scabbard. It was time to avenge yet another wrong. Una walked alongside the Red Cross knight, the air blowing through her slightly elongated locks. In the prison, they had kept her hair shorter, no more than just below her ears, and now it was starting to creep towards her shoulders. She wasn't sure she wanted it much longer, but for now she liked the look, at least the last time she'd seen her reflection.
All those trees in the distance must mean we've reached the River Sabrina. I expect we're close to Weogoran by now,
said George, dismounting and pulling the reins of his horse, Pegasus, behind him. Though they had travelled for 2 weeks to get to Worcester, he said it with an air of sadness, and Una understood all too well. These last 2 weeks had been some of the most pleasant of her life. True, that wasn't saying much, considering what she'd been through over the last 3 years. She had been driven out of her home when a dragon attacked, spent 3 years locked in a Londinium prison before escaping, and then several weeks in various perils, all leading her back to the land of her childhood. George had been with her through much of those adventures, though he'd required rescuing by her hand with the help of the so-called king, Arthur Pendragon. But if it hadn't been for George, Una would also be dead, burned to a cinder by dragonfire. The Red Cross Knight had defeated the dragon, even as Una discovered her parentage was not all it seemed. Not only was her father not her father, but he and her mother had been the ones responsible for bringing the dragon to their realm in the first place, all through some form of dark magic. "I wish you didn't have to go." Una glanced at George, her brow upturned. Through their many adventures, they had grown fond of each other, building a relationship that led to a kiss after the defeat of the dragon. Yet George had to go. He was now in servitude to the Faerie Queen, the strange protector of the Forest of Arden, and, by extension, the entirety of the British Isles. It was she who guarded the doors to a mysterious other world called Anwen, doors that had been forced open by Una's parents, and possibly others.
"I know,"
he said, his face sombre.
"I wish that too."
Una didn't have the heart to actually ask him to stay. His honour was too great to let him break his oath to the Faerie Queen. Yet these 2 weeks with him had been wonderful. No monsters, no magicians, just the two of them talking during the day and staying warm together by night. That kiss at Castle Silene had been the first of many. "What if we don't find this new knight?" Una folded her arms, contemplating the idea. "I mean, don't you have to stay with me until we find him?" The corner of George's mouth upturned slightly, as if enjoying the thought of spending more time with her.
"I have a feeling we'll find him eventually. My biggest concern is handing you off to another knight." He winked at her as if to say his concerns were a jest, but Una could tell he was secretly worried she might forget about him in favour of someone else. "Hey," she said, throwing him a look. "I am not so fickle as that. It takes more than a pretty face and a strong arm to attract someone like me. Do you think me so easy?" Of course I don't."
He dropped his head in embarrassment.
"I guess I'm just surprised, that's all."
"About what?"
"That someone like you would choose me."
Despite herself and the melodrama that often accompanied her relationship with George, she smiled. "Don't think so little of yourself," she said, patting him on the back before winking at him. "You're not so bad." He chuckled, though that general layer of sadness had returned. He was not happy to see her go, clearly. Una paused as she heard the sound of hooves in the distance. Turning her gaze away from the Red Cross Knight, she squinted at the hills. Someone on a light grey horse was racing towards them at a full gallop. Lion, the enormous creature who had somehow bonded with Una and obeyed her every command, stopped walking behind her and gave a low growl.
"I wonder who that is,"
said George curiously. Since they'd been travelling across the bare hills rather than along the main road, they hadn't seen many travellers. The stranger was not slowing down, and as he drew nearer, Una caught the glint of sunlight on his shield and mail. What man wore full armour in the middle of nowhere? Perhaps there was a battle nearby and this man was running to or from danger. But no, his sword was out. Una steeled herself for an attack. She had no idea who this man was, but he was definitely coming right towards them. Something stirred inside of her, a sensation of longing, of desire. It was her magic, eager to be used to help her as it once had in Castle Silene. Ever since that day, something had changed in her. Her magic had risen closer to the surface, and on more than one occasion it had threatened to break loose, to wrestle itself from her control. Now that a real threat approached, it was all Una could do to push it back and repress it. Her magic made her want to do terrible things, even if it had helped her in the past. She could not allow it to cause problems now.
"Stay behind me, Una,"
said George, pulling his own sword loose and swinging himself into Pegasus's saddle. With a soft kick, he urged his horse forward, not at a full gallop, but just enough that he drew in front of Una and rode to meet the newcomer. But the man on the grey gelding did not seem ready to stop. He was almost on them now, and Una could see the intricate pattern on his shield, part of it moulded into the metal, but part of it painted. It appeared to be the face of a woman, though, hang on, that woman looked oddly familiar.
"What is it you want, friend?"
George called out. But in that moment, he had to duck to the side and raise his shield with the red cross that gave him his nickname, just as the newcomer swung his sword at George's head. Chapter 3. Una started at the clang of metal against wood. This man, whoever he was, actually wanted them dead. What had they done to him? Perhaps he was another servant of Duessa, a knight come from the other side of Anwin. Though he didn't look like one to Una's eyes. He looked like a normal knight, from the south perhaps. She had seen many such knights just before she'd been imprisoned in Londinium. They had gathered there for a grand tournament. The knights from Anwin, on the other hand, looked entirely different. For one, they didn't use as much mail, choosing instead to don lighter-weight gambeson with beads hanging from them and a black scarf pulled over their mouths. At least, that had been the case with the knight she met, Pericles, as well as the two George had fought. After striking at George, the new knight overshot him and began turning his horse around.
"Don't worry, my lady,"
he spoke as he drew closer to her.
"I will avenge your honour and free you from this brigand."
Wait, what? Una began, but the knight had already spurred his horse forward, heading towards George again. Una glanced at Lion, who was tensed but only watched the two knights spar, his eyes darting back and forth. "You're no help," she sneered at the beast. Lion let out an uncaring rumble. Once more the newcomer swung at the Red Cross Knight, but this time George was ready. Their swords met and glittered in the sunlight as they clanged. George and the new knight rounded each other, striking left and right. But if there was one thing that George did not lack, it was skill in combat. He held the other off without too much effort. Yet the newcomer still managed to hold his own. He certainly wasn't a stranger to fighting. Even as George parried one blow after another, the man continued to strike with both his sword and shield, bringing the giant piece of metal and wood up to try and knock George off his horse. Stop! Una yelled. Her magic rose inside her again, and she pushed it back down. No, she did not want to stop them that way. The new knight turned his horse in her direction, and Una finally got the first good look at the woman painted on his shield. Una's eyes widened. She did know that face. Forgetting all about her own safety, she darted forward, waving her hands in the air. "Seriously, stop! You're on the same side!" she yelled as she ran. George glanced at her, but the other had not seemed to notice. He continued to send blow after blow George's way, so George did not let up his defensive. "You both serve the Faerie Queen!" Una yelled even louder. That did prompt a reaction from the other knight. Ducking a blow from George, he directed his horse away from the fight and around until he was facing Una. George did not pursue, instead moving his eyes to glance at both the other man and Una.
"What are you saying?" said the newcomer.
"That woman on your shield," Una pointed. "That's Gloriana, the Faerie Queen. We just met with her 2 weeks ago. This man," she pointed at George, "is a member of her Order of Maiden Glory." The knight turned to look at George in a rush, then back at Una. With a frantic voice, he said,
"You mean he didn't try to force himself on you?"
"What? No!" Una couldn't believe what he was saying. Where on earth had he gotten that idea? "We're just travelling together."
"But there was an old man who—"
The man twisted in his saddle to look back at the trees that surrounded the river. Una narrowed her eyes. "What old man? Describe him."
"A man with long, greying hair and light brown eyes. He told me you were coming and that you," he pointed at George, "had violated this woman."
Una glanced at George, and they shared a knowing look. "The man you saw was called Archimago," she said. "He is an enemy of ours and of the Faerie Queen." The knight stilled for a moment, then hastily he dismounted. When he was on the ground, he removed the helmet from his head.
"I am dreadfully sorry. I should not have taken that man at his word."
The knight was a relatively young man, probably just a few years older than Una. His hair and beard were brown, as were his eyes, and there was something noble about his bearing, almost too noble. "Always take such accusations seriously," Una said, raising a finger at him. "Just don't go charging in without asking the woman first."
I am so sorry,"
said the man as George drew near and dismounted his horse. It was then that he caught full sight of Lion.
"Good heavens, a lion!"
Una was impressed. Few actually knew what lions were in these parts. "Ignore him, he won't attack unless I say or I'm directly threatened."
"Indeed," said the man, his face unsure. "What strange occurrences we find ourselves in. Very strange."
Stepping forward and seeming to forget about Lion, the newcomer shook George's hand.
"I cannot believe I attacked a fellow servant of the Faerie Queen. Please forgive me." "All is forgiven,"
said George, though he looked a little flustered as his fist bobbed up and down with the man shaking. "Now tell us your name before we decide what to do with you," said Una, folding her arms.
"Of course," he said. "I am Sir Guion. I am, like you, a servant of the Faerie Queen."
George shot Una a glance, but she ignored it. She knew what he meant by it. Maybe this man was the knight they had come to seek. "You are also a member of the Order of Maiden Glory?" she asked. He certainly didn't look a lot like the other knight she'd met before. Sir Guion hesitated.
"Well, I suppose technically not yet. I have been tasked with finding and serving her."
"So you've seen her?" said Una, waving a hand at his shield where Gloriana's face resided. Una could only hope no one ever put her face on any shield. He hesitated again.
Well, not recently. A little man spoke to me in a vision.
This time Una did meet George's eyes. That sounded a lot like Tom Thumb. "We've met him," she said, "and if he's spoken to you, that must mean you truly do work for the Faerie Queen."
"You mean such a little man actually exists?" said Guion, his face aghast. "I thought it was merely a vision." "He exists," said George simply.
He was still watching Una, so she chose to ignore him.
"And this Archimago," continued Guion, "what has he to do with all of this? Why encourage me to fight you?"
Una stared off in the direction Sir Guion had come, out to where she knew the magician, even now, was probably hurrying away. "He knew it was unlikely that you would cause permanent damage. Chances are he was just playing a game with us, letting us know that he's still out there."
"Then I must return and apprehend the villain."
Una glanced back at Guion. She wasn't sure if it was just her perception of him, but the man sure seemed a bit too formal in his speech. "I doubt you would find him," she explained. "He's skilled in magic, especially magic of illusion. He almost fooled me on 2 occasions."
"I see."
Guion looked at the ground as though unsure of what to do. Suddenly, George spoke.
"I've been tasked with escorting Una to this region."
Una looked at him. He said it so formally she might have forgotten the relationship they had enjoyed over the last 2 weeks. "Please, not now. They could sort this out later."
"A mission from the Faerie Queen?" asked Sir Guion, meeting George's eyes.
George nodded.
"I believe we may have been meant to find you."
Una closed her eyes. Why couldn't he have waited?
"Indeed," said Guion. "I admit it is a strange fate to see us coming together as we have. Perhaps it is more than luck."
Yes, the man definitely spoke too formally. "We don't know for certain," Una interjected. "I suggest we make camp and discuss it further before we make any rash decisions." She looked at George as she said this, and he met her gaze. She would do whatever she could to have even 1 more hour with the man, even if it meant keeping Guion around as well. Secretly, she agreed with George. It was too much of a coincidence to run into a fellow knight of the Faerie Queen, even if he wasn't officially a member of the Order of Maiden Glory. And if Archimago had pitted them against each other, that was further indication that they needed to stop and assess the situation. Though she did not understand where they had to go after this. Even if Guion was the knight they were promised to meet, even he did not seem to have a clear idea of where he was going, other than to find the Faerie Queen. Well, Una wasn't about to turn around and march back to the Forest of Arden. She had had enough of that place to last a lifetime. If she were to ride with Guion, it would have to be for another purpose.
"Might I suggest we retreat back to the river?"
Guion waved a hand behind him.
"You can water your horse, and we can discuss what chance brought us together." "I think that's a great idea," said George.
They both glanced at Una. "Sure, let's go," said Una dejectedly. At least she wasn't splitting up with George just yet. Guion led them forward over the next couple of hills until they entered the tree line that ran alongside the Sabrina. Eventually they came to a grassy knoll, perfect for setting up camp.
"This is the place where I encountered the old man," said Guion, swiveling his head this way and that to look for Archimago.
But there was no one in sight. "I told you won't find him again," said Una as she began pulling some of their provisions out of the saddlebags. George set to work using his flint and steel to make a fire. Guion turned his attention to helping with the preparations, and soon the 3 of them sat around the flickering warmth of a fireplace. It wasn't late, but they could all use the rest and the food. As recompense for his earlier attack, Guion graciously offered to cook 3 conies he had previously caught and carried. He also seasoned them with some extra salt he had bought in Worcester. When Una bit into the cooked rabbit, it was surprisingly good, neither over or undercooked. And George had run out of salt long ago, and she'd forgotten how good it was to have seasoned meat. She tossed a piece to Lion, who accepted it but decided to rise and leave. He did that sometimes, hunting his own prey for food. As long as he wasn't hunting humans. Well, most humans, anyway.
So,
Guion picked some of the meat off his teeth with a small bone.
You say you were meant to find me. What makes you say that?
George looked at Una, waiting for her to talk. Una grimaced, but answered anyway. The Faerie Queen told me to look for other knights to help her. There are threats, unique threats that she is having trouble holding back. She is looking for all the help she can get. Then, together with George, she began relating everything that had happened to them since leaving Londinium. Guion leaned in with fascination as they told him about the threats from Anwin, the other world, and of Duessa who led them. They told him about the House of Pride and the unexpected help from Arthur.
I have heard of this man, said Guion with a nod. The king who would not be king. I admire him for his lack of greed, but these houses need a ruler. They squabble to extremes among themselves. I agree, said George, but that is another discussion. He is still a good man and one of the best fighters I've ever seen. Were it not for him and Una, I would still be rotting in that cell.
Commendable, Guion acknowledged Una with a nod. Then what happened with the dragon? Una and George continued their recount of the story up until the destruction of the dragon and the death of Una's father. Though Una carefully skirted around that subject, making it seem as though the death of her father had been what sealed the growing breach, rather than Una's own magic. It would be best if he didn't know about that part of her for now. George met her eyes as she changed the story, but said nothing. He would respect her enough to keep her secrets hidden. Thinking of her magic brought back a lingering stress from the back of her mind. Something still felt different about her relationship with her powers. Even now she could feel it there, in the back of her mind, like a great cat about to pounce. It waited for her to let it loose, to slip.
That is an incredible journey.
Guion's voice brought her back to reality.
And to think such an imbalance in the world has been at last righted. I had heard of Castle Silene, but never thought much of it. Yet now you tell me it was far more important than any of us knew.
Una nodded. Unfortunately, it was only the beginning. There will be more breaches, more doorways to and from the other world, and more threats from within. I'm supposed to find people to help.
You don't seem all that pleased about it.
Guion cocked his head at Una. I'm not, Una replied. I have reasons not to trust the Faerie Queen completely, and there's nothing I'd like to do more than to leave all these cares behind, but something has to be done about it.
Running from one's fears is a sign of imbalance, said Guion. But if we can face our fears, we will be yet one step closer to achieving our greatest potential.
He sounded like he was quoting somebody, but Una was not sure he was. She glanced back the way they had come, where, somewhere in the distance, the Faerie Queen was surely going about her business. Even now, she wondered why she had picked Una. Surely she would do better to get away from all this. Both Duessa and the dragon had identified her as being part of the old blood, and though she still didn't know what that meant, she knew it had something to do with her magic, and she knew it made her dangerous, which made the Faerie Queen's mandate all the more confusing.
Now we just have to decide what you have to do with all of this,
said George, voicing the question that had been on all of their minds for the past few hours.
Yes, indeed, said Guion. I admit I meant only to travel to the Fairy Queen herself, to join her ranks directly at the Forest of Arden.
If it were that easy, she wouldn't have sent us here, Una said, and it was unfortunately true. Guion already appeared committed to the Fairy Queen, which meant Una's purpose in meeting the man was not to recruit him, but for something else.
Have you heard anything strange around these parts? George prompted. The House of Pride was emptied before my rescue. There may be threats in every corner of Britannia by now.
Guion shook his head.
I have heard nothing, though unease continues to grow, but that is mostly due to the Saxons. They have pushed farther south than ever before, almost within striking distance of Londinium. The remaining Romans won't like that, said George. Indeed, but no, I have heard no rumours of any supernatural threats, not around here anyway.
Una glanced at the sun. The afternoon was waning, but they still had plenty of daylight. Perhaps we can go to Weirgorin and ask around. I'm sure we can find someone who... A piercing scream echoed across the river and through the trees. In an instant, all three were on their feet, and both George and Guion had their swords out at the ready. Chapter 4. The scream came again. A woman's scream, but fainter than her first.
Someone is in trouble.
Guion dashed forward into a shallower portion of the river. George was right behind him. Una watched them go, shaking her head, but soon she followed after. The river was not terribly deep here, reaching only up to her knees. Still, that was enough to cause her to lag behind as the taller knights pushed through with relative ease. Soon they were on the other side, dashing towards the source of the scream, somewhere among the trees and up the river a small distance. When Una finally made it across the river, she hobbled ahead forward, her wet boots squelching as she hurried. Of course, Lion would leave just as something happened. Did that beast ever do anything? She could see the gleam of Guion's armor through the brush, and it didn't take her long to catch up. The pair had stopped running. Hastily, she rounded the two knights and stared down to see what they were looking at. A pair of bodies lay among the trees, a man who was clearly a knight but wearing rusting mail, and a woman with a dagger through her chest. Beside them lay a small basket containing a child, still alive and suckling some kind of milk or juice out of a sheepskin. The scream must have come from the woman, though they were obviously too late now.
"What happened here?"
asked Guion, his voice mortified.
"What evil could do this to a knight and his lady?"
Una glanced at the couple. But though the dagger clearly explained how the woman had died, the man showed no signs of what caused his death, though he did have a canteen in one hand.
"Could this be the work of Archimago?"
asked George, looking at Una. "Maybe," said Una, creeping forward to get a better look. "But even this seems a bit beyond him. He works in deception, not outright attack. And why leave the baby?" She took 3 steps forward and knelt beside the child. It was a boy, perhaps half a year old, and he had a curious birthmark on one hand, several red lines across the back of his palm extending onto his fingers. If she hadn't been close enough to see, she might have thought the birthmark was actually blood. The baby stared at her with wide, blue eyes as it continued to nurse the small canteen. Judging by the droplets on his lips, the sheepskin was full of milk. Suddenly, the woman lying just next to the baby took a sharp intake of breath. Una scrambled backwards in surprise, even as the dagger rose and fell in the woman's chest. She was still alive, Guion scrambled forward, reaching and grabbing hold of the dagger before Una could protest. Then he wrenched it out. The woman gasped and choked as blood flowed out of the wound. Without hesitating, Una ripped a piece of her cloak, folded it, and pressed it hard against the woman's gash. "Keep pressure with this," she instructed Guion. Then she pulled out her knife and handed it to George. "Go back to the fire and start heating this up. We'll need to cauterize the wound." Emergency medicine like this had been among the many skills taught to her by her parents. They made sure she knew everything needed to treat wounds, though a stab wound to the chest had not been among the situations they had prepared her for. The dagger must have just missed the woman's heart for her to still be alive right now. She put that out of her mind. Right now, she simply had to focus on helping this woman and save her by any means possible. "By any means possible," said a voice inside her head. Wait, no, she didn't mean... But in that instant, something took control of the power within her, something dark and dangerous. In her panic to save the woman, the power slipped out of her grasp and into the hands of a shadowy part of herself. No, not this. The woman gasped even as Una felt her power reaching out to delve inside her. The magic coalesced around the woman's broken form, around the wound in her chest. There was damage there, damage to the lungs and near the heart. It would not be long before that heart gave out, unless... Out of Una's control, and with a will of its own, her magic flowed into the woman, drawing from her energy and from Una's as it began to knit the wound back together again. And there was something else as well. Not only was the magic coming from her, but it seemed to be flowing to her from another source, above her and all around. She had never noticed that before. The woman coughed and blood splattered on Una's tunic, but Una could not pull back or move at all. All her will was directed at her own magic, trying to wrestle back control. She had to stop it. Even if it was healing the woman, she did not know what would happen if she could not contain it afterward. And yet soon the woman was breathing easier, and Una could tell through her link with the magic that the heart was beating more regularly. The bleeding stopped, and there was nothing but a dark patch of flesh where the wound had been. Thump! Una startled as a large object plummeted from the sky, then another and another. 3 black crows, all dead.
"What is this trickery?"
said Guion, rising to his feet and staring at the woman, then at the crows, as though they were the source of the magic. He did not yet know that Una was the one responsible. Stop! Her face was growing red with the effort of concentration. She had to stop the magic. "We will let you have control again," the voice repeated in her mind, "if you follow the trail." "No, we must have it! We must use it!" Una frowned. Was that another voice? But before she could wonder further, control of her magic finally passed into her. Instantly she grabbed hold of it, keeping it from doing anything, before finally shoving it back inside her soul, letting out a deep breath as she felt its power fade. All was calm, all was still. What have you done to me?" cried the woman. Where there had been a great hole in her chest, there was now a dark red scar, like a stain. And there was something different about it. Una peered closer to see tiny dark veins protruding from the center of the wound. Where had those come from? Guion was looking at Una with a new look in his eyes. Wariness. Una met his gaze, and understanding passed between them. He knew she had done something, that there was more to her than she had said earlier. But when the woman repeated her statement with frantic eyes, Guion turned his attention back to her. "We're here to help," he said. "Lie still." He knelt beside the woman, placing a hand on her forehead. Whatever he felt must have surprised him, for he adjusted his hand to feel around the area. "What is it?" asked Una.
"She's hot,"
Guion replied.
A recent wound like this could not spark a fever so soon. Were you ill, lady?"
The woman shook her head, but her face was red with anguish. "Tell us what happened," said Una, staring down at the woman while Guion ministered to her. He tried to kill me," said the woman, tears streaming down her face as she tilted her head to look longingly at her baby boy.
"No one will harm you now," said Guion. "Tell us who tried to kill you."
Una glanced around then, trying to find a culprit, but to no avail. Did Archimago have anything to do with this?
"What happened to you and your husband, my lady?" Guion prodded again. "Tell us your story, for help has not come too late."
The woman coughed, hard, as though she was still in the throes of death. Una narrowed her eyes, then knelt to inspect the wound. It was still healed, but those strange dark lines had increased. Una felt the woman's forehead, and Guion was right. She was still burning up. "Life cannot ever be fully restored," said a faint voice in her head, like an echo bubbling up from where she buried her magic. "Death can only be delayed." "I think the healing may be temporary," she said, meeting Guion's eyes.
"How do you know?"
I just do." Guion pressed his lips together, clearly wanting to talk more of Una's magic, but instead he turned back to the woman, with urgency in his voice.
"My lady, you may not have much time left, but I swear to you, if anyone has done you ill, I will find the culprit and bring justice to them, by my word as a knight of the Faerie Queen. Tell us what happened."
"Start with your name," Una encouraged. My name is Amavia," said the woman softly, looking almost relieved at the news that her health was fleeting. She wanted to die, despite everything, though Una could not fathom how such a thing were possible.
"Amavia?"
Guion asked. His voice held something different about it.
"Of what house? Before you married, I mean?"
"I had none," she said. "I was raised by a poor family in Mona. They found me as a baby."
"And your husband?"
Guion encouraged, moving on. "He was Sir Mordaunt of Mona. We met many years ago, and never had I seen a goodlier knight. He treated me like royalty, though he was of a far nobler line than I. We were married not 2 years ago. I became pregnant with our child not long after." Una settled herself on the ground to listen. It sounded like the woman had been happy, living a life of luxury alongside Sir Mordaunt, giving birth to his child. She imagined what it might be to have such a life, maybe even with George. Yes, perhaps in the future, when Anwen was sealed and all threats averted, she might be able to settle down with him, maybe even have a family. The thought surprised her. She had never thought of children before now, but seeing the young boy peacefully sucking at the sheepskin, she couldn't help but entertain the idea. "But then," continued Amavia, her eyes welled with tears once again, "but then she came." Una narrowed her eyes. "Who?" "A witch. Acrasia was her name. One of the most beautiful women I've yet laid eyes on, and yet foul. All the men in our town on the Isle of Mona followed after her, all losing sight of their own wives, all with eyes for Acrasia and Acrasia alone. Even the elders followed her." At that moment, George returned, bounding through the brush with a hot knife in his hand. But he slowed as he saw that the blood flow had already been staunched. He was about to speak, but Una held up a hand, continuing to listen to the woman. "Most of the women accuse their husbands of never loving them, of choosing a pretty face over their stewardships. But I knew better. I knew that what Mordaunt and I had went beyond such superficial desires. He would not have left me and his newborn for another woman, not without coercion of some sort."
"You suspect sorcery?" asked Guion. At that, George leaned in closer to listen.
"I do," said Amavia. "And I was right. Acrasia was a sorceress of great power. When she left with all the able-bodied knights in the city, I put my baby in the care of another and followed them. She led them away to an island north of Mona, in the Hibernia Sea. There she had a great bower, a bower of bliss for all who came. Even I, who snuck aboard the ship that took them there, could hardly resist the comforts afforded by that place." Suddenly, Amavia choked, and blood splattered her tunic once more. Una checked the stab wound and found it had opened again, the dark lines growing. There wasn't much time. Both Guion and George watched as Amavia continued to cough. When she had finished, her eyes were wide as she stared at the three of them. "Please, you have to find her and end her."
"I will find her," said Guion in a cold but resolute voice. "But first you must finish your story."
Amavia swallowed but nodded. "When I found my husband in Acrasia's bower of bliss, he was so far gone with drugs and spells that he did not recognize me. Yet I must have managed to create some kind of connection, for he followed me, as though curious, not yet knowing why. I led him to the shores of the island and snuck aboard a ship, though he yearned to return to Acrasia. Yet, after a few days of living away from her sight, I began to get through to my husband. He remembered me, and soon the spell was lifted." Despite herself, Una was growing immersed in the story. Who was this Acrasia to wield such power over men? And yet, it was not enough to overcome the love that Amavia had for her husband. She suddenly experienced a pang of sorrow that she would not be able to get to know this woman well. "Our boat was dashed against some rocks and we only barely survived on some driftwood. But we made it, and we went back to Mona to fetch my son."
"Your husband did not resist? He did not want to return to this bower of bliss?"
Guion stood with his arms folded. "At times, yes. But it soon became clear that he was under the influence of some dark magic. With enough time and further distance from that dreadful place, we fully realized the power of the spell that had taken him. It had all but consumed him to the point of a complete loss of will. Yet I was able to bring him back."
"His love for you must have been strong,"
said George. "I knew that it was," said Amavia with a soft smile. "It is why I knew he would never have left on his own will."
"But you still have not explained how you came to this fate," Guion encouraged.
The woman's face darkened once more, but she coughed again before she could say more. The coughing racked her body, and blood began flowing freely from the wound. She heaved a deep, shuddering breath, and her next words came out in a croak. "We knew someone would come looking for us eventually. Already she had sent others after us, but we knew if we stayed in Mona, she would find us again. We returned only to retrieve my son and began traveling to Londinium. We had to warn everyone of the danger." She took several deep breaths, each coming less freely than the last. "But she found us first, right here. She had a man with her." Una's back straightened. "What did he look like?" "He had long, greying hair and yellow eyes." Una exchanged a look with both Guion and George. Archimago.
"And the woman, Acrasia?" asked George. "What was her appearance? Did she have straight, dark hair and matching garb?"
Amavia shook her head. "She had great golden curls and a face as pale and shining as a pearl, and she was tall, taller than any woman I've ever seen." That certainly did not sound like Duessa, though Una would not put it past the sorceress to be able to change shape. Yet why would she feel the need to do such a thing? Duessa had enchanted George in a similar fashion, but without the same golden locks and height that Amavia described. But Amavia brought Una's attention back as she choked out the end to her story. Tears streamed down her face. She made my husband grab me and stab me with the knife, after which she made him drink from the river, poisoning him somehow until he fell dead beside me. Then she and the other man left, laughing at us. "I am so sorry," said Una, and she meant it. No couple that had been through so much and loved so hard deserved such an ill fate. "I swear to you." Guion's hands trembled, and a tear ran down his face. Una was almost taken aback. She had never seen someone so passionate. "I will do all in my power to avenge your husband and the horrifying deeds that led to this end. I will see your child delivered into safe hands that will raise him in a happy, temperate life. I swear it, and may the gods shower me with curses should I fail to avenge this grievance." A soft smile graced Amavia's lips. "I thank you, dear Sir Guion."
Sir Guion, may the gods grant you vengeance, and may you save countless others from a fate such as mine. Take my child to the Holy Island, to the head. There you will find someone to care for him, and perhaps more."
"I swear it will be done," replied Guion, though Una wanted to ask what Amavia meant by perhaps more. But at that moment, Amavia breathed out peacefully, and she did not take another breath. Instead, she lay still. Her face, that had reddened from the heat of a strange fever, quickly paled as all life fled from her body. Una stood, and together, the three of them watched in silence as the woman's tears stopped, and she was finally at peace. Chapter 5. It wasn't easy to see someone die, no matter what the circumstances. Una had only just witnessed the death, the true death, of her father. The sight of his broken body among the rubble of Castle Silen's keep haunted her still. Even though he had tried to kill her and had revealed himself as an insane lunatic, it was not an image she would ever get out of her mind. George put his palm on her shoulder as they stood in silence. She raised her hand to touch his. No, moments like this would never become easy. But it was Guion who seemed to be taking Amavia's death the hardest. He stood partly hunched over, his entire body quivering with either grief or rage.
"Are you all right?"
George asked, staring down at the man.
No, I am not all right,"
he said, standing. "Have you ever seen someone die before?" she asked. She had to believe a knight would have experienced death in some fashion.
"Not like this," he said. "The elderly die in peace, and it is right. My enemies die in battle, and though unfortunate, it is also right. This was a death of emotion. It was unnecessary. What horrible plague of a person would pursue a woman and her husband just to spite them for leaving her? What kind of woman can command such lust?" "We've encountered someone like her before,"
said George, his hand still on Una's shoulder.
"A sorceress named Duessa." "Then she is the one responsible for this?"
George shook his head.
"I don't think so. Duessa did not match the description the woman gave, and her power over men was less to do with lust and more with devotion."
Una glanced up and back at him. She knew he had almost said, "her power over me."
"But," George went on, I think I may have seen this woman before. Blonde and tall. I saw her in the House of Pride before my rescue. She was one of 6 leaders of the forces of Anwin, 7 if you count Duessa."
"Like the 7 deadly sins," Guion breathed. He stared at the ground as though in that moment planning how to avenge Amavia. Hopefully he wouldn't do anything stupid.
"I believe that is exactly what they are," said George. "At least that is what they represent and what fuels their power."
A twig snapping caused Una to glance away. Lion had returned, carrying what looked like a beaver in its mouth. The 2 knights seemed to ignore him.
"We have to put an end to this."
Guion straightened.
"Such power cannot be allowed to roam free unchecked. We must restore balance. I will find this bower of bliss and put an end to Acrasia."
Una and George glanced at each other. "You realize she has power over men, right?" said Una. "And probably some women as well. Attacking her directly will likely see you dead if you don't join her." But Guion was shaking his head.
"Not all men are so easily duped. I have been guarding myself against the 7 deadly sins my whole life, and I see now this may have been my purpose from the beginning. Few would be able to resist temptation, but I can."
He said it with such confidence that Una almost believed him. He didn't seem overly confident. The man truly guarded himself against lust and other vices. Well, perhaps they would see how well that panned out. In Una's experience, men were exactly as weak as poor Amavia had witnessed. Some were all right, like George, but even he had succumbed to Duessa's sorcery. How would either of them fare against a sorceress whose only purpose was to seduce the hearts of men?
"Then I think this is where we must part ways,"
said George. He spoke to Guion, but Una turned to face him as she realized he was talking to her as well. "You can't stay?" she breathed. He shook his head.
"The Fairy Queen will have other duties for me. There are 6 other deadly sins out there, not to mention all their minions. She will need help."
Una hung her head. She had known this moment would come, but she had never wanted it, and that had not changed. "You just can't be disobedient for once, can you?" she said, leaning into his chest. Their relationship had only just begun, and now he was leaving before they could explore further.
"I'm afraid not," he said. "I shirked my duties long ago, and it nearly ruined me."
Una nodded, trying to think of some witty retort, but none came. Instead, she just leaned in as George wrapped his arms around her in a final hug. "I want you to take Lion," she said as she pressed herself against him.
"What?"
"So that you'll have something to remind you of me. He can protect you."
"Una, you need him. Pursuing this Acrasia will be dangerous."
She released his embrace. "You just said that you have the other 6 sins to worry about. We only have to deal with one." Without waiting for a reply, she turned to Lion, who crept forward slowly, as if knowing that something important was happening. "I want you to go with George," she said. "Keep him safe and listen to his commands as if they were my own." Lion cocked his head at her, the beaver still in his mouth. Then it looked up at George, as if considering. "He'll take good care of you," she said. "I know that. I need you to take care of him. Bring him back to me." Lion inclined his head, more wisdom in his eyes than Una usually assumed. Una still didn't know why the creature followed her, but he clearly understood her commands and never disobeyed.
"I take it, then, you will be coming with me?" Guion interrupted.
He was watching her carefully again, clearly not forgetting what she had done to temporarily extend the life of Amavia. "Don't make me regret it," said Una, casually wiping a small tear from her eye so neither would see. She had to be strong, especially in front of Sir Guion. She couldn't let either of them see her distress.
"Well then, I welcome your company,"
he said simply. She blinked, turning to face him. She had expected more resistance, especially after their latest experience. He didn't even know what she could do to help find and defeat Acrasia. She wasn't sure she knew either. But the Fairy Queen had wanted her to meet with Guion. She knew that. And though Gloriana wasn't omniscient, her advice was not to be ignored either, unfortunately for Una.
"Someone will need to take care of the baby while we travel,"
Guion continued. Una's shoulders slumped. Oh, now it all made sense. She raised a finger to tell Guion just what she thought about his assumptions when George put a hand on her shoulder. She looked up as he said,
"We should bury the bodies."
His statement brought soberness back to the situation. Yes, they had more important things to worry about. She couldn't let Guion's misguided assumptions get in the way of the here and now, but she would make sure she brought it up later, at length. For now, they had work to do. Guion joined them without a word as they began digging graves using 2 small shovels that both knights carried. It took them some time, but it was fulfilling work. No one complained, and no one stopped until a grave large enough for 2 people lay in front of them. Even Lion pawed at the dirt to help. The baby had begun to protest, clearly in need of something, though Una did not know what. Perhaps its sheepskin was empty of milk. She made a note to check it later. But it did not take long before the baby was crying at the top of its lungs. They managed to lower the child's parents into the ground, but before they could cover them with the displaced dirt, Guion gestured at the baby.
"I think there's something wrong."
"You mean other than the fact that his parents are lying in these graves?" Una asked.
"No, I think it might need changing."
He stared at her, expecting something. Realizing what he meant, she raised her hands and said, "Oh no, I don't know anything about babies."
"Neither do I,"
said Guion simply, as though that settled it. Una fixed her gaze on George, who shrugged.
"I'm leaving soon. You should probably learn how it's done."
Seriously? She stared at the pair of them. They would go into battle against giants and dragons, but a baby was too much for them. No, it had to be the woman's job. Grumbling, she gently picked up the child and some changing rags they had found among Amavia's things and proceeded away towards the river. There had better be a river nearby for their entire journey, or so help her she would make Guion do all the work. She spent at least a half hour rinsing out the rags in the river and bathing the child's lower half. The baby wasn't all too happy with the cold water, and its cries did not cease the entire time while Una was changing it. But once he had on dry changing rags again and Una wrapped him in his original blanket, the cries began to calm down, replaced with sleepy yawns. Una watched him as he slowly began to fall asleep in her arms. Well, she had to admit, he was almost cute like this, when he was quiet. But as she returned to Guion and George, who were just finishing replacing the dirt on the graves, she vowed that she and Guion were going to split the responsibilities of caring for the child. Guion was going to know how to handle a baby just as well as she was, at least until they found a home for him. As if reading her thoughts, George spoke as she approached.
"You'll need to find a safe place to leave him."
"His mother mentioned the Holy Island," Una offered.
"That is at least 2 weeks' travel from here,"
said George.
"Maybe more if you're traveling with a child. I would recommend finding someone else along the way." "We can't just leave him with anyone," said Guion, "though I admit we have no information on where or who exactly cared for the child while his mother was away. However, I have actually been to the Holy Island."
"Although, doesn't Acrasia live on an island?" Una asked. Perhaps the child's mother had delusionally mixed up two different places.
"Technically, all of Mona is an island. The Holy Island is only part of it. There is an old Roman fort there that's now handled by the locals. It's a major fishing village and serves as a point of trade between us and the Scots, when they're willing to trade, that is." "It's still a long way to travel with a baby," said George. "If you encounter any resistance—" "I expect it will be our journey afterwards that will be harder."
Guion began putting away his shovel with his other things. Soon they would have to head back to their main camp to retrieve the horses.
"Once we set out towards this bower of bliss, we can anticipate the resistance to grow much stronger."
"Yes, but Acrasia and Archimago are still near," said Una, barely stopping herself from scanning the trees around them. "Very near."
"True,"
said Guion, and went silent with apparently nothing to say in dispute.
"We will need to be on our guard."
On that ominous note, they retreated back to the camp, and both Guion and George set about preparing their horses for the journey. Una continued to hold the baby, gently rocking it back and forth as it slept. Yes, babies were definitely somewhat cute, she had to admit. Though as soon as Guion was done with the horse, he was going to take a turn. Soon, it became time to bid farewell. Una handed the baby off to Guion, who took it and held it aloft as though it would attack at any moment, before joining George for their final moment together.
"I'm sorry it has to be like this,"
said George, putting both hands on her arms and pulling her in close. She leaned in, resting her head on his chest. "When I'm done here," she said, "I'm coming right back to the Forest of Arden to find you."
"I'm not sure I will be there, to be honest," he replied. "My bond with the Faerie Queen gives me some idea of what she wants from me next, and for now I'm needed south."
"You can talk to her?"
"Not exactly."
His eyes roamed as though he was searching for an explanation.
"It's more like my will has been more closely aligned with hers, so I know what she would want. And she's still in my dreams from time to time."
"Well, I will find you," said Una, pressing herself all the more firmly into his chest. "We've come too far to lose each other now, if Lion has to drag you back to me himself." He chuckled.
"The Faerie Queen promised us time. We will have a moment to rest, but we must contain the spawn of Anwin before that happens."
Una hated to admit it, but he was right. Of course, they could just leave Britannia. She'd been abroad once, accompanying her father on a voyage to Denmark. If she and George were to simply leave, could the Faerie Queen find them then? And what about Anwin? Inwardly, she shook her head. No, she was deluding herself if she thought that the other world would stay contained in Britannia. The Faerie Queen had hinted as much. Not only was she a guardian of the Forest of Arden, but she was a guardian of the entire earth. A bit presumptuous sounding, but likely true anyway. Idly, Una wondered what made Britannia so special. And she was also fooling herself if she thought George would willingly leave. The man was so devoted to the Faerie Queen, it almost made Una jealous. It would have, if she didn't also know that he was equally devoted to her. If there was one thing George had in abundance, it was devotion. He almost caused her to worry. How would he react if things somehow didn't work out between them? The thought troubled her, and unexpectedly, for it was the first time she had considered not being with George. So far, she had been living in the moment, something she was good at. But now, as they were preparing to leave each other, she couldn't help but wonder. What if this was it? What if he found someone else, or she did? or they discovered while parted that they simply weren't good for each other. After all, they'd only been in a relationship for a short while, and it hadn't even been that intense, thanks to George's bloody honour. Mostly talking and the occasional kiss. She enjoyed talking, though, more than she would care to admit. She didn't usually hold lengthy conversations with anyone, but George was different.
"Don't worry,"
said George, seeing the concern on her face. He rubbed his hand along her back.
"Ours is perhaps a more complicated relationship than most, but we will see it through."
She looked up at him. "Do I have your word on that?"
"You do,"
he said with a curt nod. It was as though all her worries melted away. George's word was enough for her, at least for now. Leaning upward, she kissed the man, and he kissed her back. When he went to pull away, she grabbed the back of his head and pulled him in so hard that their lips pressed against each other with firm hunger. Then the moment passed, and she let go. "I will miss you," she said, and she meant it. Never in her life had she thought she would ever say those words to a man, but she said them now.
"I will too,"
George smiled. Turning, he retreated to his horse and mounted it in one smooth motion.
"And I will see you soon,"
he called as he brought the horse around so it was facing south. Then, with a soft kick, the horse cantered forward, taking George away down the river. Lion gave Una one last look before following, and eventually both disappeared from view.
"You love him?"
asked Guion. Una turned to see him still holding the baby, thankfully not at arm's length anymore. Though he still held it under the arms and upright, and the baby's face reflected its discomfort. "I don't know if I'd call it that, just yet," Una said, wandering over till she was standing beside the man. To his credit, he did not hand the baby back immediately, though the little boy looked like he'd rather be in someone else's arms.
"Love is a beautiful thing," said Guion, "but it can easily overwhelm our judgment. I think taking some time away from each other could be a good thing for you and the Red Cross Knight."
Una's lip twitched in a stab of annoyance. What did Guion know about her relationship with George? "Here, give me that baby," she said, taking the poor thing out of Guion's hands. "You don't hold him like that, you have to cradle the head." Demonstrating, she allowed the little boy to lie in her arms, making sure the head was properly supported. The little man smiled up at her, and Guion leaned in, smiling himself.
"We never learned his name,"
he said as he stared. "Well, we can't keep calling him it," said Una.
"How about Ruddymane, the Red Hand?"
said Guion, pointing at the strange birthmark on the boy's hand. "Heavens, no," said Una. "The poor thing would be mocked from here to Arcadis."
"Well, we'll think of something," said Guion. "In the meantime, we must determine which way this Acrasia went. If her bower of bliss is on a northern island, we can head that way, but she was here just hours ago. Perhaps we could apprehend her before she gets there."
"She's long gone by now." Una blanched as the words entered her head unwillingly. "Probably back in the Bower of Bliss already. Oh, how we would love to go there." Una felt a moment of panic well up inside her. There were two voices in her head, not just one. Just what had happened to her when she used her magic to seal the breach her father had created? "We would not want to go there," said a more timid voice.
"Yes, we would."
"No, we wouldn't."
"Una!"
The voice startled her back into reality, jumping slightly as she saw Guion had inched his way closer to her.
"Are you all right?"
His face had that wary look about it again. He did not look concerned for her, as George would have been. Instead, he looked more suspicious. "It's nothing," she said. "Oh, how I would love to get that sweet thing under my—" Acrasia is long gone, Una blurted out, frantically working her mind to suppress whatever the voice in her head was about to say next. She's heading back to the Bower of Bliss. His eyes narrowed.
How do you know this?
I just do. He paused, considering her.
Well then, I guess our initial goal was to reach Mona anyway. I suppose we had better set off.
Grateful that he had not interrogated her further, Una merely nodded and hurried to lead the way forward, not even upset that she was carrying the baby for the time being. "What are you?" she said to herself. But there was no response, though she was sure she could almost hear low laughter in the back of her mind. Was she going insane? Honestly, she wasn't certain anymore. Having magic was one thing, even magic that rebelled against her and seemed to have a will of its own. But it was another thing entirely to have multiple personalities somehow linked to that magic. It was as though the personas she adopted when trying to manipulate others had somehow manifested themselves, literally, in her mind. And she had no idea what to do. Chapter 6. They walked in silence for much of the way, pausing frequently to feed or change the baby. As predicted, Guion was none too happy when Una insisted he take equal part in the care of the lad, but Una held firm despite his protests. But if he was to battle people like Acrasia and any others from Anwen, then he could handle something as simple as caring for a baby. Thankfully, after several days of travel, he seemed to grow closer to the babe, even talking to him while he cared for the child.
"Children really are remarkable,"
he said to her after their 4th day of travel.
"Yes, they cannot look after themselves, but they are also innocent in a way no other being can be."
Oddly, that thought did nothing but depress Una. She stared at the little boy in Guion's arms, idly wondering what he would grow into. Yes, he was innocent now, but would he remain that way? After all, even the basest villain was once an adorable baby too. All men grow up to be villains, the voice inside her head returned, and Una sat up straighter. It was the first time she'd heard it, or them, speak since she had set off with Guion. "What are you?" she asked it, ignoring Guion for the time being. "Not all men," said the more timid voice. "Yes, all men. Everyone puts their own needs first and their own pleasures above all else." A cough brought Una back to reality, and she looked up to see Guion watching her.
"Is something wrong?"
"No," said Una, pushing the voices back down again. "I was just thinking." He nodded, though he didn't look all that satisfied.
"We will need to talk about it, you know."
"About what?" But Una already knew.
"You have magic," he said simply. "You used it to save Amavia, and then you somehow knew where Acrasia was heading."
"We already knew where her home base is located," explained Una. "It isn't that difficult to figure out."
"You know it was more than that."
Guion set down the baby into the bundle of cloths they'd taken from the mother and were now using as the little man's bed. Una took a deep breath. "I don't know much about it, honestly. I only just discovered that I have magic."
"Tell me."
He leaned forward, his face earnest. Reluctantly, she started again from the beginning, skimming over the story she and George had already related, but adding the bits about her magic, including taming Lion and the final encounter with her father at Castle Silene. She told him about the breach and how she had somehow turned its power in on itself to seal it.
"And the Faerie Queen said you shouldn't use it?"
Guion asked. "No, she said she would forbid me if it would do any good," Una clarified. "But I think she expects me to use it, to learn from it somehow. I just don't know how I can do that if it keeps—" But she stopped talking, cursing herself for saying too much. She had not mentioned that the magic seemed to have a will of its own or said anything about the voices.
Keeps what?
She closed her eyes. Stupid. When I temporarily healed the woman, it kind of just happened.
What do you mean?
I mean, it all came out of me whether I wanted it or not. The magic took control.
Guion's eyes darkened. Control is paramount. That sounds like it could be dangerous.
It might be, she confirmed, but I managed to get it back.
And what can your magic do exactly?
It reflects. It reflects, Una said, but then paused. That hadn't been her thought. The truth was, she didn't actually know how her magic worked. Perhaps the voices in her head knew more than she.
Reflects, said Guion, running a hand along his beard. Interesting.
Una wasn't sure she liked the tone that he used. There was something wary about it, like he was sizing her up as a possible threat, which, now that she thought about it, she might very well be. But what about you? She asked, searching for a welcome change of subject. I don't even know where you are from. Are you from one of the houses? You don't look like a Roman.
No, I do not ally myself with the Romans, he said, nor with any of the houses. I am a free knight and I work for myself.
Una raised an eyebrow at him. Men of your kind are rare. It's unlike most to have no allegiances.
I stand with the Britons, he clarified, but I serve no man but myself. I've found that men, especially lords, are too often unpredictable, swayed by their emotions.
And you are not.
I have emotions, yes, but I've spent my entire life learning to master them. I will not become what some have become.
His eyes had gone dark at that moment, and Una sensed there was more there. She wanted to ask more questions, but let the matter drop for now. After all, she wasn't telling him everything either. Instead, she switched the subject back a step. So you're from Mona, then?
I'm originally from Dumnonia, he said,
the darkness fleeing his face, and he was back in good spirits again.
But I haven't been there in some years. I went and trained in Londinium for a time, and I've travelled abroad. Even made it as far as Rome itself.
Really? Replied Una with genuine surprise. I didn't take you for someone friendly to the Romans.
On the contrary, I think the Romans are, or were at least, the pinnacle of civilization. Wherever they've gone, they have brought order and stability with them. It's thanks to wild men like the Saxons that they've been forced to retreat.
I spent some time in Londinium, she said, and I'm not sure I think of them so highly.
Londinium is nothing compared to Rome.
His face took on a distant look.
That city is more than the centre of a once glorious empire. It is the seat of technology, mathematics, and art. Even the buildings exemplify perfect structure mixed with the creative mind.
Una ducked to avoid a low-hanging branch. If you like the Romans so much, why not ally yourself with them? You could fare worse.
That is not my purpose,
he replied, squaring his shoulders and looking down at the babe, who was now asleep in his arms, remembering their mission.
Even the Romans are not without their flaws. Their order has been corrupted by power-hungry men. That, coupled with the threat of the Saxons and other barbaric tribes, will eventually lead to their downfall. I am a servant of order, of control over oneself, and I intend to spread that doctrine.
And so you serve the Faerie Queen? Una asked cautiously.
Guion shot her a glance. You do not speak of her as though you appreciate who she is.
In my experience, no one is to be fully trusted.
He nodded. Perhaps that is the case. But the Faerie Queen is a servant of a higher power, one whose sole purpose is to maintain order throughout the land."
"You mean the way she guards the gates of Anwin?"
"In part, yes. There is no doubt that keeping unknown threats away from our world is part of her mandate. Yet there is more, I'm sure of it. Those who serve her have found their balance. They do not shirk their duties nor let their own passions drive them."
"Maybe." Una frowned, remembering the knights she had seen in the Forest of Arden and the strange armor they had worn. But now George was one of those knights, and he certainly did not seem to fit the same mold, but perhaps with time he would have the same bearing. "So it's your goal to become one of those knights?"
"By her ladyship's command, I think I may consider myself one of her servants already," he replied, puffing out his chest ever so slightly.
Una hid a smirk. Guion thought he was so in command of his emotions, but his pride still shone through like a beacon, with just a hint of arrogance. She could only hope he could learn his lessons before they caused any problems. "He is a self-centered ruin of a man who will kill us as soon as he learns the truth." Una swallowed and tried not to keep her expression neutral as she pushed the voices down. "He's not so bad," said another voice, the timid one. "I kind of like him."
Came a third voice. "I like him too. Those shoulders are enough to make a woman—"
"Quiet, girls." Una panicked as she identified yet a fourth voice. Each sounded a lot like herself, but there were differences to each. This one was more confident, more commanding. "You're upsetting the girl. Leave her be or we will never get a chance to be used again." Una frowned. Were they talking about her? She must be going mad. Not only were there multiple voices in her head, but they were talking about her as though she wasn't there.
"Oh, we know you're there, girl," said the fourth voice, the confident one. "But don't expect too many explanations. We have none to give you."
"Who are you?" Una thought.
"As I said," replied the voice, "we have no explanations. We are you, nothing more."
"Get out of my head," Una thought, harder. Clearly these were some kind of beings born of magic or some darkness. She had to find a way of banishing them away, out of her head. If she did not, then she would surely go insane.
"But it is our head too," said the confident voice.
They kept silent after that, but the voices stayed on Una's mind for the remainder of the day. She said very little to Guion from that point onward, less inclined to think about him and more concerned for herself. What would she do if these voices only increased? So far, she had identified 4 distinct personalities, like her own personas, given voice. She had to find a way of banishing them entirely. So she walked in silence, taking her turn with the baby, but not thinking much of it as they walked. She'd lost all eyes for the child's adorable nature and barely noticed when it became time to change or feed the thing. She simply moved through the motions with hardly a thought. Her mind was elsewhere. That night, she dreamt a familiar dream, one that she had not seen in several weeks. She was sitting atop a large hill overlooking all of Britannia. No, it wasn't just Britannia. She could see the whole world from here. That was different than the last time she'd had the same dream. The earth itself split open, and out of it emerged great hordes of demons and unspeakable creatures. They were led by a many-headed dragon, like something out of Roman legends. The creature consumed all of what lay around it, growing larger and larger until it filled the whole earth. And in its eyes, she saw her own face. No, not in its eyes. Each of the dragon's heads was her face. Una woke with a start, cold sweat covering her from head to foot. She scrambled to her feet and reached for her knife. But there was nothing there. No multi-headed dragon, no enemies to speak of. Unconsciously, she felt at her own body. She was still herself, with exactly the right number of limbs. She'd had that dream before, several times in fact. but at the time she'd thought it nothing more than her obsession with defeating the dragon at Castle Silene. She'd seen the dream as a manifestation of her fears. But what if it was more? It had felt so real. She glanced down at Guion, who lay on the other side of the diminished fire pit, cradling the baby in his arms. For once, it was a calm night. Even the baby was fast asleep. If Una hadn't been so disconcerted from her dream, she would have melted at the sight of the two of them sleeping so peacefully together. But a dream like this took on new meaning now after hearing the voices in her head. She thought of the many heads the creature had taken and how they all looked like her. What if that had something to do with her many voices? "Are you the creature in my dream?" she mentally asked herself. "What are you?" But there was no answer. The crickets continued to chirp, and the wind blew lazily through the trees. It was a peaceful night, with nothing of great concern anywhere near them. But that did not stop Una from feeling uneasy. It was enough to keep her up for the remainder of the night, until the sky began to lighten in the east and the child eventually awoke, waking Guion with his gurgles. It was time to continue onward, and she would just have to deal with the voices. Chapter 7. She didn't have the dream again for the next few days of travel, but that did not stop it from disturbing her. After her first initial conversations with Guion, they both travelled mostly in silence, as neither seemed to have much to say. Though Una almost wished Guion would speak more. It would keep her thoughts from dwelling on the dream and on the voices inside her head. They travelled through beautiful mountains and steep valleys, some filled with farmers and fishermen, but others empty of all human habitation. Occasionally they would spot old ruins, likely from the Romans, though Una had once heard of the tyrant Vortigern once taking refuge in this area. It was a beautiful journey, though she hardly ever spared a moment to take it all in. There was too much to think about. The journey was long with the baby in tow, but eventually, 3 weeks after they had initially set out, they came to a large stone bridge covered with what looked like a small fortress and gate guarding the entrance.
"That will be the bridge to get to Mona," said Guion. Una stared at the bridge. It was a marvel of engineering, with great stone archways holding up the road and carrying it for nearly a half-mile across the divide. Beyond, most of the land was divided into segments for farming and grazing. They hadn't encountered many people on the road to get here, but clearly this was a place of civilization. "It's amazing," she said. "Yes, I'm honestly impressed," replied Guion. "The Romans haven't occupied this area for years, and I thought it would have fallen into disarray in their absence. It appears the opposite is true."
They crept forward until they reached the foot of the bridge. Ahead of them stood 2 towers with a gate blocking the road. Una could just make out a number of people sitting atop the walls. "Do you think they'll even let us in? We could find another way across," Una offered.
"We could, but we can't ford the water. It is too deep for my horse, and we can't swim with the baby, which means we'd have to travel along the coast here for miles until we find someone with a boat willing to ferry us across."
"So it's true that all of Mona is an island, then? There's no place to cross on land?" He shook his head.
"No, we can only get there by bridge or boat, and we're running out of food for the infant."
Una stared across the divide at all the farmland beyond. They were likely to find plentiful milk and fruit for the child on that side. "Well then," she said, stepping forward, "we just have to hope that they're willing to let us pass."
"They rely on trade with the rest of the Britons as well as the Scots," offered Guion. "They don't keep everyone out."
Together they crept forward, taking their first steps on the stone bridge until they were partway across the water and staring up at the great gate that kept them from crossing.
"State your purpose,"
called a voice from above, one of the soldiers guarding the entrance.
"We are simple travellers," called Guion. "We're bringing this baby to find a suitable home here. His parents were killed in the wilderness." A pause, then. "And the girl?" "My guide, nothing more," said Guion. Una glanced at him. She wasn't exactly a guide. He knew these lands better than she, but she supposed it wasn't exactly a lie. She was his guide in a different sense. That was what the Faerie Queen had asked her to be, for all the help she was.
"Why not take the child elsewhere? There are plenty of villages nearby where it could find a home."
"We've heard nothing but praise for the hospitality and quality of character on Mona," Guion responded. Una hid her smirk. Despite Guion's stiffness and rather uptight attitude, he did seem to know how to get on a person's good side. Everyone except for Una, that was. Oh, she liked him well enough, but his holier-than-thou approach could get tedious at times. One guard on top of the gate signalled to the others, after which he climbed down a ladder and disappeared over the other side of the wall. The signal must have been to open the gates, for at that moment there was a creak as the giant wooden doors swung wide, and the soldier who had spoken up top greeted them, accompanied by a handful of others. Una tried counting them all. Including those on top of the gates, there looked to be only a half-dozen. Together with Guion, she stepped forward, holding the child close to her chest.
"Flattery will get you everywhere, Sir Knight,"
said the man as they approached.
"You may call me Sir Guion. Well, Sir Guion, I hope you will forgive the formalities. We have orders to question all who do not already have a pass to the island. I did not know such things were commonplace these days. Over the last few years, Saxon activity to the east and various squabbles with the Kingdom of Orcadus have made it necessary. But we will let you in if you can pay the fee for a pass."
"A fee?" Guion's eyebrows drew close together. "How much?"
10 silver pieces, or 2 gold if you have them. I'm sorry, but we don't accept Roman currency."
For the first time since arriving, Guion looked taken aback.
"I can hardly carry so much with me. We need what we have to pay for food for the little one, and there's always the threat of attack when carrying that much coin." "You seem capable enough," said the soldier without blinking. His arms were relaxed, but Una thought she could see some of the others tense behind him. "What's to stop us from just leaving and fording the divide elsewhere?" she interjected. The soldier gave her a short look, as though surprised that she was speaking. "We have patrols to stop that very thing from happening. You may get past them, sure, but if you don't, you'll wish you had paid the 10 silver instead."
Una rolled her eyes, then fished in her pouch for 2 gold coins. She'd conned them off some men in a dice game months ago now, though it felt like years. She hadn't had much use for them up to this point, but she'd rather avoid a confrontation when she could do something about it. The soldier's eyes widened as she produced the gold coins, handing them over. Guion also stared at her, his face stunned. In fact, all of them were staring. Hadn't they seen a woman with money before?
Very well,"
said the soldier. He ruffled through his own pouch until he extracted a small piece of parchment with an official seal and fancy calligraphy. He handed it over to Una's outstretched palm. "Thank you," she said dryly, glancing down at the paper. "This writ and seal authorize access to Mona and the Southern Isles for the bearer and up to 3 companions, by order of King Pellinor, Lord of the Southern Isles." Una felt the blood drain from her face. Pellinor. No, she could not react now. They had to get through the gate first. Folding the piece of parchment up neatly and storing it in her pouch, she smiled at the soldier and said, "May we go, then?" Guion narrowed his eyes at her, but said nothing. Gods, the man was too observant for his own good.
Yes,"
said the soldier, moving out of her way, still seemingly surprised that she had produced the desired coin. The other soldiers followed suit,
and soon she, the baby, Guion, and his horse were making their way past the gate, over the bridge, and out into the largest of the southern isles. When they were safely out of earshot and line of sight from the bridge, she rounded on Guion. "Pellinore lives here." Guion seemed taken aback by her sudden intensity.
"Yes, he's the king of all the southern isles. Did you not know that?"
The revelation stirred something in her memory from all those years ago. Perhaps she had known where Pellinore lived, though she had long forgotten. Her obsession with returning to Castle Silene had long trumped her bitterness for Pellinore, but she had definitely known he lived to the northwest. She just hadn't been certain it was Mona. "I'm just now remembering," she said, staring into the distance.
"You seem to know him," said Guion carefully. "Perhaps without much affection?"
Una set her jaw. She hadn't told him of her imprisonment in Londinium, or how she had gotten there. "It's nothing," she said, and decided to lie. "He knew my parents, nothing more."
"I see."
Guion nodded his head thoughtfully. It was clear he didn't believe her by the way he met her eyes, but he didn't pry any further, and for that much Una was grateful. They stopped briefly at a farmhouse where they were able to procure fresh milk for the child, as well as some fruit and cheese, but there wasn't much. The three of them would need to find another larger town to find more. They soon found themselves en route to the other side of the island, though given what Una knew about the size of the island, that could take several days since they were carrying a child. The farmers were not inclined to take the child, however, and, well, part of Una couldn't blame them. A child was an enormous responsibility, and from the sound of things, word of disappearing husbands had spread. "We don't want any child displaced by that sorcery," said the woman of the house. "It'll bring a curse on our heads, sure as day it will. But if you keep your path on to the Holy Island, you might find someone there to keep the lad." Yes, Una knew of the Holy Island. It wasn't the first time it had come up. "Can you tell us how to get there?" "Oh, well, the main road will get you most of the way," said the old woman. "There's a governor there who is prone to take in strangers, but you're not likely to find anyone willing to take a child, not with all the men leaving their wives like has happened."
"Excuse me," said Guion, who now sat upon his horse. "Did you say others have left their wives, besides those first?"
"Oh, yes, been happening all over," said the old woman. "There are reports. Men are unruly, there's just no doubting that."
"I wish I could disagree with you, madame," said Guion, turning his face to stare into the distance, a look of somberness clouding his eyes.
The old woman put a hand on Una's arm as she held the baby. "You take care of yourself, you hear? These days, we women need to look after each other." "Yes," said Una distantly. "It would seem so."
"Thank you for your time,"
said Guion before heeling his horse forward. Una followed, though she didn't like it. Guion seemed even more troubled than she was. "Are you all right?" she asked after she caught up to the horse and had put some distance between themselves and the village. "You're not going to run off on us too, are you?"
"It troubles me that so many men appear to have fallen under the spell of this acrasia."
Una shrugged. Given her own experience, she wasn't surprised at all. Men were typically fickle, and it was rare to earn one's complete, undivided devotion. All it took was a pretty face to distract them. Una had sometimes been that pretty face. There had been many instances where others had seemingly forgotten their morals when they saw her. Few had tried to take advantage of her, not in that way at least, but there were still some that might have tried had they been given the opportunity, like that strange knight who worked for Duessa, Pericles. Though that knight was still out there somewhere, he'd escaped with Archimago. If Guion had spotted the magician and he was caught up with this acrasia in some way, could the lawless knight be near as well? But, she reminded herself, not all men were villains. She didn't feel that way about George, though even he had run off with Duessa, despite the fact that he had been under the influence of sorcery. Yet it seemed Acrasia used similar means to lure all the men away. Did they even stand a chance? Would George have given in as the late Sir Mordaunt had? No, that was not a good line of thought to pursue. After all, Sir Mordaunt's wife had been able to reach her husband and bring him back. Men still possessed free will. She hoped. Plus, if anyone had a chance of resisting such lustful magic, it was Guion. The man was practically a eunuch for all the interest he appeared to have in women. In fact, Una was reasonably sure she'd never caught him looking at her in any way that wasn't platonic, and that was unusual. Most men, even some women, spared the occasional glance at her figure. "Well," she said, choosing her words carefully, "there's magic involved, right? That makes their actions excusable." She didn't really believe that, but she'd forgiven George for running off with Duessa for that reason. Perhaps the wives of these other men could forgive them as well. Perhaps they were redeemable. But Guion shook his head. "Magic cannot fully bend free will, or at least not any magic I've known." "Is this magic you've known, though?" Una asked. "These threats from the other world are hardly normal."
"Well, if they can override free will entirely, then what hope do any of us have?"
Una went silent. He had a point there. If Acrasia, Duessa, or anyone could simply bend others to their will with no hope for release, then soon they would all be in their clutches. But they had defeated Duessa, at least temporarily. Una and Arthur had rescued George from the sorceress's grasp. "I don't think free will is ever fully gone," she said after they had walked for some time. "Don't forget, Amavia managed to bring her husband back."
"And he died because of it," said Guion.
Una's shoulders slumped in annoyance. The man was in a mood today.
"Free will is an illusion."
Una almost jumped as a voice returned inside her head. She tried to identify which of the many personalities it had been, but she was too surprised and rattled to do so. "Get out of my head," she thought for what felt like the 100th time. But the voice did not answer, instead choosing to stay silent. But it was too much to hope that it had followed her command and left. It was almost as if she could feel it, and possibly the other voices as well, buried inside of her, linked in some unfathomable way to her magic. And there was little she could do about it. Chapter 8. They continued their journey for another day and a half, passing by the occasional traveller, though there weren't many in these parts. Most of the island was covered in farmland, and though they could see for miles in every direction, it felt highly solitary. Guion's propensity for silence compounded that fact. The baby kept both of them occupied, however. They ran out of milk rather quickly and had to resort to chewing up fruit or cheese, then taking it out of their mouths to feed the child. The baby was not so young that it could only live on its mother's milk, but its teeth were still coming in, and it couldn't handle anything too solid. Guion spent quite a bit of time with the baby, despite his earlier assumptions that doing so would be Una's job. He was often the one to rise at night when the child was making a fuss, and more than once Una caught him talking to the boy in a low tone. Perhaps the man felt guilty that he could not save the baby's mother, and therefore assumed added responsibility for its care. Regardless, Una thought it was interesting that Guion seemed to talk to the baby more than he talked to her. Not that she minded, of course. She enjoyed the quiet. Or at least, she thought she did, when she wasn't plagued by worry over her dreams. Silence was familiar to her. It wasn't until after they met a patrol of soldiers, who asked them to produce the pass they had received at the gate, that Guion finally spoke to Una again.
"We haven't talked about Pellinor," he said softly.
Una said nothing in response. She didn't owe Guion any explanation, but even the mention of Pellinore brought a darkness to her eyes that the knight must have noticed.
"I can see you have a history with the man," he said, his voice still calm and collected.
"We've met before," said Una, her voice made of ice.
"Was this before or after you left Londinium to slay the dragon?"
Una folded her arms and looked sidelong at the knight. "I don't have to tell you everything about my life."
"No, but if we are to be travelling together, it's my business to know of anything that could cause complications, and I can make a few educated assumptions. Was Pellinore responsible for your imprisonment in Londinium?"
Her head whipped around to lock eyes with the man. "How did you know about that?"
"I didn't until just now," he said smoothly. "But it was a logical guess. Rumours of the dragon at Castle Silene surfaced 3 years ago, and yet you only set out to return to your home just recently. Why? You don't strike me as a person who would simply stand around and wait in a foreign city for that long. And I also happen to know that Pellinore was in Londinium around the time that the dragon would have appeared."
Una regarded him, narrowing her eyes. Guion was not stupid, but she had not expected this level of deductive ability. She would have to stop underestimating him. "All right," she said. "Yes, he was responsible for my stay in Londinium. Or at least he was primarily responsible. There were others."
"So this would have been the infamous tournament where the sword was pulled from the stone?"
Una nodded, remembering the events of that day. "Arthur was a friend of mine at the time, but he left before he could do anything about rescuing me. I learned that Pellinore was plotting to kill Arthur, and he would have killed me too had the Romans not intervened, so they locked me up instead."
"This is some accusation," said Guion, "though hardly surprising. I imagine half of the lords in Britannia would want to see Arthur dead, though perhaps if he could help them fight the Saxons to prove his worth, they might view him differently."
"Arthur doesn't want to be king."
"A pity. This country is in dire need of leadership. Pellinore could have been that man once. I heard of his prowess, but the events in Londinium 3 years ago ruined his plans. Now, from what I hear, he loses himself in fruitless pursuit of mythical beasts and leaves the role of governing to his sons and daughters."
"I didn't know that," said Una. She hadn't given much thought as to where Pellinore might have ended up after that fateful day 3 years ago. But she had assumed he would go back to his old plans to unite the kingdoms. Clearly, that hadn't worked out as hoped, and it made sense that in pulling the sword from the stone, Arthur had upset that balance. Una's thoughts lingered on her old friend, Arthur, and their adventures together to rescue George from the House of Pride. He had seemed like such a different man then, far more confident with himself and his abilities, and yet he still did not want to be king.
"I would love to meet this Arthur one day," continued Guion. "I wasn't at that tournament, though I wish I had been."
"He's changed a lot since then," Una remarked.
"And Pellinore, do you suppose he's changed as well?"
Guion cocked an eyebrow at her. Una pressed her lips together, hard. "You don't come back from the things he's done." Suddenly, Guion stopped his horse and turned to face her. There was an earnestness in his eyes that she had not seen since he knelt next to the dying mother of the baby they now carried.
"Una, I need to know something. What will you do if we were to encounter Pellinore again?"
"Why?" she asked, taken aback. "Do you think we will?"
"It's possible, though we are not travelling to the capital of Mona."
"Well," she began, "I don't know what I'd do."
"We would rip out his heart and feed it to him," came a voice in her head. "We would kill his sons and daughters and throw them to the dogs."
Una wrestled for control of her mind and tried to pay attention to Guion's next words.
"I cannot have our visit to this place compromised.
If you intend any ill will towards Pellinor or his family, I must know. That would not be a passion I could endorse.
Kill him, kill his family, kill all whoever— There was a time, she said, carefully pushing down the voice, when I would have wished him harm, and perhaps I still do. But it's been 3 years and I've moved on.
Are you sure?
He asked, staring deeply into her eyes, trying to read what was in there. Una desperately hoped that he would not see the chaos that was her mind. This time the voice had been particularly aggressive, though Una still maintained control of herself and her magic. She nodded, with as much firmness as she could muster.
Very well, he said. I will trust you, but we will not get far if we dwell too long on such petty grievances.
Petty? Pellinor was the reason she'd been in a cell for 3 years. She would have stayed there her whole life had she not escaped. Did Guion really think she could just shrug that off like it never happened? But, taking a deep breath, she let it go. I will say this, she added. If we do find him again, it's likely that he will recognize me. I might have stabbed him at the time.
Indeed.
Guion raised an eyebrow at her.
Well, we'll just have to hope that we don't meet him. I do think it's unlikely, but I had to make sure it wouldn't cause any complications from your end, at least.
Una nodded. They continued for another few hours before coming on the edge of a village.
Why don't we stop here for a moment, said Guion. We can see if we can find more milk for the child.
But when they entered the village and began passing the first of the lined-up cottages on either side of the road, there was no one in sight. Unexpectedly, the child began to cry, far worse than usual. Strange, Una remarked, bouncing the baby up and down. Someone should have come out at the sound of the horse.
I know, said Guion, staring around. There's no sign of struggle here, no evidence to explain where everyone is.
Una strode up to the nearest door, hoisted the child in one arm, and knocked. There was no answer. It's like they abandoned the city entirely. Una kept walking until she came to a home with a divided door, indicating it was likely the village store. She tried knocking again. Still, no one answered. Curious, she pulled on the door and was surprised to see it swing open. Inside, she could see the clear makings of a small shop for local farmers, including sacks of grain and baskets of fruit and cheese.
Why would they leave the door unlocked?
Guion voiced the question Una was secretly asking. I don't know, but we need more food, said Una.
We cannot steal.
No, I didn't mean that. Una dipped her hand into her pouch and pulled out a gold coin. But hopefully they won't mind if we conduct the bargaining ourselves in their absence. Opening the bottom half of the door, she walked inside, placed the coin on the counter, and helped herself to a sampling of food. Guion didn't protest as she took a slightly generous amount. She didn't feel bad. It was the people's fault for not being around to sell her the food in the first place, and a gold coin was a lot of money. Wrapping up what she could, she placed it in the saddlebags and the two of them set off again. They had not gone a mile when Una spotted someone cresting the next hill, arms flailing as whoever it was ran for all they were worth. Guion reined in his horse with a soft, "Whoa," and together they watched, their limbs tense, as the figure drew nearer. It was a woman, and for all Una could tell, she was in a dreadful hurry. Every part of her was bent on maintaining balance while she ran. Every now and then, she would look back as though worried someone was coming for her. Una held the baby closer. He had calmed down by now, but still looked upset, his eyes puffy and red. Several 100 yards out, the woman finally noticed them and all but jumped out of her skin. "Get back!" she yelled once she recovered her wits. "Get back! Stay away from here!"
"What is it, woman?"
said Guion, leaning forward in his saddle. Not only was the woman frantic, but as she drew nearer, Una could make out tears staining her cheeks. She was crying, but why? They're all dead. The woman came to a halt just in front of them and promptly fell to her knees. Chapter 9. Dead? Who? Una asked. But the woman seemed to be suddenly out of breath. She fell on her back and stared into the sky, the tears flowing freely.
Are you from the village we just passed?
Guion dismounted and earnestly kneeled next to the woman.
Tell us what happened.
She took our men, said the woman, the tears still streaming down her cheeks. Una stilled. Acrasia. Guion pressed his lips together.
A tall woman with long, curly blonde hair?
The woman met his eyes and nodded. You've met her?
Guion shook his head. We know of her. She is the one we seek to destroy if we can.
Stay far away. Do not go near her. She came to our village and all our men followed after. Just left right out of the fields or the marketplace. And then she killed them? Una asked, remembering what the woman had said about them all being dead. The woman's face bunched up in an expression of pure anguish, and she only began crying harder. No, she blabbered. We went after our husbands. We knew it had to be some kind of sorcery, a witch from Avalon, no doubt. So we grabbed what weapons we had and set out to retrieve them. They had hardly made it over the next 2 hills before we caught up with them. Then she... Her sobs became too intense that she could not speak more. Guion stood and met Una's eyes. Una had never seen those eyes so cold.
Amarvia was only the first, he said. Now we are too late to stop this massacre.
You cannot defeat her. You cannot find her. It was the timid voice in Una's head. Una reached instinctively to push the voice back down as she always did, but something made her hesitate. Why? She thought. But the answer did not come, as so often happened when she truly wanted an answer. Stopping herself from growling in frustration, she replied to Guion. We just have to push forward. When we find her, we can put a stop to all this. Do not go near her, said the poor, sobbing woman. She will kill you too, or lure you to her fancies. She looked at Guion as she said this.
Believe me, sweet and unfortunate madam, I will not be so easily swayed.
But... The look on the woman's face was a desperate mix of hope, despair, and concern for Guion. What a conflicted expression she had. Una was surprised she didn't just faint of pure emotional overload right there. Una handed the baby off to Guion and knelt beside the woman. We are not going to let your companions die in vain. We will find the woman who did this and make her pay. But how can you? We are not ordinary travellers. We are servants of the Faerie Queen. The woman's expression changed ever so slightly. It went from an expression of pure, unadulterated terror to something of introspection. People knew of the Faerie Queen, or at least had heard of her. Though many likely didn't believe the rumours, there were some that believed, and given what the woman had recently witnessed, it was no surprise when she said, Go with the gods, then, her eyes finally showing a glimmer of steel in them. Una nodded. She reached in her pouch for another gold coin and handed it to the woman. Here, there's another on the counter in the village shop. Go there and take it. You will need it for the path ahead. The woman took the coin with trembling fingers. I can't repay you. You won't have to. Rising, Una inclined her head to the side at Guion, signalling to him that they should move on. Guion nodded, but paused to say one last thing to the distraught victim.
I swear to you, We will find the one who did this to you and bring her to justice. We will restore balance for you and all those who have suffered at this woman's hand."
With that, the two of them continued on down the road. It didn't take them long to find the massacre the frantic woman had described. On the ground ahead of them lay bodies, dozens of them, and all women. Una put a hand over her mouth, not for the smell, for the corpses had not been dead long enough for the stink to set in. No, the sheer horror of the scene was enough to boil her blood and yet chill her bones. There were no wounds on the bodies, but various body parts hung at odd angles or bent in ways they shouldn't. Heads were twisted to face backwards. The look on Guion's face was one of pure rage. His arms and chest shook, and his lips were pressed against each other so hard his face was beginning to go red. Words seemed to fail him. Una understood all too well. She was not always one to give in to such visceral emotion, but she had also never witnessed the slaughter of women. Not like this. This was more than a crime. It was an abomination. And it was so needless. Not even Duessa would have killed without reason. Acrasia, if it was truly she who had murdered these women, seemed to enjoy the slaughter. Guion gripped the pommel of his sword, hard enough that Una could see the whites of his knuckles. Without another word, he turned on his heel and marched back to his horse. "Come on," he said, waving her forward. "You hold the baby and we'll both ride." "Can the horse take it?" Una asked. It already had to carry a lot as it was, considering there was no pack mule. "We can't be far from the Holy Island," he replied. "Once we're there, we can drop off the babe with whoever will take him, then we can find this Acrasia and rid the world of her." "We're not going after Acrasia now. She must be nearby." Guion shook his head. "We have no way of knowing where she went. If she is still on the road, perhaps we'll find her. But if not, we must search for her island another way." Una nodded. She didn't really want to be on a horse with Guion and the baby, packed as it would be. She preferred walking most of the time. But the look in Guion's face did not encourage argument. Of course, had she a reason to stay behind, perhaps she would. But right now it made no sense. And Guion was right. The sooner they could push forward, the better. Perhaps they would find this Acrasia before she could do any more harm. Temporarily handing the baby off to Guion, she swung herself into the saddle before taking the child back and setting her jaw as Guion mounted the horse and took the reins from behind her. She didn't like being in this position. It made her feel too surrounded. Though perhaps she could have dealt with it had George been the one behind her. Guion, however, did not seem to notice. He heeled Fairstep, and together, all four of them took off to the west. "You'd think Pellinore would start taking notice now that people are disappearing by the dozens," she called as they rode. "Perhaps he already has," said Guion. "I would expect a man of his reputation to be anxiously engaged in such matters, though from what we just saw, much of the problem has been recent, without enough time to truly spread the word." Una quieted, partly because she secretly doubted Pellinore's apparent devotion, even to his own people, but also partly because of the ride itself. Guion had his horse at nearly a full gallop, and he was already pushing it hard. Within mere minutes of setting out, they came to a body of shallow water, much like a river, though from the smell hanging in the air, it had to be salt water. Across the divide was more green grazing land, and a crude bridge connected the land masses. It was similar to the divide they had crossed not 2 days prior, but smaller and less cared for. "That is the Holy Island," said Guion, not pausing before racing his horse across the bridge, so they were almost on the other side before Una could answer. "It looks big," she said, "almost as big as the rest of Mona." "If I could show you a map, you'd see it's much smaller," he replied.
But it is also a large island, practically part of the mainland. But it won't take long to get to the island's capital and keep. At this rate, maybe half an hour."
Una wasn't even sure the horse would last that long. He was already foaming slightly at the mouth. They eventually stopped at a small stream for one quick break to feed and water the horse, but they did not stop for long.
"The horse can rest when we arrive," said Guion before they rode once more.
They passed the occasional farmer, but did not see more until they crested a hill and looked off to see the distant sea and a small town ahead of them. Guion pulled the horse up short for a moment while it caught its breath. "Is that the main town?" Guion nodded.
"They call it simply the Head."
"How long since you were here?"
"I was only a boy at the time," he admitted.
"Much could have changed," Una pointed out.
"Indeed, we must be cautious."
With a soft kick, Guion encouraged the horse to begin its journey down the hill and closer to the northern beach where the town lay. As they drew near, Una could see ships docked in an extensive harbour, and off in the distance, at the edge of the peninsula, a tall building.
"That's called a lighthouse," said Guion as he observed where she was staring. "They use it to help ships navigate."
"I know what a lighthouse is," she said indignantly. But at her outburst, the baby began to whine, and she immediately forgot her retort. She hated crying babies.
"I'm sorry, I'd forgotten your education," said Guion. "I'm continually surprised that your parents taught you so much."
"They wanted me to take over the kingdom after them. We had a lot of business with other lords and even foreign dignitaries, and I needed to know everything I could before I could effectively rule."
"Could they not have other children? A son, perhaps, to take care of all that?"
Had they not been riding, she would have twisted in the saddle and given him a piece of her mind. "Now listen here," she said, though she kept her voice from growing too angry so as not to disturb the child. "The idea that only men should be rulers is silly. You've seen just how fickle they can be."
"I know,"
he said, and his voice held a touch of sadness.
"Forgive me."
That ended the conversation, but Una couldn't help but think long and hard about what he'd said. She'd never given it much thought that her parents had never had a child after her. And now that she knew Antioch wasn't really her father, that added an extra layer to the confusion. If her parents had known the significance of her bloodline, did that have anything to do with the extensive education she had received? Guion slowed the horse to a trot, and it was only then that Una realized they were already at the edge of the town. The place stank of fish, which was no wonder, since it seemed almost everyone she saw was tending to a boat of some kind, or involved in preparing, cooking, or selling the latest catch.
"Excuse me," said Guion as they drew near a young boy in the street. "Could you tell us where we might find the governor of this town?"
"Governor?" said the boy in a rather unique accent Una couldn't place. "We don't have a governor, Sir Knight, but if you ride to the fort, you might find one of the daughters." He pointed up the road at what looked to be a small, three-sided castle along the coast. Una narrowed her eyes. "What do you mean, daughters? What happened to your governor?" "He died, miss," said the boy, looking at her as though she should know. "His 3 daughters are all at odds on who should inherit what. Meanwhile, the rest of us keep carrying on like nothing happened. Ain't much changed, to be honest."
"Thank you, my lad," said Guion, tossing the boy a silver penny. "You'll let us know if anything else is amiss."
The boy stared at the shiny penny, wide-eyed at receiving so much. Looking back at Guion, he added, "There is one other thing, sir. There are 2 knights like yourself at the keep. They've allied themselves with 2 of the daughters. Folks say they want the governorship for themselves, you see. Is that why you've come?"
"No," said Guion, "but I thank you for your help. There will be another penny like that one if you learn of anything else."
With that, he urged the horse onward, and they proceeded down the road and up the small hill where the fort was located along the coast. The fort was old, Una could see. Definitely Roman by design, though it was obvious the Romans had no foothold here any longer. This had been an old fort, likely designed to guard against the Scots many years earlier, before Vortigern and Uther Pendragon. Una had heard stories of those days, but it had all happened before she was born. As they drew nearer, there came a rather boisterous sound of some kind of battle, and that of at least one woman wailing at the top of her lungs.
"Someone's in trouble,"
said Guion, and he spurred Fairstep forward. Una nearly tipped out of her seat and barely managed to keep a tight grip on the baby as the horse flew ahead. Chapter 10. Soon they came to the front gate, and it was clear from the noise that the battle was happening inside the fort, though the gate was closed, so Una could not figure out how any enemy could have gone in. There was still a woman shrieking from time to time, but it was sporadic. She must have been watching the battle and only screamed when something particularly distressing happened.
"Ho there!"
called Guion, dismounting and running up to the gate.
"What ails you? Let me in and I can help."
At first there was no reply. The sound of men grunting and swords clashing still rang through the air. But a moment later, a woman appeared wearing a modest blue dress. She had brown curls that hung to her neck, and her face was clean and pretty, but not too pretty as to be a distraction to most men, like Una's face. Perhaps this was the girl who was shrieking earlier. But no, just as Una thought it, she heard another squeal from further in. There must be another woman, or multiple women, inside. "Oh, thank goodness," said the newcomer, darting forward and undoing the latch on the gate. It swung forward and Guion stepped through. Una dismounted and followed more cautiously, clutching the baby to her chest. Something didn't feel right about this place.
"What's going on?"
said Guion.
"Who's attacking?"
"My sister's suitors," said the woman. "They go at it every chance they can get. One seems to think the other is here to stir up trouble, and that one accuses the first of being cowardly. Can you tell them to make peace?" "Hold on," said Una. "You're saying it's just two normal people fighting in there? You're not under attack or anything?" "Oh no," said the woman. "But it needs to stop. I know what they really want. They want my father's governorship. It's as good as a crown in these parts."
"I will speak to them," said Guion, though he looked a little chagrined, as if he had been expecting a more serious battle.
He ran through the gate into the courtyard where the two men were fighting, though Una couldn't see from her angle. Instead, she turned to the woman who had opened the gate. "What was your name?" "I'm Medina," said the woman. "I'm the middle sister here. Our father passed away recently, and instead of grieving, they squabble like ravens."
"I'm sorry," said Una.
"It is all right." Medina nodded in gratitude. "It was father's time to go, but he never made it clear which of us should inherit what, and none of us are married."
"Do you not have an uncle or cousin who could take over?" Una asked. She wasn't fond of such inheritance traditions, but they were common enough.
Medina shook her head. "None. My sisters and I have taken to different parts of the fort, claiming it as our own. Though I'd let them have all of it if I thought it would do me any good. And who are you?"
"I'm Una," Una introduced herself. "That other man is Sir Guion."
"And is this your child?" said Medina, smiling down at the little man in Una's arms.
"Oh, no, Guion and I aren't married," said Una. "This boy's mother died and we've been trying to find him a home." "Hold!" cried Guion from deeper inside. "Let's talk this out like honourable—"
But the words were cut off as the battle apparently continued on. "What a sad tale," said Medina. "You'll have to tell me more about it later." I'll be happy to if Guion can manage to stay alive, Una said, staring off in the direction Guion had run. He had a kind face, said Medina, following Una's gaze. Yes, though I'm surprised you let us in before knowing who we were. Medina sighed. Honestly, I'd do just about anything at this point. Once my sisters brought in suitors, it seemed the competition just won't stop. They think that by marrying they might secure themselves as the rightful ruler of the island. I see you have not brought in a suitor, Una observed. No, and it would do me no good at this point. Elissa, the oldest, claims her age gives her the right to the inheritance, and her suitor agrees with her. He is a good man, though perhaps a bit dull-witted and easily provoked. But my younger sister, Parissa, she claims her right because she is cleverer and would make a better leader of the people. And is she right? Medina shook her head immediately. She is impulsive and takes everything to excess. But her suitor, he scares me. I fear she may take control just from his influence, and I fear for the island should that happen. He came in one day without a word, asking for my sister's hand. His armour was strange, and I did not recognise his accent. Elissa and her suitor don't like him either. That's why they fight all the time. And what about you? Una asked. You seem to be level-headed enough. Medina shrugged. The servants still answer to me, though many have left. All the guards have left because my sisters refuse to pay them until they decide who's the new governor. I would become governor if I thought it would do any good, but all it would do is turn my sisters on me. The sound of battle had not stopped, despite Guion's arrival. If anything, the clash of swords and occasional yelps from the woman, who was undoubtedly one of Medina's sisters, had increased. Perhaps we should check on them, said Medina, and Una was quick to agree. Hoisting the child up against her chest, she followed Medina around the corner and looked ahead at the battle. Guion was now engaged with both of the others, ducking and weaving around their swords almost with ease. Una cocked her head at the knight. She'd never actually seen him fight before, apart from the quick skirmish with George, but he wasn't all that bad. Not as good as George, of course, but he was easily holding his own against two others. Medina's sisters stood on either side of the courtyard. One had her hands clutched to her face and was clearly the source of the occasional shrieks and squeals. The other sat in a chair on the other side and almost seemed bored. She looked like the eldest, Elissa, but she looked like she didn't care. Her eyes stared off into blank space. Una and Medina drew closer until Una could get a better look at the two suitors who fought with Guion and with each other, though mostly with Guion at this point. She caught a clear view of both of their faces, and immediately the magic within her boiled to the breaking point. "Kill!" cried a voice. "Kill them! Burn their bodies! Smash them into a dozen pieces!" "Yes, fight them," said another voice, the one Una had identified as the more cunning and therefore the more dangerous voice. "The world will be better without these two." "They will kill us," said the timid voice. "Please don't make us." The two opponents were none other than Sir Kay and one of Duessa's servants, Pericles. Una stood, rooted to the spot, blood rushing to her face as she watched the two attack Sir Guion. Guion held them off, but he was giving away ground. "What are you waiting for? Kill them," said the angry voice. "Here, give us control." In that moment, something reached for her magic, much as it had done back by the Severn River to heal the dying woman. It clutched for the power that Una knew instinctively could end this battle in a heartbeat, matching all three combatants and killing them instantly. But this time, Una was more prepared. She seized control over her magic, holding it fast. It was the first time she'd intentionally touched it in some time. The magic filled her, called to be used, begged her for release. She wanted to release it, to hurl waves of power at the unsuspecting combatants. Guion could withstand it. He would jump out of the way. And though she did not like Sir Kay, he would not be her target either. Her enemy was Pericles, the lawless knight, the man who had, mere weeks ago, tried to take her as a trophy to his mistress. He was a servant of their ultimate enemy. What was he doing here? The voices in her head, or perhaps the magic itself, tried to wrench control away from her, to use the magic as it wanted to be used. But Una strained her mind in retaliation. Yes, Pericles was her enemy, but she would not use her magic while he was in battle with Guion and Kay. Chances were she would never be able to protect them and kill Pericles at the same time. For all Una knew, she could destroy this entire fort. To the outside observer, Una looked like she was simply standing very still, watching the fight unfold, but inside her mind was a battle just as intense as the one in front of her, a battle of will. She grunted slightly as she wrestled control of her magic away from whatever personality or power wanted it for themselves. She could not use her magic, not even to kill Pericles. If she did, she might fall deeper into whatever madness she was experiencing. Her use of the magic over time, especially at Castle Silene, had been the cause of her troubles. If she could, she would never use it again. She would just have to keep fighting off these internal urges until the voices got the idea. "Give it to us," said one. "I will not." Una thought hard, forcing the words to penetrate her soul, to reach her innermost parts. Something released inside of her, and she found she could breathe easier. "Are you all right?" It was Medina, looking at her with a concerned expression. Una blinked and took a deep breath. "Yes, I'm fine," she said. I think I just need to sit down." "I'll have someone bring you a chair immediately," said Medina, hurrying off to do so and leaving Una alone. Una looked around. The sound of the battle had stopped. Guion stood with his sword still drawn over Sir Kay, who lay on the ground looking winded but still conscious. She could see no sign of Pericles, who must have left. The younger sister had gone as well. How had Una missed the entire battle? She had only been turned inward for a matter of seconds, it must have been. Or had more time passed while she'd struggled to get a hold of herself? The baby was squirming in her arms, and she realized that she might have been holding him a little too tightly. Releasing her hold, she began rocking the babe up and down, trying to calm him as he began to cry with discomfort. Medina returned with a servant bearing a small stool, and Una sat gratefully. After the long ride on Fairstep, she'd never thought she'd be so grateful to sit down so soon, but something about her own inner struggle had taken all the energy out of her.
"Una?"
It was Guion. He'd turned around and was staring at her with concern. Taking a few steps forward, he stooped to one knee so as to be level with her.
"Are you all right?"
Una nodded, but at that moment, Kay hoisted himself up on his elbows, his plate armor scraping along the stones.
"Una?"
he asked, as though testing the name on his tongue.
"Where have I heard that name before?"
He squinted at her, but a moment later his eyes widened.
"You!"
Kay rolled over in a rush, as though he was preparing to rise and leap at Una. Guion straightened and placed himself between the two of them. "It's all right," said Una. "Kay won't hurt me."
"I should bloody well hurt you after what you did, you bloody wench,"
Kay retorted. Guion put a hand out and opened his mouth to speak, but Medina got there first. "I will not have that kind of language here. You will behave in a civilized manner if you intend to stay. Otherwise you can leave like Pericles did." Guion turned to look at Medina.
"Pericles?"
"The other man who was here earlier," she clarified.
Guion looked at Una. "The man you told me about from earlier, in the forest?"
Una nodded. "The same."
"Oh, you know him too, do you?"
said Kay in an accusatory tone. He began pushing himself up with his arms, wincing a little as he did. It looked like Guion had thrown him hard on the ground.
"Excuse me, but how do you know each other?"
asked Guion, pointing between Una and Kay. Una spared him a cursory glance. We met at the tournament in Londinium 3 years ago.
3 years... Oh.
Understanding lit Guion's eyes.
Oh.
What? Medina asked, looking at each of them in turn. But before Una could answer, Kay was yelling at the oldest daughter, who still sat on the sidelines.
"Elissa, why don't you give your suitor a hand?"
Una almost wanted to scoff. Kay was ever the complainer, asking a woman to help him stand up. The nerve. But, if anything, Elissa appeared indifferent. "You look like you're doing well enough to me."
"You know, if it weren't for the fact that this governorship would do wonders for my life path..."
Kay trailed off, finally rising to his feet and straightening with a groan. Then, unexpectedly, he offered a hand to Guion.
"It's been a while since someone bested me so soundly. I'm Kay."
"Guion," he said, accepting Kay's hand.
"You were a worthy opponent, well practiced." "My father made it so,"
said Kay, taking a feeble step forward towards the nearest hallway that probably led to the guest chambers. "You're just gonna leave like that? Like the fight never happened?" Medina put her hands on her hips. "Have you nothing to say for yourself?"
"Nothing I've not said before,"
said Kay, halting his step.
"Pericles doesn't want anything good for your sister, this kingdom, or any of you. He deserves to be flung off the island on his arse."
"He deserves worse than that," said Una, folding her arms and staring off in the direction Pericles and the younger sister had fled. "It seems there is a lot that needs to be explained," Medina said, looking at the three of them. "Why don't you all stay for dinner? I'll have the kitchens prepare a great feast. We recently had a shipment of pork brought in from the Scots. It will be just what you need after a long road. You're both invited to stay, of course," she added, looking at Guion and Una.
"Indeed, that sounds lovely,"
said Guion. He hobbled forward, which was Una's first clue that he was also mildly injured, though nothing serious, it appeared.
"If you wouldn't mind showing me to the guest quarters, I would like to take a moment to lie down."
"But of course, we will prepare a warm bath to rest your tired limbs," said Medina, her arms around Guion, leading him forward, leaving Kay and Una alone. Chapter 11. Kay glanced at Una once the others were well enough away.
"So you have a child now. Funny, you didn't seem like the baby-bearing type."
"He's not mine," said Una, but offered no further explanation. "You seem exactly the same, just as thick-headed as ever." He shook his head.
"Things haven't been the same since you left with Arpa?"
"Left?" Una frowned. "I never left. The Romans imprisoned me in Londinium."
"What? Why?"
"For suspicion of witchcraft. Didn't Arthur travel with you back to the Lake Country?" Kay narrowed his eyes at her but shook his head.
"That's why we thought he had run off with you. You both disappeared at the same time. After the assassination attempt that night, he left and we haven't seen him since."
Una's eyes widened. An assassination attempt?
"Yes, the night after he pulled the sword from the stone, 3 men broke into the inn and tried to kill him. Nearly killed me too while they were at it."
Una broke off eye contact with Kay. An assassination attempt. Arthur hadn't told her about that. There had been plenty of time after he helped her rescue George from the House of Pride. Why hadn't he mentioned it? He had taken her accusations of leaving her to rot in the Roman jail, hadn't said a word of excuse. "Do you know who ordered the assassination?" she asked.
"No, we don't, to this day,"
he replied. "Well, I do," she said, meeting his eyes. "Pellinore." Kay scoffed and looked at her like she was mad, but she held his gaze. Eventually, his face fell into an expression of shock as he realized she wasn't joking.
But, Pellinor, he's one of the most respected kings in all of Britannia.
I overheard him ordering the assassination myself, said Una, though I didn't know it had actually happened. When I met Arthur later, I assumed you had all gotten out before such an attempt could take place.
So you've seen him, then?
Asked Kay.
Recently, I mean?
Una met his eyes again. There was an earnestness there that she hadn't expected from the dull man. It seemed he truly wanted to know what happened to his brother. She nodded and Kay's face seemed to melt.
By Jove, so he's alive.
Once again she nodded. He and I parted a little over a month ago, she said. He helped me with a small personal matter, but then left. I don't know where he is now.
I'd heard rumours of a man carrying the sword from the stone,
said Kay.
But I didn't want to take them at their word. You know how it is in the East, the threat from the Saxons. If he was anywhere near there, he could have died before he knew he was under attack.
No, he's alive, said Una, nodding her head and staring at the ground. He's grown since you saw him last, and it would take more than a wandering Saxon to kill him.
I hope to see him again,
said Kay. He too was staring off into the distance. But after a moment, the longing in his eyes disappeared, replaced by the more familiar stubbornness.
But, in any case, you'd better tell that knight of yours that I won't just let him throw me down like that again. I'll be back with a vengeance next time.
He began hobbling off towards the hallway where Medina and Guion had disappeared. Una almost wanted to chuckle. Tell him yourself, she said. He waved a hand dismissively and continued onward without looking back. Soon, Una found herself alone in the courtyard, apart from the small baby. She stared down at the little child's face. He was sleeping, his mouth slack and partially open, drool slowly dripping out. I wish I could be like you, little one, she said, able to ignore all the trouble happening around you and just sleep. Sleep and let someone else solve all your problems. Her thoughts returned to Pericles, now disappeared from the courtyard. The thought was enough to send a chill down Una's spine. Perhaps she shouldn't let herself be alone in this place. Quickly, she hurried in the same direction Kay and the others had gone. Not to worry, came the cunning voice in her head. We are perfectly capable of dealing with him. That thought did not comfort Una one bit. Yes, she knew her magic could deal with the likes of Pericles now, but that magic was equally a threat. She could not use it, not under any circumstances. Unless he tried to subdue her again. Then he would know the full extent of her wrath. Una wasn't entirely sure if that last thought came from her or one of the voices, but it did not matter. If it was the voices, that meant one thing. They finally agreed on something. That night, Una joined Medina, her sisters, Guion, and Kay at a large dinner table, meant for far more than the 6 of them. A handful of servants brought in the food, which smelled and tasted just as Medina had promised. Una handed the baby off to Guion, who had a fresh skin of milk prepared for the boy. Neither of them wanted to leave the child in the hands of the servants, not even for a moment, not with Pericles unaccounted for. The strange knight had not returned, though the younger sister had, and she joined them now with more than a modest serving of pork on her plate, one she wasted no time in devouring. When asked about the whereabouts of her suitor, she only said her sweetums was merely taking a walk to clear his head. No doubt, she claimed, due to the dreadful and unjust blow Guion had managed to score to his head. Una couldn't help but smile when she heard that. Good. The knight deserved far worse than a blow to the head. If the people here knew what he really was, they would hang him on the spot. So, you haven't fully explained how you know Sir Kay, Medina said to Una, handing her a bowl of gravy. She sat next to her sister Alyssa, who hadn't touched her food other than to stir it around aimlessly. This was in sharp contrast to their younger sister, who sat on Medina's other side, practically inhaling everything set before her.
We met in Londinium,
Kay explained.
She was a friend of my younger brother.
Una hid her snort. They'd only known each other for a few days, so she would hardly call it friendship, but she supposed it was as good of an explanation as any. Oh, I did not know you had a brother, said Medina. Then, turning to Una, she added, And did you know Sir Kay well? I stole his sword, said Una, while half chewing her food. It was true. Medina seemed taken aback by her response. Oh, was all she said.
Now tell us about this other knight, said Guion to Una. The others will be curious to know what makes him so sinister to you, and to you too, Kay.
His eyes met both Medina and Kay. Una looked at Kay, then waved a hand to indicate he could go first. But the younger sister, Parissa, spoke up before he could say anything. Oh, it's horrible the things you say about him. He's just misunderstood. My Pericles is the most handsome, strong and loyal knight that ever graced these walls. So much more than the two of you. She huffed and glared at Guion and Kay. Kay spoke up as though he hadn't even heard Parissa, turning to look at the rest of them.
It's not that I find him sinister, per se, but there's just something about him. It's not just his strange armour or...
You're just jealous because my Pericles has a better chance of marrying me than you ever will with Alyssa, said the younger sister with an upturned nose. Kay took a deep breath as though trying to stay calm. But a vein was throbbing in his temple, and Una knew it wouldn't take much to properly upset the man. Based on her past experience with him, she was surprised he had tried to stay calm at all. So she spoke up instead. He's not a normal person. She hesitated, unsure just how much she should reveal to these people. Medina, gratefully noticing her hesitation, leaned over to both her sisters. Perhaps it would be best if you let us discuss the rest of this matter alone. What? Cried Parissa. Behind my back? I'll have the cook send up an extra dessert. Medina smiled at her sister. The promise hung in the air, and Parissa hesitated just a moment before hoisting up her skirts and standing, the chair scraping the floor behind her. With a final pouting face at her sister and the rest of them, she left the table and disappeared down the nearest corridor. It was almost comical. You too, Alyssa, said Medina, leaning over to stare down at her sister's untouched plate. You can't tell me what to do. I'm the eldest, said the woman lazily, though she didn't look at either of them. Instead, she merely stared off into space. Did she even care about anything? Perhaps she was still in shock from her father's death. Very well, said Medina, but I know how much you hate long talks, and we will probably be up late into the night discussing this. Alyssa looked at Kay, who shrugged.
Don't look at me, we probably will be talking a lot.
Ugh. Alyssa rolled her eyes. Whatever. And with that, she stood as well, leaving her plate behind as she proceeded to the corridor opposite the one her sister had taken. When she was done, Guion commented, They act as women half their age. Medina shook her head in exasperation. They have their problems, but they have good hearts underneath it all. On most days, I can handle them.
You are quite remarkable to maintain order with such a family situation as this, and so soon after your father's departure.
Guion smiled at Medina, and was that a blush forming on the woman's cheeks? But at that moment, Kay interrupted, staring directly at Una.
All right then, so tell us what you know about this Pericles character.
Una sat back in her chair, staring over at Guion, who had now turned his attention to the baby, bouncing him up and down. Well, she began. Where do I start? She decided to start at the very beginning, explaining everything she knew about the other world and Duessa, and how Pericles had been one of Duessa's sworn protectors, one who had accompanied her from the other world itself through one of the breaches. She told them of her encounter with the man, accompanied by Archimago, and how he had overcome her with the magician's help. Though, rather than tell them of how her magic and lion had saved her, she made it seem as though the servants of the Faerie Queen had been the ones to rescue her. Sure, it made her look like more of a damsel in distress, but she didn't need unnecessary questions about her magic, not when she still didn't understand it herself.
Are you seriously suggesting a Faerie Queen lives out there somewhere?
Said Kay, his eyebrows upturned in an amused expression.
All this talk of breaches and monsters. You must have taken a blow to the head.
Oh, the Faerie Queen is real, my friend, cut in Guion, and so are the threats she guards against. Have you not heard of the men missing throughout Mona? The table quieted, and Kay looked between Guion, Una, and Medina.
I suppose we have heard a few rumours. There was a woman who came this way several weeks back, searching for her husband.
Several weeks? That sounded like... Did she have short-cut blonde hair and a thin frame? Una asked. Medina nodded. Indeed. She didn't stay long and she was searching for some kind of amulet. Una leaned back in her chair. That sounds like the woman we met near Weirgoran. But Guion frowned.
What amulet did she seek? She said nothing of an amulet to us.
Medina shook her head. Only stories. There are rumours of a small island just north of Mona, one that opens a portal to another world. They call it the Idle Isle. It is said that if you can survive the dangers on the other side, you will emerge with an amulet, one that will protect you from temptation. They also say that there is a thread woven through the chain taken from the very ropes that bound Odysseus when he sailed past the Sirens.
That is remarkable, said Guion. Would that everyone had a trinket such as that. Men would be cured of all that drives them to do ill. Imagine the things we could do, the prosperity we could build. It's nothing but an old wives' tale,
said Kay, leaning back in his chair and shaking his head.
And besides, the woman disappeared before she could find anyone to take her there.
Perhaps she found another way, said Una. She told us she snuck aboard a boat that led to where her husband had gone. Medina leaned forward. And where is that exactly? Una then began explaining everything they had learned from the woman, and about Acrasia and her bower of bliss somewhere north of them.
You don't think this amulet is found on the same island, do you? Asked Guion. If they both have mystical qualities.
But Medina shook her head. There are dozens of small islands around these parts, and large ones as well. Further north you will find even more. And from the woman's description, it sounds like this bower of bliss is located further north than where the amulet is rumoured to be.
And where is that exactly?
Asked Guion, leaning forward slightly. Well, it's a myth, remember, Medina clarified. No one has actually seen or touched this amulet in years.
If it ever existed,
added Kay, folding his arms. Medina went on. But all rumours place it just off the northern tip of Mona.
We have to retrieve it,
said Guion, staring down at his dinner plate as though talking to himself.
With such a weapon we could easily withstand the powers of Acrasia.
I thought you already could, said Una with an amused expression. Guion shrugged.
There are many already caught in her grasp. It could help them, too.
And it is also rumoured to help navigate the seas, Medina pointed out. Perhaps it could help you find this bower of bliss in the first place. Guion looked at Una as though that settled the matter.
Hold on. You're not seriously thinking of going after this medallion thing,
said Kay. Una shrugged. It's the best lead we've had so far.
Then you must have had a poor selection of leads, he retorted.
Well, he wasn't wrong about that. Medina spoke up next. But you were right, Guion. We have heard of men disappearing all over the land. Even the king has vanished. His steward sent the message out that all of us were to keep from travelling unless in an emergency.
Guion nodded. Wise counsel. We encountered some women who died trying to pursue their husbands. It is best to stay near one's home.
Yes, Acrasia is not one to let things go, Una agreed. She travelled all the way to Weogoran just to take her revenge on Sir Mordaunt for leaving, and Amavia for taking him away.
So you're saying she's one of these 7 deadly sins?
Kay said, his skepticism still not completely worn off.
Una nodded. My friend, the Red Cross Knight, encountered all of them in a dark city within the Forest of Arden. Their leader, Duessa, sent them all out into the country to either kill or recruit, as likely as not. We can only assume that Acrasia, the sin of lust, has taken up residence near Mona. Perhaps she is not the only one, either. Yes, something has to be done about this, said Medina. I can see that now, especially if the king has truly vanished. That will imbalance all of the Southern Isles. We can't let that happen.
Guion leaned forward and placed a hand on Medina's. I will find this Acrasia and put an end to her. You have my word on that. Una stopped herself from rolling her eyes and instead backtracked.
Medina, you said the king was missing? Do you mean King Pellinor? Medina nodded. Indeed, he is the king of these parts. Do you know him?
I know him, said Una, though she said no more. She wasn't sure how she felt in that moment. Part of her was pleased that Pellinor had disappeared. It was good riddance in her opinion. However, if he had been taken by Acrasia, what would that mean for the future of this region? And what would she do if she encountered the king in her pursuit of Acrasia? Yes, she was as devoted as any to stopping Acrasia. Despite what she felt in opposition to the Faerie Queen, she knew that Duessa and her minions were far worse. They would overtake this country if they could, and countless people would die or be driven out of their homes like she had been when the dragon arrived. But what if some people deserved it? People like Pellinor. Not only had he been responsible for her imprisonment in Londinium, but he had ordered the assassination on Arthur's life.
I think Pellinor is overrated,
said Kay.
Let someone else take the kingship for a change.
Medina frowned at Kay.
I thought you loved Pellinor.
Well, I did,
he said hesitantly.
Until I learned more about him recently.
He spared a glance for Una. Well, that is neither here nor there, said Guion, bringing the subject back around.
Una and I must be off to find this amulet before we can sail for the Bower of Bliss.
Must you leave so soon?
Said Medina, her face a mask, but Una could tell she wanted Guion to stay for a while. If it weren't for the fact that the Faerie Queen had ordered her to find Guion, she might have left him and searched for the amulet herself. It was nice to have a knight around, one who didn't even look at her with a wandering eye, but it wasn't as though she needed him. Maybe. Guion hesitated, and for the first time since Una had known him, he looked tempted. But eventually he shook his head. I will return sometime if I can, but for now I must fulfill my quest. I made a vow to a dying woman that I would avenge her death and that of her husband, and I have already witnessed others die at the hands of Acrasia. I cannot let that stand.
I see, said Medina, appearing momentarily disappointed. But soon that emotion was replaced with one of forced happiness. And what of the child?
Guion stared down at the baby who was still suckling on the tip of the milk-filled sheepskin. We can't take him with us, though I admit he has become something of a joy to my mind, a reminder of my quest, but also of what it's like to be pure.
Perhaps you would see him again as well? Medina prompted.
Guion nodded.
I think I would.
Then let me take him for you. We'll raise him here, and when you are ready, you can return.
Guion smiled at Medina, a true, genuine smile.
I think I would like that.
Despite herself, Una found herself smiling as she watched the pair. It was good to see Guion's walls breaking down a little bit, even if it was somewhat nauseating. But even Una had to admit, Medina was just about perfect for the night. She was temperate, kind, and good at controlling chaotic situations. It appeared she was single-handedly responsible for maintaining peace in the fort and in the city, following the passing of her father. Secretly, Una hoped Medina became the city's leader. They needed someone like her. But the exchange only reminded her of her own relationship with George. If Guion hoped to serve the Fairy Queen, he would have to devote at least 6 years of his life to her service, away from Medina and the child. Perhaps he didn't know about that yet. It was what she and George had to put up with, though the Fairy Queen had promised they would get to spend some time together. Una was unsure if that would happen again until Duessa and the other Sins were defeated.
Does he have a name? Said Medina, indicating the child.
No, said Guion, looking at Una. We never really settled on anything while we were travelling.
Medina levelled her gaze at the boy.
Well, given that birthmark, I might call him something like Ruddymane, the Red Hand.
Una's eyes widened. That had been the name Guion had suggested. What a thing to call a child.
Kay snorted. Seriously?
But Guion laughed.
I thought of that myself.
Then it must be,
said Medina with delight in her gaze. Una rolled her eyes. Whatever. She would let them name the child whatever they wanted. It wasn't like it was her decision. These two had practically become the boy's parents by now, and she doubted her objection would matter for much of anything. So instead, she stared down at the child and grimaced, trying to apologize with her eyes for all the teasing he would receive growing up. Maybe they would find a suitable nickname to use instead, like Scarlet or something. Well, it was out of her hands now, apparently. Medina walked around the table to pick up the newly named Ruddymane and gently rocked him back and forth. The babe protested a little upon being disturbed by a stranger, but as Medina began to gently bounce him in her arms, he quieted and went back to his meal. Medina put a hand on Guion's shoulder.
Thank you for bringing him all this way. If it weren't for you, he would have likely died on the banks of that river you found him on.
And thank you for taking him in, said Guion, rising to his feet and putting one hand on her arm. I swear to you both, we will find Acrasia and avenge the fate of his parents.
Medina nodded. I will make sure you're laden with provisions. You can leave first thing in the morning.
So soon?
Said Kay, looking to Una. Una sat back in her chair. Yes, I suppose so. They had only just arrived that day, but it appeared events were unfolding without her help. She was unlikely to get much rest after this. Guion was so focused on his goals, and now that the baby was no longer with them, they would ride hard. Well, she would just have to do her best to sleep as much as she could tonight. Yes, sleep, came a voice in her head. Sleep and rest your head. Una swallowed. The reminder of the phantoms in her head didn't do much to comfort her. Perhaps she wouldn't sleep much tonight after all. Chapter 12. The next day, Una awoke with a start, realizing that she must have dozed off. She hadn't had much sleep the night before, worried as she was that perhaps her voices would take over her magic, or even her body while she slept. Just the thought was enough to bring her to full alertness. But perhaps her concerns were a little misplaced. She had no evidence to suggest the voices would or could do such a thing. But that final comment after dinner had unnerved her.
Guion was awake in the next room, judging by the sound of footsteps and the jingle of chainmail and armor coming from that direction, and light was filtering in through the windows. She had lost all chance for sleep now. Groaning, she pushed herself out of the soft bed and placed her bare feet on the chill stone floor. The coolness sent gooseflesh over her body, and she shivered as she stood. It didn't take her long to get ready. She'd taken the chance to bathe the night before, which was probably part of the reason why she had fallen asleep eventually. Warm baths were nothing if not soothing. It had helped, considering everything on her mind lately. But nothing could rid her of her troubles completely.
"No, indeed," said a voice. "You're stuck with us." Case in point. She wasn't sure which voice this was. It was hard to tell at times since they all sounded like her own voice. But she had clearly identified at least 4 by now. They all seemed to represent various emotions, perhaps different sides of her. She had so far defined representations of anger, cleverness, lust, and what she thought was fear. That was the timid one, and surprisingly, it seemed to be the most sensible of the lot, at least to Una. It was the only one who wanted to avoid confrontation, and seemed not to want to take her magic away from her. Was she going mad? It was hard for her to tell. She wasn't even sure a person would know they were going mad if it happened. To her knowledge, she was still the same person as before, just with voices in her head that wanted to steal control of her magic. That was all. Dragon dung, but she was in trouble. She packed up what she had and went outside to where Guion was already loading up Fairstep. The grey gelding stamped a hoof impatiently, as though eager to set out. Silly horse. He only had 1 night's rest. Why didn't anyone seem to think it was a good idea to take a break now and then? But she understood why. Acrasia wouldn't be taking any rest, nor would Duessa, Pericles, or Archimago. They were all out there somewhere, and they needed people like Guion to get a move on so they could counter their evil. And it would seem they needed people like Una, too. May the gods help them all. "Good, you're awake," said Guion upon her arrival. "Medina is preparing us some last-minute food, and then we can leave."
"Do you know where to start?" Una asked, stifling a yawn.
"We head for the northernmost point of Mona, of course."
Guion began strapping his armor into place.
"Though I suspect we might find what we're looking for by pursuing this Pericles fellow."
Una blinked. He hasn't come back? Guion shook his head.
"Perissa is most distressed about it, and Alyssa and Kay seem to think that means they won the right to the governorship."
Una snorted. "Right. Medina's the real one in charge of this place, whether they know it or not." Guion stopped what he was doing and absently began to stroke Fairstep's mane.
"Yes, she is. I expect by the time we return she'll be practically running the place. The people will consent to it if her sisters will not."
"And I doubt whatever Kay and Alyssa have will last long," said Una, staring back into the fort.
What makes you think that?"
"I don't know, just a feeling."
"Not your—"
Guion looked at her with a concerned expression. "No, it's not magic or anything," she said, waving the idea away. "I just don't think Kay is destined for someone so dull."
Guion chuckled. "Yes, she is that, isn't she? And Perissa is quite the opposite. Like 2 ends of a spectrum, with Medina right in the middle, right at perfection."
His eyes glazed over a bit, and Una stopped hers from rolling. As if summoned, Medina came around the corner at that very moment, wearing a plain blue dress that matched the sky. In her arms she carried the unfortunately named Ruddymane. Guion quickly stopped what he was doing and went to see them, while Una watched, leaning against the stable door. Guion waved a finger at the little child, who waved his own hands in the air with a joyous expression at seeing Guion. Una smiled. When they had first taken the boy in, Guion had been all but scared of the lad. Now they were greeting each other like friends, even though the boy could not talk yet. but his expression spoke volumes.
"Be safe on your journey," said Medina. "I would hope to see you again sometime soon."
"I promise it." Guion gripped both her shoulders. "And I do not make promises I can't keep. I will be back for you."
Una grimaced. Should she tell Guion about the mandatory 6-year commitment to the Faerie Queen? She was certain now that he didn't know about it, that he thought he could continue to go wherever he pleased. If that were true, he might not take the news well. But Guion was possessed of an iron will, or at least so he claimed. If that were true, he could withstand time away from someone he loved and still keep his promises, even when parted from someone as seemingly perfect for him as Medina. They bid the woman and the babe farewell. Una insisted on walking for at least the first part of the journey. She did not want Guion's arms around her again, at least not for now. Besides, they would need to move a little slower if they were to track Pericles.
"You think too ill of horses," he said as they proceeded forward.
"If man were meant to travel so fast, we would have grown wings," Una retorted. "I much prefer using the legs I was given for the very purpose of getting myself around."
"I think men are just built to ride better than women."
Una threw him a sidelong glance. "Seriously? Have you seen what happens when you jostle a man too soundly between his—"
"In any case," Guion interrupted, amusingly unsettled by what she had been about to say, "at least it can carry our things. We can take turns riding if you want."
"We'll see," said Una, and fixed her gaze forward. They travelled all day and into the night. It wasn't bad terrain, so Una walked for most of the way, though she did take a brief ride for an hour or so when her legs began to tire. That was enough to give her strength for the rest of the day. They made camp that night back on Mona, having long since passed the bridge from the Holy Island. Guion, as was his way, said very little that night, and they didn't have the baby to keep them up by filling the silence. It was odd not to have the child with them. They'd spent more than 2 weeks with the lad, and already he had felt like a part of their company. But where they were going was no place for a boy.
"I have a question," said Guion as he picked out a piece of dry meat they had taken with them. "If we encounter combat, will you be able to defend yourself?"
Una glanced at him, then pulled a knife out of her belt. She'd carried it all the way from Londinium, and it gleamed in the firelight. "I'm not defenseless."
"A knife won't do much against an armed knight in full armor."
He poked at the fire with a nearby stick.
"I don't doubt your competency, but if we are in life-threatening situations, which we surely will be, I can't fight at my full capacity if I have to worry about defending you as well."
Una scowled. George wouldn't have let that bother him. He would have tried to defend her even if she was perfectly capable of defending herself, not because he thought poorly of her skills, but because it was simply what he did.
"Why I really ask,"
said Guion, who looked like he was choosing his words carefully,
"is because of that other matter that we discussed."
"My magic?" He nodded.
"I don't know what you're capable of, and from the sound of things it would seem you don't either. Could I count on you to use it in our defense should it come to that?"
Una hesitated. Truly hesitated. She couldn't blame Guion for asking such a question. She would have asked the same. But it was also a question she did not have an answer to, and that frustrated her more. It was a long moment before she spoke. "I feel I should avoid using it at all costs," she said carefully. "But if it comes down to our lives, perhaps I will. But I do not know if the magic will help or only make things worse, even in such circumstances."
"Like when your magic couldn't fully heal Amavia," said Guion.
Una nodded. Yes, I suppose so. Though secretly, she wondered if the consequences would not be worse the next time she tried to use her magic. She did not look forward to the possibility. It is inevitable. You cannot avoid it forever. That was the clever one, or perhaps the lustful one. Once again, it was hard for her to tell the difference. Her unease only grew. It was like having several pairs of eyes staring at her in the dark, eyes that were far closer than she liked. And in this case, those eyes, those presences were inside her to begin with, waiting for the right moment to pounce. Even though only one was talking right now, she could feel the rest, all of them observing, watching her in a way, listening to her every thought. She put the voices out of her mind and turned her attention back to Guion, who was nodding his head.
I guess that's about all I can ask for.
Asked Una. She had lost her place in the conversation.
Using your magic in the possibility of our death, said Guion. I certainly don't want you to use magic if it is dangerous to yourself or others, but I would feel safer knowing I had something besides a knife backing me up. No offense.
Normally she would have taken offense at that, but she waved it off. He was right, after all. Her magic was dangerous, but that was no reason not to use it under the more dire circumstances. After all, it had averted a crisis at Castle Silene. But what if, by giving in to the magic, she became more dangerous alive than dead? That thought did not sit well with her. What would she do if she lost control, if she surrendered the magic to a part of her that did not seek the betterment of others? Could she make the ultimate sacrifice to protect others from that part of her? Guion settled down for the night, but despite her previously restless evening and the long walk, she found herself unable to sleep. Her magic haunted her, literally. But in the end, even sleep became so ever-present it consumed her, and all went dark. Chapter 13.
Guion woke to the sound of hooves in the distance. Someone was coming. Instantly awake, he rolled to his feet and stared in the direction of the sound. The eastern sky had just begun to light, but there was still little to see by. He peered in the direction of the noise. No, the hooves weren't coming. They were leaving. Had someone passed them and he hadn't known it? He looked around to find Una was still sleeping. Best to let her stay for now. She had spent a good deal of time walking the previous day, and they were in for an equally long journey today. Perhaps she would agree to more time on the... He twisted in place, looking from one end of their camp to the other. Where was Fairstep? Suddenly, a thought chilled his heart in place. What if those hooves had been... He began to run in the direction of the sound, whistling as he went. Fairstep! The sound of the hooves increased in pace, which only confirmed his suspicion. He had securely tied his horse to a tree, and though the tree was small, it had not been so small that the horse could have pulled loose, and his knots were always firmly tied. That meant someone had let his horse go, and was even now leading him away. He whistled again. Fairstep! Maybe the sound of his voice would bring the animal back to him. But the hooves did not turn. They continued on down the road ahead of him, far enough that he could not see his horse or its rider in the distance. He ran as fast as he could, trying to make up the distance between them, but it was no use. The horse had long since gone. He came to a slow, pitiful halt. That horse had carried all of his belongings on it, and many of Una's as well. They now had only the food they carried, and Una's small pouch of coin. Perhaps they would find a farm or a small town along the way. Cursing himself at sleeping too soundly, he retreated back to the camp. Una was awake, standing and staring as he approached. "The horse?" she asked as he drew closer. She must have guessed by his shouting, and from the fact that the horse was gone. He nodded. "Stolen right from under us." She frowned, though she did not have the same disparaging reaction that he expected, that he himself had exhibited. She stared off into the distance. I wonder why they didn't just kill us, she asked no one in particular.
You think the thieves were working against us specifically?
Would it be too much of a coincidence to assume otherwise?
He shrugged. Maybe. I may have missed them taking my horse, but I am not defenseless while I sleep. Had they come too close, I would have awoken and defended myself. Though perhaps it is that Archimago playing with us again like he did back at the River Sabrina.
Una nodded thoughtfully, though he had no idea what she was thinking. The woman was a strange one, her wit like a sharp sword one moment, but in the next she was quiet and introspective. He could only hope that she would maintain control over her emotions enough to see clearly. He did not need a woman with magic to act too unpredictably, not when there was so much at stake. "Well then," she said, stooping low to pick up her personal sack of food, "we'd better get a move on. We have a long way to go and we'll need to purchase food now that we've lost most of what Medina gave us."
She was taking this remarkably well, though she had insisted on walking before. Perhaps she truly didn't mind not having a horse. Guion didn't know how anyone could live without such a useful creature. Not only were they a huge help in carrying belongings or moving at great speeds, but they were friends as well. He stared off in the direction the thief or thieves had taken Fairstep. One could only hope they would come across him again. He said a quick prayer to the Fairy Queen that she would guide their steps, but followed Una's example and picked up his pack. She was right. They would need to move now that their stores were all but depleted. Just as he thought, the day without his horse was miserable. They had not gone several miles before the heat of the sun caused him to drain his canteen in record time. There wasn't much shade in these parts, since most of the land was devoted to farming and grazing. But oh, what he wouldn't give to be back at the River Sabrina, or any river with some lush, shady trees surrounding him on all sides. He did what he could to hide his emotions from Una. It would not be right for a knight such as him to display such weakness, especially in front of a woman. He had trained his whole life to be the perfect knight, completely immune to the ailments of the flesh. But it seemed he still had a long way to go. Even Una seemed to be having an easier time of travelling. Well, at least he could avoid the lure of the flesh. He knew that for sure. Oh, of course, there were women like Medina who were more than just a pretty face. There had been much more about that woman that had attracted him, but he did not let it distract him from his quest. No other pretty face had ever become an obstacle for him. Most of his past companions had even laughed at him for it, claiming he was oblivious to beauty. That wasn't exactly true. He knew beauty when he saw it, but that was not what interested Guion about a woman. Take Una, for example. She was remarkably beautiful, especially for one who had stayed in a Roman cell for 3 years. He'd caught a local farmer or fisherman staring in her direction more than once. The only men who had not stared were Sir Kay and that Pericles character, though both of them had a history with Una. But that was not what Guion sought after. He admired a woman for her behaviour and her wits, not by the beauty of her face or the shape of her figure. That was why he now felt the pull to go back to the Holy Island and visit with Medina. That woman had such control over her passions and those of her sisters, who were far more susceptible to their emotions. And that was also why he admired Una for nothing more than her knowledge and her experience with the Fairy Queen. The woman was dangerous. Anyone with access to magic deserved to be watched carefully. And if their conversation the night before had told him anything, it was that she was just as afraid of her magic as anyone else could be. That was not a good sign. He was brought out of his thoughts by the sound of something like a rabid dog in the distance, accompanied by someone screaming. "What is that?" asked Una, peering forward, squinting to try and make out what was making the sound. Guion looked as well. It was still at least a half-mile away, but the wind carried the sound a good distance. But someone was in trouble. He had to help. Now was the time when he could use a horse, curse whoever it was who took Fairstep from him.
Drawing his sword, he began walking at an even greater clip. He still had his plate armor with him, as he had taken that off the horse the night before to give him a rest. But he would have to be cautious. Armor could only do so much, and if he ran too fast, he would exhaust himself before he could do anything to help whoever it was that was screaming. "Be careful," said Una from behind him. "There's something strange about this one." That did not bode well. It wasn't the first time Una had shown some kind of intuition for the dangers they faced. Very well, he would take care. Increasing his pace to a slow trot, he began shrinking the distance between him and the commotion ahead. Una followed close behind him, her face a mask of something like foreboding mixed with interest. As they approached, the scene became a little more clear. There appeared to be 3 people, the assailant, the victim, and another figure observing from a short distance. A small tree shaded the 3 of them. The victim lay on the ground, curled up into a ball, trying to stop the assault with his arms. A young man, by the look of him. The assailant was a wild man, repeatedly beating the victim with a massive stick. "Stop!" Guion yelled as he drew closer. "Stop in the name of the Faerie Queen!" The wild beast of a man kept beating the poor boy on the ground. Yes, he was practically a boy, probably a squire or a recently enlisted soldier. But the wild thing did not relent. However, there was one figure who took notice of him, the 3rd person on the scene, the observer. As Guion neared, he could see that she was something of a wretched hag, like a wicked witch from children's stories. Her mangy hair, what little she had of it, hung from a face so covered in wrinkles it was almost difficult to make out her normal facial features. But the hag had eyes, and those eyes turned on Guion. He swallowed as he accepted the fact that this person meant to harm him. The old woman raised her hand slowly and pointed at him as he approached. Immediately, though she had not said a word, the wild man stopped what he was doing and sped towards Guion. The man hadn't even looked at the old woman. How had he known what she wanted? But the madman came sprinting at him, and Guion raised his sword to the ready. This would be a relatively easy conquest. The man had on nothing but a loincloth, and carried only the club in his hand. He would be nothing against Guion's full armor and sharpened sword. As the man approached, Guion feinted, then sidestepped and swiped at the man's arm with his sword. Not enough to cause serious injury. This was a warning strike, a caution to stay away. But it was as though his sword hit the hardest of leather. The clean cut he had been expecting did not come. Instead, the wild man rounded on him and raised his club high. Guion tried again, this time stabbing at the man's shoulder, certain that the pain would be enough to get the madman to drop his weapon. But once again, his sword did not penetrate. It merely stuck into the man's flesh but did not break skin or draw blood. The blow did seem to enrage the man. He flew at Guion with limbs flailing, bringing his club down on top of him. Guion blocked it with his sword, but the force of the blow was nearly enough to send him to his knees. What manner of madman was this? He caught sight of Una to one side, staring not at the 2 of them, but at the hag in the distance. She was rooted to the spot, and her jaw was clenched in an expression of extreme effort, like she was fighting some kind of internal battle that Guion could not see. But his attention quickly went back to the fight as the wild man barreled into him, throwing him backwards onto the ground. Once down, the man brought the club down on Guion repeatedly and with remarkable speed. Guion's armor protected him from the worst of the blows, but he could already see dents forming in his breastplate. He needed to gain control of the battle fast. "Be careful!" cried Una, in a voice that was far more anguished than he was used to hearing. "They're from Anwin, the other world." Now it all made sense. His sword had not harmed this man because he was not of this world, and there seemed to be some connection between him and the old hag. While the madman raised his club for another blow, Guion kicked at his knees, which was enough to throw him off balance. Then Guion rolled out of the way and left his sword on the ground. If the blade wouldn't help him in this fight, he would have to find another way. As the crazed man turned on him, raising his club high, Guion caught his arm as it came down. Then, spinning around the man, he used a technique he'd learned while abroad in the East to twist the man's arm around and behind his back. The wild man shrieked in protest and dropped the club, but quickly spun on Guion before the knight could get a good hold. Grabbing Guion's face, the madman brought his head down on him. Even though Guion wore his helmet, which took most of the blow, he did not wear a faceplate, and so his nose took part of the attack. Something crunched, and warm liquid dripped onto his lips. Blood. This wasn't good. The beast of a man moved so ferociously and with incredible agility and strength that Guion could barely catch a moment to land his own attack.
"Una!" he yelled. "Now might be a good time to use your magic."
No, said Una through gritted teeth. Once again, she looked like she was dealing with some internal problem, breathing hard and keeping her jaw tight, like she was trying to hold back a sour stomach. Well, if she wasn't going to be any help, he would have to find another way. As the wild man brought his head down for another attack, Guion tilted his own head down so the tip in his helmet would take the brunt of the attack. The blow came, and the wild man temporarily lost hold of Guion's shoulders, letting him go. His opponent was clutching at his face, but there was no blood there, nothing to indicate Guion's helmet had done any damage. What kind of a man was this? But he was temporarily distracted, and Guion could use that to his advantage. Grabbing the thing's arm again, he spun him around so the wild man's back was facing him. Then he locked the man in a vice-like grip from behind, with his arms thrust under his assailant's armpits and then locked behind the man's head, a hold taught to young boys to keep your enemy immobile. Using all his strength, he struggled to hold the man in place. Chapter 14. For a moment, it seemed to work. The madman flung his arms helplessly as Guion kept a grip on him from behind. But the man struggled further, and his strength was simply enormous, almost as though he were growing stronger in that very instant. Knocked off balance by the man's attempted escape, he fell backwards, but put all his effort into pulling the wild man down with him and maintaining his hold. "Don't resist," he said through a clenched jaw. But it was like the man hadn't heard him. He merely continued to try and beat at Guion, flailing his arms and legs in any attempt to get out. And unfortunately, it was working. Guion's grip on the man's head was failing. "Stop fighting him!" shouted Una, still straining with some invisible effort. "He's impervious to your attacks. You must go after the old woman." What, the hag? Guion had all but forgotten about the woman. He twisted his head on the ground to see what had become of the old crow. She was standing several feet away, her eyes fixed on the pair of them as they fought, radiating an intensity that made Guion squirm. "She gives him his strength," said Una. "As long as she lives, he will be invulnerable." Guion did not ask how Una knew this, but if she was right, then he had to get to the old woman and tell her to stop her son? Pet? Whoever the wild man was to her, he had to sever that connection. Unfortunately, that meant letting go of his opponent. Twisting to the side, Guion attempted to get the man underneath him. It only half worked. He managed to get on top of the attacker, but he lost his grip in the process. In that moment, the madman lurched to his feet and threw Guion several feet into the air, where he landed next to his sword. Guion grinned. A stroke of luck, for once. Without pausing for breath, he grabbed the weapon off the ground and scrambled to his feet. The wild man was already coming for him, but Guion had a different target now. He ran at the old woman, closing the distance in only a few long strides. Then he grabbed her by the front of her tunic and brought the point of the sword down on her throat. Immediately, The sound of the wild man's pursuit stopped behind him. He smiled and looked back to see the man frozen behind him. Then he turned his attention back to the hag.
"Tell him to back down, or I will kill you right here."
"Kill her now," called Una. "She will find a way to destroy us later if she lives." It was a rather extreme request coming from Una, but Guion forced himself to consider it. He was not above killing under the right circumstances, but he would always offer his enemy a second chance if he could. Even for spawn of the other world, enemies of the Faerie Queen, it was the right thing to do. He looked deep into the gnarled old woman's eyes.
"Tell him."
The woman's eyes stared over his shoulder at the wild man. Though no words came from her mouth, he dropped his club and stood still.
"Tell him to sit over by that tree."
Guion indicated the small tree with a motion of his head. The young man still lay there, but he was conscious, having watched the battle. As the wild man approached at the old woman's request, the boy scrambled away. But the wild man did nothing to provoke him or anyone else. He simply sat with his back to the tree as though enjoying the shade. With a head motion, Guion indicated to the woman that they were to walk that way as well. Cautiously, without taking her piercing eyes off Guion, she followed his lead until she sat next to the wild man she somehow controlled. Una came rushing to his side, breathing heavily as though she had run a great distance. Odd, since she had done nothing but stand there and watch.
"We need to tie them down," he said. "I don't suppose you have any rope. What I had was lost with the horse."
"I don't have anything," she said.
"You can have my belt,"
said a voice from the side. Guion glanced away from the enemy pair just enough to see the squire rising to his elbows. His face was a bloody, battered mess, but at least he was moving. Reaching down, he slipped off his belt and handed it to Una, who was closest. It wasn't much more than a piece of rope, but it might do to tie their hands.
"Una, watch them."
He handed his sword over to the woman, took the belt, and began tying their hands behind the tree into each other. Una gripped the sword and swallowed, as though she was considering using it against them. "Ropes won't hold them, you know," she said. "They have magic. All occasion needs to do is urge Faerie on and—" She trailed off.
Guion met her eyes with a raised eyebrow. "Occasion and Faerie?" he asked. "I don't recall hearing their names spoken aloud. I would have remembered such names as that."
For once, Una was at a loss for words. "I just know it, that's all."
So her magic was involved in all of this somehow? Well, it wasn't the first time that she had mysteriously learned things about their quest. Perhaps this time they could turn it to their advantage. "You say these people, they are from Anwin?"
At the sound of the name, the old woman, Occasion, hissed and spoke for the first time.
"We deny that place."
Together, both he and Una tensed and met the old hag's eyes. "It will do you no good," said Una. "I know that's where you're from."
"We come from Anwin, but we are not of it. We do not serve the sins as the others do."
Guion crouched lower so as to be at eyesight with the woman.
"What do you mean? Are you some kind of deserter?"
Occasion hissed again.
"We do not like that name. We have lived under the thumb for a millennia. We had no choice."
While she spoke, the other one, Faerie, almost appeared to be asleep. His head was bowed and only his breathing indicated that he was still alive. Something about the old woman's power was what fueled the wild man.
"Who is it you served?" Guion probed further. "Do you know Acrasia?"
A third hiss escaped her lips.
"We do."
Guion leaned in.
"Tell us what you know, and I might go easy on you."
"You would let us leave?"
"Careful, Guion," said Una. You can't trust anyone from the other world." He put out a hand to indicate he had heard, but kept his gaze fixed on the strange hag. "Tell me," he emphasized. But suddenly her eyes widened and she pulled at her bonds. "No!" she cried, but it did not sound like she was responding to Guion's request.
"Not now!"
Fiora's eyes snapped open and his head whipped up. Before Guion could react, the wild man had broken the bonds that held him and the hag, and he quickly stood up. Guion jumped backward and hastily retrieved his sword from Una, pointing it at the woman. "Restrain him or I will end you."
"He comes!" she yelled. "He comes for us!"
"Who comes?" Guion asked. "Tell us who, and we will protect you from harm, but you must listen." The woman did not seem to hear. Ignoring Guion's raised sword, she rushed to the side, accompanied by the wild man, Fiora. He spun on the squire. "Do you know anything about this?" The young man merely shook his head.
"I just happened upon them and the woman said something about dinner. I think they were going to eat me."
Fighting back disgust, he turned back to the pair as they scrambled away, but the two had stopped. In front of them stood a man he hadn't seen before, a man with black, short-cropped hair, and a face that almost seemed familiar but that he couldn't place. Occasion and Fiora stood frozen as they faced the man. He turned to Una. "Have you seen that man before?" Una shook her head. "I am Aten," said the man as he stared down the two in front of him. "I've been sent to find you."
"No," said
the woman.
"We will not go back."
"Who are you?" Guion called out. This man, or whoever sent him, had to be what was setting the hag on edge. "He's dangerous," said Una, peering intently at the newcomer. "And there's something—" "The man I serve will be pleased to find you here. He is already on his way." Guion walked closer, for it was as if the man had taken no notice of him or Una. "Excuse me, might I have a word?" He kept his sword gripped tightly in one hand, but it always paid to be polite when first meeting someone before making assumptions. He had forgotten that when he had first met George and Una. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Finally, the man Aten glanced in his direction. "It is unfortunate that you are here as well, but now that you are, he will want words with you too." "All right," said Guion. "And just who is this man?" Aten smiled. "He is a knight so powerful he has never been defeated in his true form. He is the sworn protector of the great Duessa. He is lawless. He is Pericles." Then, with a speed that Guion could not fathom, the man let fly something out of his hand, many somethings. Instinctively, Guion raised his shield and whatever it was bounced off. But Una, Fiora, and Occasion were not so lucky. Horrified, Guion watched as all three of them fell to the ground, the feathered tip of a dart stuck in their necks. "Una!" he cried, and bent next to her, pulling up his shield as Aten aimed another attack at him. She was still breathing, but if there was any help to be had from her magic, it was lost now, not unless she could somehow heal herself while still unconscious. And both Occasion and Fiora lay on the ground, motionless. He was alone. Chapter 15. He rounded on Aten, who had more darts in one hand. "Burnt, I do burn," growled the man with a sneer. Suddenly, something shimmered in his appearance, and he appeared as someone else, a grey-haired man with yellow eyes. He'd seen those eyes before. You're Archimago. Una spoke of you." "And we're both lucky that I got to her first. She could have wrecked this whole place had she remained conscious." "You did not wound me," said Guion, setting his feet for a charge. "That will be your last mistake." "Oh, but you are too late. Pericles is here." Pericles, the man Una had mentioned. The man who had run off during his fight with Kay, right after he saw Una. Aten, or Archimago as had been revealed, took several steps backward. He splayed his arms to the side and smiled. At that moment, the sound of a horse came clattering over the hill with heavy footfalls. What crested the rise was not something Guion had ever before imagined. The horse was blood red, and the hooves smoked with each step. The man was on top of something out of a nightmare. This was not the Pericles he remembered. This was a being of myth, a being of Hades, a being of the other world. His armor was black, and it jutted out at odd and exaggerated angles. His helmet obscured his face entirely, and also bore large points on either side that seemed too large to be wieldy, yet somehow did not knock the man over. If this was Pericles, then he looked far different than what Guion remembered or Una had described. Perhaps that had been a man trying to lay low, to avoid drawing unnecessary attention to himself. This, on the other hand, was the full image of a knight of the other world, a formidable servant of Jewessa. The knight looked down at Furor and Occasion, who still lay unconscious on the ground, and at Una, who lay closer to Guion. "Good work, Archimago," he said, and his voice rang as though projected out of his helmet by some sorcery.
"Yet you somehow managed to leave the weakest of the lot."
Guion did not let the insult touch him. He adjusted his fingers around his sword and took a deep breath. A battle was coming, and he had a feeling this would not be like the time he'd fought Pericles in Medina's court. That had been a man in disguise, hiding his true potential. And now he was back to finish the job properly. Guion centered himself with his breathing, feeling his feet planted firmly on the ground and the weight of his own body. He was part of the earth and its servant. He was an emissary of the Faerie Queen. Wind whipped at his clothing, cooling the sweat on his brow. He was one with nature and one with his weapon. "If I'm weak," he said, raising his sword and shield to defensive positions, "then you should have no problem eliminating me." He could not see the expression behind that terrifying helmet, but he almost got the impression that the man was amused. He leaned forward in his saddle.
"Sir Guion, this will not be like our last meeting."
There was an air of condescension in his voice. "Then what have you to lose?" The Black Knight drew his sword, and it rang as it slowly emerged from its scabbard. Like the man's armor, the sword was black, and yet gleamed with some ethereal light, red like the color of his horse.
"You will not interfere with the affairs of the scenes ever again," he said, and, spurring his horse, he charged at Guion. Guion moved quickly to one side, directing the enemy knight away from Una's unconscious form. Something told him she could have made short work of Pericles and Archimago both. Hadn't she said she had taken them by surprise once before? At that time, Pericles had tried to capture her, which meant it was up to Guion to keep that from happening this time. He would not fail. The horse barreled forward, directly at Guion, and Pericles prepared his sword to swing down and lob off his head. Only when he got there, Guion's head had moved. He ducked down, flattening himself to the ground just as the horse passed. There were only a few strategies to take when fighting a man on horseback. First, one simply avoided the rider's weapons at all costs, as it was almost impossible to defend against such attacks. The second... The horse buckled shortly after passing Guion. A great red gash had appeared in its hind legs, where Guion had swiped at it while it passed by. Rising to his feet with a smile, Guion raised his sword and shield once again. The face of the Faerie Queen on his shield shined bright in the midday sun. She was with him today. But something flared in the horse's eyes, and it managed to keep its balance. Pericles turned it around and it faced Guion down once more. Well, perhaps this would take a little more effort. What he needed now was a spear, but unfortunately there weren't many handy. He backed up closer to the tree. The horse's range would be limited there. But even as he started to move, Pericles spurred the horse forward. It came at him with incredible speed,
though not as fast or as true as the first time. It was limping on its back leg. So, these demon horses were not immortal after all. It was still, at its core, just a horse. When Pericles was almost on top of him, Guion dodged out of the way and circled partially around the tree so the horse could not charge at full speed. Guion raised his shield to take the incoming blow from Pericles. The force of the blow nearly knocked him backward, and immediately a slight tingling surfaced on the hand that held his shield. Pericles was incredibly strong, stronger than he had been at the fort. He would have to be careful. But Guion did not waste time. With the horse in close proximity, he thrust his sword forward directly into the beast's left shoulder. It screamed, a terrifying sound coming from a demon horse such as this, and it rose up on its hind legs, temporarily distracting Pericles as he tried to keep from falling. Seeing his opportunity, Guion quickly dropped his shield and gripped his sword with both hands. Then, as the horse came back down, he swung it upward with all the force he could muster. The blade sliced through flesh and bone, cutting directly through the horse's head and out the other side. Immediately, the beast's body grew limp, and it fell on its side away from Guion, taking Pericles with it. Guion took a deep breath, feeling a soft sheen of sweat cool in the lazy breeze. He picked up his shield again and watched as Pericles picked himself up, slowly, and turned to regard Guion. He half expected Pericles to protest, to insult him, to scream at him for having taken the life of his horse. But the man did nothing of the sort. He merely stepped over the corpse of his horse and raised his weapon to strike. Guion ducked as the blade cut through the space where he'd been. The sword sliced right through the small tree Guion had been standing beside, and he had to back away even further as branches came raining down between them. But Pericles continued to say nothing. He merely stepped around the ruins of the tree with deadly silence. Perhaps this man was more in control of his emotions than Guion was used to seeing in his opponents. He displayed no anger, none that fully distracted his behavior, nothing that would give Guion an advantage. But at least they were on equal footing now, and Guion was quick, thanks to all that time spent traveling and training in his armor. He could deal with this man. Pericles came at him again, his sword swinging in great swaths that Guion had no choice but to dodge by taking several steps back. He tried redirecting one of the blows with his own sword, but that effort nearly got him killed. His opponent's strength was incredible, clearly not from this world. The blow forced his sword to the side, and he barely managed to lurch backward in time before Pericles brought his weapon back up to strike. He would not win against Pericles in this form, not by going up against him directly. He had to be more strategic, wear the man out until he found the perfect moment to strike. At a sound like a small fly buzzing flew through the air, Guion instinctively ducked behind his shield once again. He had forgotten Archimago. The other man stood several paces away, watching the battle but holding several darts between his fingers. He still smiled, making it clear who he thought would be the victor. Guion maneuvered so that Pericles was between him and the magician. He would need to keep some distance between them if he wanted any hope of defeating Pericles. He could not divide his attention between two different enemies, not when he was fighting alone. Pericles swung at him again, and Guion wove away from the blows, using his sword only once to batter one swing in a slightly different direction. Since he wasn't taking the brunt of the man's force, the action went more or less how he intended. Pericles' sword sank into the ground and stuck there for half a heartbeat. It was just the opportunity Guion needed. Bringing his sword around, he slashed upward at the man's face. His blow hit Pericles' helmet squarely, and the demon knight staggered backwards. But he remained dazed only for a moment. When he looked back at Guion, his helmet was unaffected, not dented anywhere. Guion swallowed. Defeating this man would be harder than he thought. Pericles' next swipe nearly caught him as he hesitated. Guion was only able to dodge by throwing himself to the ground where he was vulnerable. Pericles stabbed downward and Guion rolled out of the way. He rolled as fast as he could until he was able to get his feet back under him. But Pericles was already on top of him, his sword swinging down for a massive two-handed blow. Guion raised his shield to stop it, his only remaining defense. The shield shattered into pieces as Pericles' attack sent waves of pain through Guion's arm. But he did not have time to do anything about it, for Pericles was already raising his weapon high for another attack. When that blow hit the ground, Guion was not there. He had risen and sidestepped at just the right moment, leaving his shield behind. It was useless to him now. Rage finally entered Guion's heart. Rage at seeing his shield that he carried with him for so many years broke into pieces. Rage at the sight of the Fairy Queen's face, a mangled mess. He set his jaw and readied his weapon, staring into the faceplate of this otherworld knight. His arm had gone partially numb from the impact, but he managed to keep his sword steady. "That was a mistake," he said, raising the sword and pointing it at Pericles.
"Yes,"
said Pericles, advancing,
"but not mine."
With great, heaving motions, Pericles directed his sword at Guion, who continually backed away. He was fortunate that the land here was relatively flat, with few obstacles apart from the one, now ruined, tree. Without stopping to think, Guion weaved this way and that, barely avoiding Pericles' attacks and continuing to retreat. Several times the man came close to striking him, but Guion's training was what saved him in the end. His agility gave him the edge he needed to stay just out of reach.
"You expect to play games with me and live?" said Pericles.
"Well, it's worked rather well so far."
"It will do you no good. My power increases the longer I stay in this form. I will crush you and bring your corpse to my mistress."
Guion wondered if he meant Acrasia or Duessa, or perhaps both. It was clear he served the Sins, and given the fact that he was in Mona, that suggested he was currently in the service of Acrasia. Perhaps that could give him some advantage. "Acrasia will not help you," he said as he dodged the next attack. "We already know how to defeat her." Unfortunately, his taunt didn't appear to do much. Pericles didn't so much as hesitate before executing his next attack and saying,
"You know nothing of the Sins. They cannot be defeated by conventional means."
"Well, then it's a good thing we're unconventional." This time, Pericles did hesitate. He took a step back and glanced backward near the tree where Una lay, still unconscious. "Yes," said Guion, following the man's gaze. He had been referring to the amulet they were seeking, but it was plain the Black Knight saw Una as the true threat. "Yes, she has powers you cannot understand."
"She is lucky that we have orders not to permanently harm her," said the knight. He turned his head back at Guion. "We have no such orders for you."
With that, he swung at Guion again, but Guion was ready. Pericles' attacks had begun to grow more sluggish. He was tiring, and now he had lost his concentration due to their little conversation. Guion feinted, dodged the oncoming attack, and brought his sword down with all the strength he had left onto the man's sword arm. Chapter 16. Pericles cried out as Guion's sword slipped beneath the cracks in his armor, but the damage was not as severe as Guion hoped. His blade did not slice through flesh as it had with the horse. Before he could recover his stance, Pericles backhanded him. His helmet flew off his face, and Guion staggered backward. He fell on the ground and rolled out of the way just in time to avoid another strike from the huge beast of a man. The sword stuck itself in the earth right where Guion had been a moment before. Lying on his stomach, Guion could now see his helmet lying a few feet away. It had partially bent inward from the force of the man's blow. Indeed, Guion felt the side of his face beginning to swell a bit, and there was the taste of blood on his tongue. He had to end this. Trying to wear the man down was not working, or at least it wasn't working as fast as it needed to. Guion was running out of stamina faster than his opponent, and if he did not act fast enough, he would not outlast the knight of the other world. He needed help. He needed an ally. But unfortunately, all of his potential allies were unconscious. Una would be the best help, if she could use her magic. But the others would be useful as well, even though they too were part of the other world. But seeing as they were defectors of sorts, Guion could respect their desire, even if he couldn't approve of eating the poor squire. Pericles swung at him again, and Guion rolled out of the way once more, this time pushing upwards so as to roll onto his feet. Then he ran. He and Pericles had taken their battle rather far from the others, thanks to Guion's constant retreating. But he managed to cover the distance rather quickly. Archimago was checking on the two otherworld fugitives, bending down to feel their pulses. But as Guion came charging forward, Archimago caught sight and hastily backed away, fishing in his pouch for something, undoubtedly more darts if he had them. Guion raised his sword and roared, making it seem like he truly was coming for the magician, and either the man was not as powerful as he appeared, or the sight of Guion approaching him like a madman was enough to rattle his nerves, for he didn't do anything but retreat. Yet he did manage to produce a dart and throw it at Guion, badly. Guion didn't have his shield, but the dart was not aimed at his neck or any other exposed area. It bounced harmlessly off his breastplate. He reached Una first, near the tree. Beside her knelt the squire, who Guion had all but forgotten about. "Is she alive?"
"She's alive," said the squire. "I've been trying to revive her, but—"
"Keep trying," said Guion. If the squire had been trying to revive Una with no success, there was little chance he would be able to do so in the time it would take for Pericles to follow. Already he could hear the heavy footfalls of the man's approach behind him. He kept running until he reached the bodies of Furor and Occasion. Archimago had backed off, but was still watching in the distance, now that he knew Guion wasn't after him directly. Guion slid to the ground once he was close enough, and didn't wait to see if the two were conscious or not. He pulled the tiny darts out of their necks and slapped them both soundly on the face. The wild Furor was the one he wanted, but it seemed he could do nothing without the direction of the old hag. So he slapped them again and began shaking them both. "Get up!" he yelled. But he could not wait to see if his actions had done any good. Pericles was already on top of him. He sprang to his feet just as the man arrived, but he could not dodge the man's kick. The force sent Guion crashing backwards and left a dent in his breastplate. He staggered onto his back in the soft grass, even as the knight stepped forward to finish the job. He tried to get out of the way, but this time Pericles put one armoured foot on his chest, rendering him immobile. Guion's eyes widened. Was this it? Was this his time to meet his maker, to discover what happened beyond the great barrier of death? He spared a glance for Una and the squire, some distance to one side. She was still unconscious and would be no help to him now. No, he could not fail Una. He could not fail the poor women, children, and men who suffered at the hand of Acrasia and the other sins. He would not. Bringing his sword up, he jammed it between Pericles' footplates. It was awkward bringing a sword up against such a close target. A dagger would have been better, but he didn't have a dagger, so the use of his sword would have to do. Immediately, the pressure on his chest lessened as Pericles recoiled and lifted his leg up. For a moment, Guion thought he had his chance to escape. But then the foot came crashing back down again, right onto Guion's exposed face. Stars erupted in his vision, and he was nearly swallowed up in blackness. His already bleeding nose flared in intense pain as it was hit again. This time, Guion felt something give way, and he knew his nose was broken. The pressure on his chest returned, but this time he could barely see well enough to do anything about it. Was the sword even in his hand anymore? He honestly couldn't tell through the daze. Pericles may have kicked it away. Blinking, he did his best to clear his clouded mind and stare upward at the shadow standing over him. Yes, perhaps this was the moment his life would end. A second shadow joined the first, and Pericles yelled as a huge shape wrenched him backward. Guion blinked as the pressure on his chest left him. Something had grabbed Pericles from behind.
groaning, he pushed himself up onto his elbows, something that took far more effort than was normal. The new assailant was Faerie, and not too far away stood Occasion, the hag. She stared at the ongoing battle with great intensity, as though she was partially controlling it, which she undoubtedly was. Pericles was now fully engaged in battle with Faerie, and both of them were every bit as ferocious as they had been fighting Guion. Pericles attempted several times to slash or pierce the wild man's skin, but to no avail. As Una had predicted, Faerie could not be killed by conventional means when the old woman was involved. Something moved out of the corner of Guion's eye, and he turned his head to see Archimago approaching the hag from behind. He was going to attack the old woman. Guion didn't have much time. He pushed himself to his feet, ignoring the dizzy spell that came over him, and launched himself at the old woman. For a moment, she looked at him, her eyes widening as though she thought he was attacking her. But then he threw himself into the air, barely catching the dart that had been headed straight for the woman's neck on his breastplate. His armor crunched as he fell to the ground beside the woman. She spared only the briefest of glances for him before her attention went back to Faerie and Pericles. Guion picked up the fallen dart, then threw it back at Archimago. The dart hit him squarely in the knee. Archimago gasped and immediately plucked the dart out. Guion smiled, but even as he did so, Archimago began weaving his hands and muttering something under his breath. But the effects of the dart were already beginning to take hold. Archimago stumbled backward, barely managing to keep himself on his feet. He looked at Guion, and there was hatred in his eyes. But he continued to mutter some incantation that Guion couldn't hear, and it seemed to be enough. Guion wasn't overly fond of magic. Its users tended to be imbalanced, but he had to admit it had its uses. He could have used some of that healing magic right now, or whatever Archimago had used to rid himself of the poison. It looked like he would have to deal with the magician another way. Yet even as he thought it, Archimago began taking steps backward, away from the battle. A man's scream came from behind him, and he looked over to see Faerie literally riding atop Pericles' back, with his hands pressed against the man's helmet. The compressive force must have been what caused Pericles to cry out. A low muttering came from the hag. She, too, was weaving her hands as Archimago had done, though it looked different somehow. Guion knew little about magic, but he knew enough to recognize that this was not a healing spell she wove. Her incantation rose to a crescendo, and she put her hands out in front of her, palms facing the battling pair. The two hands Faerie kept clamped around Pericles' head suddenly burst into flame. Pericles' screams intensified, and yet the fire seemed to do nothing to Faerie. He only pressed on further. Pericles fell onto his back so that Faerie was underneath him, but the impact was not enough to release Fiora's grip. He still held Pericles' helmet, his hands still covered in hot flames. Guion swallowed. What would he have done if the woman had used that same spell on him while he was fighting Faerie? Pericles thrust his head backwards, trying to headbutt Faerie, but it was no use, and it wouldn't be any use even if he did manage to strike the wild man. But then, Pericles pushed upward on his helmet and wrenched it off his head, sliding himself forward as he pushed against Faerie. He scrambled back to his feet and bent to pick up his sword. The move took Faerie by surprise as he looked about to see what had happened to his prey. Pericles staggered backward in exhaustion, his face fully exposed. Now Guion could clearly make out the same features he'd seen in Medina's court, though his face had been covered with a cloth mask of some sort at the time. But the man's hair was dark black and came down to his shoulders. Dark eyebrows framed deep green eyes, and there was stubble on his face, yet his cheeks were red from the heat of Faerie's flaming hands on his helmet. He glanced at the hag, then back at Faerie, likely realizing how futile it was to fight Faerie without going after the hag first. Guion quickly reached for his sword that still lay on the ground, then went to stand in front of the hag, clearly indicating that Pericles would have to go through him if he tried attacking her.
Pericles could probably do it, even in his present condition, but not before Fura would be on him again. And Pericles knew this. Guion could see it in his eyes. But Pericles' hesitation cost him. Fura barreled into him, grabbing him by the waist and throwing him down to the ground once more. Then Fura placed his hands on Pericles' head, and the flames returned. Pericles screamed, and this time it was the scream of death. The man's hair went up first, consumed by fire. "Wait!" Guion called, waving at the hag. "Stop!" The flames in Fura's hands extinguished, and he stood still. The old woman was looking at Guion curiously.
"He will come for us if we let him leave."
"I don't need to spare his life," Guion clarified. "Though I am no judge, this man has done terrible things and is in the service of people who do terrible things."
"Then why?"
Guion met her eyes. "I need answers." Chapter 17. The hag regarded Guion for a moment before nodding. He nodded back appreciatively and turned to walk towards the place where Fura crouched on top of Pericles. At Guion's indication, Fura retreated just slightly, and Guion placed his boot on Pericles' armoured chest, just as Pericles had done to him earlier. Looking around, he saw no sign of Archimago. Perhaps the man had run off, and wisely so. Forgetting about the magician, he turned back to the man beneath him. "You are a servant of Jewessa," he said. "Do you also serve Acrasia?" Pericles' face was a mess. There were burns all over his head, and faint trails of smoke rose from what hair remained. He coughed and stared Guion directly in the eyes. "I can have Fura continue if you want," said Guion casually. A scowl twisted Pericles' face.
"I serve the Scenes. Jewessa is their queen, and I go where she dictates."
"Your appearance and strength are greater than before. Why is that?"
"This is my true form," he replied. "At times I am told to become weaker to interact with you humans."
Interesting that he did not include himself as a human, but Guion ignored the statement. "So, one moment you're on the Holy Island trying to gain power there, and the next you're hunting deserters?"
"When you showed up on the so-called Holy Island, I knew my efforts there would be wasted. I returned to the Bower and received new orders to come after these two."
Pericles glanced at both Fura and Occasion, his face twisted with disgust. "How did you get to the Bower so fast?" Guion leaned in. "Tell me, or I will have the hag end you here and now." Pericles let out a deep, low laugh.
"You would never survive the trip. No one can without Acrasia's express permission."
"I may have heard of one method to get there," said Guion carefully. He didn't want to give too much of their plan away, but he needed to know what Pericles could tell him about the Bower of Bliss and how to get there.
"The amulet of Odysseus,"
Pericles spat out with incredulity.
"You will get nowhere with that trinket. My mistress has already secured it under her spell. It was used against her many eons ago, and it is now safe from all who would take it."
Guion's heart grew cold. No, there had to still be a way to get his hands on the amulet. Pericles could be lying. In fact, that was very likely. He couldn't trust the word of a man whose best interest was to keep the amulet out of his hands. Increasing the pressure under his boot, he asked one more thing. "Why?" he said. "Why does Acrasia spin her webs to take all the men away from their wives and families? What does she want?" Pericles sneered at him.
"What all of us want, to establish hell on earth, to gather our forces and bring our greatest champion to your realm, to kill all who would oppose us."
"And Acrasia does that by luring away the men?"
"In this particular age, most battles are fought by men. said Pericles with a shrug. "We seek only to turn that threat to our advantage."
A soft groan came from behind Guion, Una's voice. Guion twisted to see her rising to a sitting position, the squire there to help steady her. "Una," he said softly. But in the next instant, something grabbed his leg and jerked it to the side. He fell, and at the same moment, Pericles twisted underneath him and rolled to his feet. "Get him!" Guion yelled at the hag. But before the old woman or Faerie could react, Pericles was running faster than humanly possible away from all of them, north towards the coast in the far distance.
"Faerie!"
yelled the hag.
"Come or he will never leave us be!"
Faerie ran to the old woman, picked her up like she weighed nothing, and together they ran after Pericles, though even Faerie's terrifyingly large gait was not enough to catch up to the man so quickly. Yet Guion had no chance of stopping them. He was beyond running at this point. He had no serious injuries that he could see, other than a broken nose and the fact that his head still swam a bit. But those would heal with time. He needed some water and some rest. It was hardly midday yet, but something told him they would need to camp here for the rest of the day and the following night. He pushed himself up on his arms and knees. Una was sitting up by now, massaging the back of her head where she had fallen. "Are you all right?" Guion said as he rose and took several steps in her direction. She looked at him incredulously, as if wondering how he could even ask such a question while he looked so terrible. He dabbed at his nose, and his fingers came back covered in blood. "Yes, I'm sure I don't look all too well." Groaning, he sat beside her and the squire. "Was that Pericles I saw?" she asked as he began unstrapping himself from his breastplate. He nodded. "I'm sorry we did not subdue him in the end. He could have been a useful guide to the Bower of Bliss." Una immediately shook her head. "I would have killed him on the spot. The man is not to be trusted." Guion finished removing his chest armor and took the opportunity to lie down on his back, taking a deep breath as he did so. "I am not opposed to killing under the right circumstances, but killing out of deep emotions like anger or revenge are not going to provide you with the peace you seek." "It doesn't have to be revenge," said Una. "He's a menace to everyone he comes across." "And yet, by not killing him, I learned a few things about Acrasia that we would not otherwise have known." He then proceeded to tell her everything Pericles had revealed, including why he was suddenly more powerful and what he had said about Acrasia. "Well, there's hardly anything new in all that," replied Una when he had finished. "We know Duessa is trying to permanently unleash the other world into our world and take it for themselves." "Yes, but the way he said it made me think their plans were more specific," Guion mused. They sat in silence for a time, Guion simply soaking up the sunlight and allowing the bleeding in his nose to stop while he lay on his back. Suddenly the squire, who had not spoken a single word since Pericles left, said, "My name is Phaedon. It's a pleasure to meet you both." Guion smiled and twisted his head to look at the squire. "It's a pleasure to meet you too, Phaedon. Why don't you tell us a little bit of how you came to be here? I'm not planning to leave this spot for a long while." Archimago sailed north through the sea above Mona. His mind was coursing with emotions and stray thoughts. He had failed again, or at least it would seem that way to Acrasia and to Duessa. Even though Duessa had let him out of confinement in the House of Pride, he had been demoted, in a way, forced to accompany Pericles and Acrasia, forced to serve them as they went about doing more important matters. Acrasia refused to teach him what she knew of magic, though hers was powerful, almost more so than any of the other sins. Except Duessa, of course, and possibly Wrath. His boat was small, meant for only a handful of occupants, with a single sail to propel him forward while he manned the rudder. He was alone, but with Acrasia's blessing he sailed past all of the obstacles with ease. Only those in her service could make it this far, And the journey even took far less time than was usual. Magic carried him forward every bit as much as the wind or the water. When he finally landed on the Bower of Bliss, he stared upward at the towering fortresses and the enormous gardens that framed them. Had he not feared what Duessa would do to him, he might have spent the rest of his life there, lost in never-ending contentment. He didn't even need women. Lust was about so much more than the pleasures of the flesh, and so was Acrasia. Oh, you could find those pleasures here, but you would also not want for anything else. It was enough to tempt anyone to stay and serve her for the rest of their life. But that was not why he was here. He needed to find help. He proceeded up the embankment and onto a path that led inside one of the lush green courtyards. He'd left the battle once Faerie had taken Pericles' head in his hands. There was no way Pericles had survived the encounter. Faerie was an unstoppable force when occasion was involved, and after the beating he received, Guion would not have chosen to stop Pericles' death even if he could. And if he didn't, once that witch girl awoke, she would make quick work of the man. That girl was powerful, though how powerful Archimago was not certain. Duessa had told him to leave her alone, but it was fortunate that he'd managed to immobilize her with his darts. Useful tools, those. Science held a magic of its own. He found the tower he was looking for and began climbing up the stairs. Towers like these unnerved him now. They reminded him too much of the tower where Duessa had imprisoned him for days without food or water. She was right to punish him, but he would never forget that experience, and he would never enter that tower again if he could help it. At the top, the air grew humid, and Archimago entered a large chamber full of warm steam and pleasant aromas. At the center stood a large pool, its water providing the steam and its surface covered in scented bubbles. In the pool lay a man, and all around him were half-naked damsels, some leaning up against his bare chest or playfully splashing each other in the water. Archimago faced the man squarely. "Simacles," he said firmly. His voice inspired little response. None of the maidens so much as glanced at him, but the man spared him a short, irritated look.
"I'm busy. Come back later."
He took one hand and traced the jawline of one of the girls who leaned up into him.
"Oh, get over yourself," said Archimago with disgust. "The sins didn't bring you through the breach so you could wallow in bliss."
"Is this not called the Bower of Bliss?"
said Simacles, spreading his arms to gesture at everything around him.
"Why should I not have a little joy while in this realm?"
Archimago let out a breath. "I understand what you're going through. You lose a battle to one knight and—"
"I didn't lose that battle!"
Suddenly Simacles was on his feet. Thankfully, he was wearing a loose cloth around his loins.
"That coward ran, and the mistress of pride denied me the chance at revenge for my brother."
"Well then," said Archimago, hiding his smile, "would you avenge your other brother?" Simacles frowned.
"What do you mean?"
"I mean, Pericles has been defeated, killed, I expect." Simacles' face fell and he stepped forward, completely ignoring the woman that clutched at his legs. Soon, all the women in the room simply vanished, revealed as the illusions they were.
"Do you mean to tell me," said Simacles in a dangerous tone, "that I am the last of my brothers?"
"I believe so, and I'm sorry," said Archimago. He had no remorse for the man, but he kept his expression somber to keep from ruining the mood. He needed Simacles to come with him, to help him correct the mistakes he had made. Well, they were more like Pericles' mistakes, but Duessa wouldn't see it that way. But if Simacles could help now, then perhaps there would be no need for punishment later. Simacles' chest began to heave and his shoulders shook. Grunting, He looked around like he wanted to throw something in anger, but there was nothing nearby. So instead, he took a menacing step towards Archimago. The magician did not back down.
"Who?" Simacles yelled. "Who did this?"
"Another knight," Archimago explained calmly. "His name is Guion. I've been following him for some time."
"The Scenes want him turned?" asked Simacles, narrowing his eyes.
"The Sins want him dead," Archimago clarified. It wasn't exactly true. He'd received no specific orders to kill Guion, but from what he knew of the knight, the man was too entrenched in his devotion to the Faerie Queen and too hideously good to be fully swayed by Acrasia's wiles. If the Sins didn't want him dead now, they would later. Archimago was just saving them the trouble before it began.
"Then I will find him,"
said Simacles, proceeding to the doorway into the chamber where his clothes lay.
"I will find him and I will kill the vermin for what he's done to my brother."
There was also the small matter of furor and occasion, but those two were likely long gone by now. They wouldn't be so foolish as to keep travelling with Guion, which meant they were no longer a direct threat to himself or to Simacles. There was always the problem of the girl. Archimago knew that if he or anyone else killed her, they would answer to Duessa, and no amount of apologizing or making excuses would save them. Archimago valued his life, so he would leave her alive. He could always try his darts again, but there was no guarantee that would work twice. She would be on her guard. No, they just had to separate Guion from the girl somehow, much as they had done with the Red Cross Knight. And, based on what Archimago knew of the pair's destination, he had the perfect solution.
Hello everyone, my name's Jason Hamilton. I'm the author of the book that you're listening to right now. It'll get right back into it in just a second, but I wanted to invite you to a special VIP club. I call it the Knights of the Round Table, the modern Knights of the Round Table, if you will, where you can come in and interact directly with me on a weekly basis. It's a very small fee at this point. It will be going up in the very near future, but this group essentially will allow you to get all of my books for free when you sign up. So you'll get all of my ebooks and you'll get all of the audiobooks that I've produced so far. There's a couple of other goodies available in there if you want to check that out. So I would strongly recommend you check out the group. Come and join an amazing community all about this whole fantasy world that I've created here. I hope you enjoy it and check it out. The link's below.
Interludes. George kept his eyes fixed on the path ahead, his horse's reins firmly grasped in both hands, purposefully not looking down at the lion that trotted next to him. They had been travelling together for some weeks now, and in that time the lion had never disobeyed him, but one never got used to travelling with a lion, especially when travelling alone. "Are you hungry?" he asked. Stupid question. The lion always seemed to be hungry, but he fended well for himself, snapping up almost every spare rabbit they came across, and occasionally leaving for a brief time and returning with a baby deer or a badger. But he always came back, both to George's relief and increased apprehension. Once again, he forced himself to keep staring at the road. They were headed north now, at the Faerie Queen's request. It had been several days since she spoke to him in his dreams, but he always had an intuitive sense of where she wanted him to go. He knew this was the road they needed to travel on. He knew to go right or left at every juncture. And he knew they were close. Close to what, he could not say. Even he had to admit that the Faerie Queen was frustratingly vague on such things. It didn't bother him as much as it did Una. George just assumed that even the Faerie Queen didn't always know why she sent people where she did. Gloriana was attuned to something beyond this world, something intangible. It would make sense that she wasn't always able to interpret such things in a way that mere mortals like himself could understand. Still, it would have been nice to know more. After all, he was entering dangerous territory now. Few Britons dared to come this far north, barely a day's ride beyond the wall of Hadrian. The forests were said to be crawling with Picts, the legendary wild men of the north. Or at least, that's what rumour said. George knew all too well that rumours seldom reflected reality, but he would be cautious nonetheless. They kept riding for a time, with Lion leaving once for a meal and returning with only a thin squirrel, which he devoured with an annoyed look on his feline features. Eventually, they came to a large lake, spanning at least 1/2 mile in width and 3 or 4 miles in length.
"I suppose now is as good a time as any to rest,"
he said, dismounting. Leading his horse to the water's edge, he gave the beast a comforting pat on the shoulder as he stooped down to drink. Lion had already stepped forward and was drinking in fat slurps to one side. George got out his canteen, removed the stopper, and was about to bend down to fill it when something caught his ear. Standing straight, he listened carefully. Someone was calling, a high-pitched voice, a woman or perhaps young child, and though George could not make out the words, it was immediately clear that the voice was in some distress. With the voice came an urgency, a feeling in his gut that he could not ignore. Whatever the source of that voice, this was the reason the Faerie Queen sent him here. Not bothering to remount his horse, he made a mad dash along the edge of the water in the direction of the call. The voice grew louder and clearer, but occasionally punctuated with gurgles, as if whoever it was received a mouthful of water upon every other word. Redoubling his efforts, George pushed forward. Finally, he saw, out in the distance, a figure some 30 feet from the shore, splashing and yelling in a tongue that George did not recognize. A young boy, perhaps 10 years old, and clearly drowning. George rushed to take off his mail shirt and leather armour, followed by his sword belt, trousers, and boots. Once every heavy article of clothing was gone, he dived forward into the icy lake. He had not expected it to be so cold. Immediately his lungs seized up, and his pity for the drowning boy increased. Forgetting his own discomfort, he swam forward with big arcs of his arm, diving into the water and pulling himself forward as fast as he had ever done. Something fueled him, whether a product of the desperate situation or a strength lent to him by the Faerie Queen, he did not know. Regardless, it took only a matter of seconds before he was at the young boy's side.
"Climb onto me,"
he said, hoping that the boy understood. The young man said nothing intelligible, but scrambled onto George's outstretched arms, kicking and spluttering in a chaotic mess. George struggled to maintain his stability in the water, but thankfully the boy was light and weak from his struggle, so he could not push George down. Instead, George grabbed him firmly with both arms and kicked out with his feet, propelling them backward toward the shore as fast as he could. It did not take long before he felt hard earth beneath him again, and he pushed up with his legs to stand up straight, carrying the boy in his arms. As soon as they were several feet away from the lake, George put the young man down onto a dry patch of grass, then turned him over and patted him on the back as the boy coughed and choked, his chest heaving with each breath. The child was thin but not malnourished, wiry muscles suggesting he was stronger than he looked, and a rich mane of dark black hair accompanied a torso darkened by the sun. His eyes were deep blue, and after taking some time to cough out a few mouthfuls of water, those eyes turned to George, meeting him stare for stare.
"You're safe now," said George. "Just be careful the next time you decide to go swimming. Wait until you're not alone."
The boy's eyes squinted as if he did not understand. George put a hand to his own chest, lake water still dripping from each appendage.
"My name is George. What is yours?"
Yet without a word, the boy turned and ran. George opened his mouth as if to call the young man back, but thought better of it. The boy was fast, clearly faster than George would be with all of his wet clothes. Within moments, the child had disappeared around a curve in the road, never looking back at the man who had just saved his life. George shook his head. Not at the young man for running, but because of a feeling. This had been the reason the Faerie Queen had sent him here, to save this young man's life. He knew he had fulfilled his role, and he would never know what that young man would become. Perhaps the boy would be a great king or a fine warrior. Perhaps it wasn't the boy at all, but a descendant who would eventually enact some great thing. Whatever the case, George's part was finished now. He knew it in his heart. He made his way back to his horse, who still stood at the edge of the lake, drinking his fill as if nothing had happened. The lion, on the other hand, sat in a position of readiness. His face turned to look directly at George.
"You know, sometimes I wish you really could speak,"
George said.
"Perhaps you could tell me your thoughts on the Faerie Queen and her mysterious quests. I'm sure you have some."
The lion only looked at him curiously in response. It occurred to him that the boy may have run off to bring others from his village, and he had no way of knowing if they would show him the same kindness he had shown their child, so he quickly filled his canteen and made ready to leave. Heading south again, he reflected on the day's events. Clearly, the Faerie Queen had some knowledge of the future. She knew that young man would swim in the lake this day, and that no one would be there to save him when he nearly drowned. And if the Faerie Queen could predict the future like that, what else did she know? Did she know everything that was yet to happen, or did she only catch glimpses? What worried him more, how did Una figure into all this? The Faerie Queen did not seem overly fond of Una, or more specifically, her magic. Did Gloriana know something they didn't? Regardless, saving that young man cemented the position that the Faerie Queen played in George's life. He had to trust her. Lives were literally at stake, and he had to follow her instructions, even if he did not understand why they came. Whatever happened, he had to trust her. He had to. Britomart. Britomart packed her bags, the wait, at long last, over. It had not been the news she wanted. Picking up handfuls of the fish she and her nurse had dried over the fire, she thrust it into her sack. She would show Merlin. She would show everyone that she was no man's prize. No fate would tie her down. She would prove it. Tying the sack to another one she had already prepared, she slung them over her shoulders and returned to her horse, scrambling up the rocks along the shores of Dumnonia, practically a cliff by how steep it was. It took a few moments until she reached the flat land above. Even in summer, there was a chill air, augmented by the spray of the ocean dashing against the rocks. That gave her the shivers. And they were in the south of Britannia. Where she was going, far to the northeast, it was presumably even colder. And that was not to mention the constant rain that seemed to plague the land. How these Britons dealt with their weather was a mystery to Britomart. Glaus was tending to her horse, brushing the mare and speaking softly to it as Britomart approached. "I have your armour and shields ready," said Glaus. "Wear them whenever you are travelling." Britomart sniffed but said nothing in protest. It would always be best to cover her face while travelling. Who knew what lowlife she would encounter if she made it clear that she was a woman? Yes, best to hide that fact, though Britomart loathed the reason. "If all goes well, I should be back in Armorica within a month," she said, swinging her 2 sacks over her horse so one lay on either side. Glaus smirked. "If all goes well, perhaps you will be bringing someone with you." Britomart rounded on her. "You know full well that I would never—" She stopped as Glaus began laughing, a full belly laugh that jiggled her many chins. Britomart scowled. Of course the woman knew. It was all a jest. The nerve of that woman sometimes. "Well," said Glaus, putting the horse's brush in a pouch at her waist, "just remember what I said. Keep your temper in check and maintain an open mind. No one is forcing you to marry this man, but a friendly conversation can work wonders." Friendly conversation. If only Glaus knew what Britomart really wanted to do to this man she was allegedly destined to marry.
You are there to assess, nothing more, Glaus continued. By actually meeting the man, you will be in the best position to make your own choice. I still think it is a bad idea, said Britomart. Knowledge, Glaus said, putting a finger to her temple, is never a bad idea. Knowledge gives you options, and options lead to better choices. If you say so, Britomart said. She fetched the armour that Glaus had brought and began putting on the mail. Between it and the helmet, there would be little cause for any passerby to identify her as a woman. Britomart smiled inwardly, imagining herself sneaking up on this Artigall, with him blissfully unaware of who she was. Then what would she do? Options swirled in her brain, some all too attractive. But she knew one thing. Whatever happened, she would do what it took to remove this man from her life forever. Without even knowing her, he had already caused her enough pain. If she had to return the favour, she would. And then she would be free. She finished putting on her armour and went to embrace Glaus. I will miss you, her nursemaid said. And I you, Britomart said. When you return, I want to hear every last detail. Britomart swung herself into the saddle. I look forward to it. Though perhaps she wouldn't tell Glaus everything, not if she had her way with Artigall. Glaus might not approve. Amoret. Amoret rode behind Scudamore, her arms surrounding his waist, enjoying the feeling of her body pressed up against his broad-shouldered frame, feeling the warmth of their closeness. She had run into Scudamore shortly after leaving the Forest of Arden. She had found him praying at a local church, and he immediately caught her eye, and she his. Amoret hadn't had much exposure to other men, other than her mother's knights in the Order of Maiden Glory, with whom she interacted little. But Scudamore was something else. He was tall, handsome, and perfectly willing to bow to her every desire, not that she ever abused such loyalty, most of the time. They had spent the last few weeks going around the Forest of Arden. She would not go back in there, but they were beginning to reach territory that she recognized.
In a few miles we will reach a crossroads,
said Scudamore.
Do we go north or east?
Amoret weighed the two options. Go east and they would run into the Saxons, not a friendly bunch. Go north and they would eventually cross Hadrian's Wall and into the territory of the Picts, also unfriendly. Yet both options excited her. She had never been in any real danger before, and she liked the idea of experiencing something savage. North, she said finally. I'd like to learn more of the wildlings there. Scudamore nodded in approval, and she could feel the tension leave his shoulders.
An excellent choice. The Saxons would likely overrun us and drive us out of their territory at best. The Picts are more scattered, less united. It will give me a fighting chance to test my mettle against hardened foes.
I'm sure they will be no match against you, Amoret said. She had not seen him fight yet, but she had seen him train. It had been a glorious sight.
Are you sure you want to do this? Said Scudamore. We will both be in danger, you most of all. I cannot guarantee your safety if we are ambushed by a tribe of Picts or bandits.
Amoret rolled her eyes, glad that Scudamore was facing away from her. That was the one problem with Scudamore. He seemed to think she was helpless, just like her mother. Thankfully, he made up for it in other areas. I will be fine, she said. Just lend me your bow and arrow when the time comes, and no one will touch me. They crested a hill, and Amoret was sure they could almost see the crossroads from here. That and something else, a figure at least a quarter of a mile away, standing in the road, unmoving.
It's just that, my dear, I'm not sure if I will have time to...
He trailed off as he too saw the figure in the distance. He added in a hushed tone, Let me do the talking. It wasn't uncommon to meet other travellers on these roads, despite the fact that few ventured near the Forest of Arden. But there was something different about this man. As they drew closer, they saw that he wore armour, and he stood stock still,
clearly intending to confront them. There was something familiar about that armor. It wasn't like the typical mail and helmet that most knights wore. It was strangely shaped and organic, as if grown from a tree. Amorette's heart chilled. One of the fairy knights, sent by her mother, no doubt.
"You can stop right there!"
Scudamore brought the horse to a halt, keeping one hand on the reins and another at his sword hilt.
"We have no quarrel with you, stranger. Let us pass and we will leave you be."
"I am afraid I cannot do that," said the knight.
His voice was high-pitched and breathy, and Amorette thought she recognized it. "Is that you, Paradel?" she said, ignoring Scudamore's request to let him talk.
"It is, Princess," said Paradel. "I'm afraid you will have to come with me."
Amorette's face reddened. Didn't her mother have better things to do than to send her knights, of whom she didn't have many, just to bring her back?
"The lady goes where she chooses," said Scudamore, drawing his blade and flashing it at the newcomer. "If you have a problem with that, then you and I will face in battle."
Paradel gave an exaggerated sigh, and Amorette frowned. Paradel wasn't often this flippant.
"Dear Princess," he said, "is this seriously the best you could do?"
"I will have you know,"
began Scudamore indignantly, but before he could finish his sentence, Paradel had moved. The fairy knight dashed forward so fast that even Amorette was taken aback. The next thing she knew, the horse was rearing on its hind legs, throwing both Scudamore and Amorette backward. Scudamore landed on top of her, knocking all her breath out. By the time they both recovered, Paradel was standing over them, his sword out and pointed at Scudamore's neck.
Why did you?"
Scudamore was panting, staring not at Paradel but beyond him. Amorette followed his gaze to see the horse, dark blood gushing from a wound to the neck, clearly bleeding out. Horror embraced her, and she looked up at Paradel.
"Why would you do such a thing?"
Paradel removed his helmet, revealing a shock of dark hair matted to his head. His eyes gleamed blue, and there was a look of eagerness there.
"My mistress wants you. I was told to bring you with haste."
"My mother would never sanction the killing of an innocent animal." Paradel shook his head, a smile spreading over his lips, a cruel smile.
"I no longer answer to your mother. I serve a new mistress."
A new mistress? What was he talking about? Who else was... But suddenly, the answer came to her, and a chill ran down her spine.
Why would you leave, Mother?"
"Why would you?" Paradel said, before ramming the hilt of his sword into her skull. Darkness rose swiftly up to meet her.
Artigale. It was as if the woods opened for Artigale, and he stepped forward into the most glorious castle enclosure of his life. This was not like other castles. It towered above him, far higher than any stonemasons could build, at least not any he knew of. It reached just above the tops of the trees, which were indeed high, and it was narrower too, although perhaps that was just his perspective.
"Welcome to Gloriana's castle," said a diminutive voice.
Artigale blinked and glanced in the direction the voice was coming from. He hadn't seen anyone on his approach, and had only arrived through the guidance of the Fairy Queen during his dreams. When he turned, he saw no one.
"Over here,"
the voice came again. This time, Artigale looked up and found the source of the voice, and his eyes widened.
How are you?"
he said. Words utterly failed him. Perched on a twig a few feet above his head was a sparrow, and on that sparrow was a small man, smaller than anyone Artigale had ever seen, smaller than any man could be.
"Don't worry," said the little man. "Your reaction is completely normal. The name's Tom Thumb."
Artigale was about to ask if this Tom was real and he was not imagining things. But then again, he had come to this magical castle at the whim of a fairy who entered his dreams. Perhaps this was not the strangest thing he would see that day.
I It is my honour to meet you, little sir, he said.
And I you, said Tom with a small flourish of his hand. We welcome anyone who wishes to serve the lady, especially in these times.
Yes, it occurred to me that there are very few present here.
Most are gone, said the little man.
Gone?
On assignment, dead, or worse. It has been a dark year for us all, Gloriana most of all.
Is she? Artigol leaned in closer. Is she here, then?
Of course, Tom said. I was sent here to guide you the rest of the way. If you would please follow me.
Guiding the sparrow like a steed, Tom whisked away toward the front gate of the castle, a great stone arch with an open portcullis. Yet, unlike most castles Artigol had seen, the wood of this portcullis seemed natural, like it had grown into its current lattice. Tom led him up a spiral staircase made of marble, which somehow also appeared organic, despite the fact that no stone would ever be fashioned naturally. Eventually, Tom led him into a great nave, with large marble pillars and a great throne at the end of the chamber. And standing near that throne, Artigol fell to one knee.
My lady!
The Fairy Queen stood before him, and she approached him slowly, almost hesitantly. Artigol, she said, her voice like silver, I am pleased you have come.
Had I known that such a one as you existed, I would have sailed from my homeland decades ago.
Artigol kept his head bowed, but suddenly a hand reached down and lifted his chin. What he saw made him want to weep. The Fairy Queen's face was just as he had seen in his visions, pale with a light green tint and richly crimson hair. But what brought tears to his eyes were the tears he saw in hers. You come most welcome, she said. I have need of many men like you, a great need with few to fill it. So many are gone.
My lady!
His voice came out as a jumbled mix of every emotion he felt, anger at seeing her distress, concern that she would feel so, and resolve to make it right.
What ails you? Let me serve.
I am sorry, Sir Artigol, she said, turning away from him. You have caught me at an inopportune time. My daughter... But that is of no concern to you. We must maintain our focus on the enemy, and the enemy is practically on my doorstep.
If you give me the tools and knowledge to fight them, then I will do what must be done.
She turned back to him and smiled. There are too few like you, Artigol. Too few. Gloriana took a deep breath and seemed to compose herself. I accept your loyalty, and shall give you the tools and knowledge you seek. Tom?
Right away, my lady,
said Tom, fluttering into view and perching on the arm of the throne.
Sir Artigol, if you would follow me, I have your armour ready.
Artigol stared at both of them, confused.
But I have my own armour.
You do not have armour like mine, Gloriana said. And as Tom Thumb led Artigol to the armoury, Artigol understood. There truly was no armour to match it. Chapter 18. Guion walked gingerly along the half-forgotten road. What would have taken them 3 or 4 days to travel, and possibly less with a horse, had now taken them over a week. His face still pained him, though it had dulled, and he no longer bled from the nose at any increased rate. But his head still pounded when he exerted himself too far. In the beginning, he had barely been able to keep down any food due to the ache in his head, which was new for him, but common among soldiers he'd known to hit their heads too hard. But after a few days, he was relatively back to normal, apart from some sore limbs. They said goodbye to the squire, who was a very nice boy with a compelling story, but not one that concerned them directly. He had his own journey ahead of him, and they had theirs.
In the end, they had agreed to go their separate ways. Una stayed uncharacteristically silent after their encounter with Archimago and Pericles. Chances were she was blaming herself for not being conscious and not being able to help, especially considering the fact that she'd come across these two before, and it had not been a pleasant encounter. Not at all. For that reason, Guion was almost glad she had been unconscious for most of the fight. He wasn't sure what she was capable of, but he suspected a lot after he'd personally witnessed the way she healed that woman several weeks ago now. That power was beyond all but the most powerful sorceresses to his knowledge, though he knew little of what they taught in Avalon. He'd always steered clear of the place. But Una had not trained in Avalon, which confused him further. No one should be able to do what she did without at least a little training. It bothered him. Instinct was not capable of directing such complex magic, of that he was sure. So if it wasn't instinct, what was it?
"I think we're getting close,"
said Una, surprising Guion. "Close to the Idle Isle?"
She nodded. I can feel something ahead."
Guion looked in the direction she was staring. They were already along the northern coast of Mona, but he could see no islands, though there was some fog obscuring the bay ahead. "Your magic, again?" He gave her a knowing look. She hesitated but nodded.
It senses things, gives me an intuition of sorts, like it's reflecting other magical forces back at me so I can see it. At first I didn't think I could trust it, but it has proven right more than once."
"Then let's hope it proves right again," said Guion. "We can't afford to waste much more time." They hadn't heard any news reports that would indicate Acrasia was taking any more men in the area. But they had also not come across more than the occasional farmer or shepherd. And to get to the Idle Isle, they had to go somewhat out of the way of any major villages. But that being said, Acrasia was still out there somewhere. Either they simply hadn't heard what she was doing in the region, or she was off in some other part of Britannia. Mona wasn't the only region vulnerable to her influence. "Tell me," said Guion as they continued walking down the coastline, "why did the Fairy Queen send you to me?"
"Excuse me?"
She looked at him quizzically. "I mean, when you think about it, why you at all? You said she's recruiting knights, but you are not a knight, nor did I need your help for recruitment. The Fairy Queen already has my loyalty, and neither of us knew about Acrasia before we met, so why would I even need your guidance?" He expected her to act indignant as she often did, to tell him that he needed to better appreciate her value or something along those lines. But she said nothing, turning instead to stare at the path ahead. When she didn't respond, Guion continued, "I'll tell you what I think. I think you're more than just a messenger. I think the Fairy Queen has some kind of plan for you." Una scowled, which was odd. That hadn't been the reaction he was expecting.
"I'm not a tool of the Fairy Queen like some people, like you practically are."
"I know her strength, her purpose."
"You know nothing about her," she snapped.
Why was she growing so defensive?
"You never even met her apart from your dreams. You who claim to be so fair, so balanced in your approach towards life. You've never served a lord or a government like the Romans, but you'll willingly serve the Fairy Queen simply because you feel good about her?"
Guion stopped walking. Una stopped as well and put her hands on her hips, as though getting ready for a fight. But Guion did not retort. He merely took a deep breath. He locked gazes with Una and did not look away. "You want to know?"
Una nodded. "Yes, I'd like to know."
Guion set his jaw. This was not a story he had told in a long time, but Una deserved the truth. They'd been companions for a while now, and it was time he opened up a bit. Perhaps if he set the example, she would follow suit. He knew there were things that she was not telling him about her magic. "When I was a boy," he began, "my parents, my sister and I came here to this very island. In fact, while we were here, my younger sister wandered off."
Una raised her head a little. "I didn't know you had a sister."
He nodded. "While we were searching for her, we were beset upon by bandits. They robbed my parents of everything they had on them, food, money, even their clothing. I then had to watch as they did horrible things to my parents. And not only them, they had my sister too." Una's face slowly fell from indignation to shock. She unfolded her arms and looked like she was about to say something apologetic, but Guion didn't give her a chance to interrupt. "They would have killed me too." Guion kept his voice as hard as steel. "But shortly after my parents and sister died, 2 knights appeared, clad in armor I have never seen before or since. It was almost tree-like, as if it was made of nature itself. They killed all of the bandits and saved my life."
"The Faerie Queen's knights," replied Una. "Guion, I'm sorry I didn't—"
Guion held up a hand. "Let me finish. The Faerie Queen arrived once the bandits were dead and told me I was safe. She told me if I was good, I would see her again someday, but that I had to stay away from the passions and vices that plagued the bandits. I later learned that was the true reason for their misconduct. Not malice, but a lack of control, an imbalance, a desperate thirst for riches and pleasure that had overridden their minds." Una said nothing, but in her eyes he spied something. Disagreement. Based on her experience, he would guess that she did believe men had malice. But not Guion. Malice could manifest in someone, certainly, but one could always trace the root cause of anger, hatred, and desperation to something within. "I stayed with them for a day, but eventually one of the knights took me to a small village near Tintagel where I stayed with a gentle woman until I was old enough to set out on my own. I later vowed I would do all I could to become one of those knights myself. I trained as hard as possible. I traveled to Rome and learned what I could there. But I have come back to serve the Faerie Queen for giving me life when I was on the verge of losing it." Una stayed quiet for a time. "I'm sorry," she repeated after a moment. "It was many years ago," he said. "I have accepted it. Dwelling on the past as anything more than a learning experience risks becoming a slave to oneself and one's emotions. That, as with other things, is a lack of temperance, and something I avoid."
"Have you ever wondered why the Faerie Queen couldn't have come sooner?" asked Una. "Why she couldn't have saved your family too, or helped you find your sister before the bandits found you?"
Guion shrugged. "At first, but what good are such thoughts? It's not what happened, and that is that." Una nodded slightly, but looked away.
I cannot tell you what my imbalance is, Guion," she said. "I know you want me to open up, to tell you everything I know and everything that I wish I knew, but I can't, not now."
Her words surprised Guion, but he said nothing in rebuke. "I understand."
"I have already told you most of what I know,"
she said, and her voice wavered. Guion's eyebrows lifted. He'd never seen her emotional before, or at least not this brand of emotion.
"I told you about Castle Silene and my parents. You know I have magic, but right now, that's all I'm willing to say."
Trying to act casual, she wiped away a tear that had formed in one eye. Guion nodded and took her arm, gently leading her forward so they were walking again. "Let's just focus on pushing ahead, and once we've defeated Acrasia, we can return to the Faerie Queen and demand some answers."
"Demand?"
she said, looking at him.
"Not exactly the word I would expect you to use." He shrugged. Well, perhaps it would be good to discuss her side of my story, to ask the questions I've never been able to ask anyone but myself.
All right, she said. After.
He stared forward at the path ahead. Yes, after. They walked in silence again, though this time something was different. There was an understanding between them, a bond that hadn't been there before. And though she had not entrusted him with her darkest secrets the way he had, Guion was certain she would open up eventually. And he was ready to help her find answers to whatever questions she had. That would be his next great quest. At Una's direction, they proceeded down some minor cliffs until they reached the water. But by the time they had made it that far, the fog in the distance had moved just enough that they now had to walk through it. It was a dense fog, far greater than any Guion had ever seen, and that was saying something. More than once he found himself splashing into the water on one side and had to retreat back to higher ground. They learned to stay close so as not to lose each other.
I don't like this,
said Una after an hour or so of travelling in the fog.
This mist isn't natural.
Guion could agree with her on that account. Pericles said there was some protection over the amulet. Perhaps part of that is the fact that we cannot even see it.
Una nodded. That would make sense, but I'd be surprised if that's all it is.
They continued walking until Guion began to grow frustrated. We could have passed the island by now, and neither of us would even know it.
No, it's still ahead, said Una,
and she took a step in front of him, as though she was listening for something just out of Guion's earshot. He followed after without hesitation.
Now where are you two going?
Said a voice not 5 paces away. Both of them jumped. Una pulled out her knife, and Guion quickly reached for his sword. The form of a woman materialized out of the fog in front of them. She was beautiful, with brown hair that had silver streaks throughout. Though for all that, she was young, with a face to rival Una's. In fact, Guion would have to say she was the more beautiful of the two. But Guion kept his guard. Who are you?
I am Faerie,
said the woman in a soft sing-song voice.
I am the guardian of the Idle Isle.
Guion exchanged glances with Una. What exactly do you mean by guardian? Guion asked.
I bring all those who would seek the amulet of Odysseus to the island, there to face their trials.
What trials? Said Una. No one had said anything about trials.
Odysseus passed through many of them to reach his destination. So must all who wish for his gift.
Una looked at Guion. There's something not right. Guion could only agree, but he faced the woman again. And you'll just take me to the island?
Yes,
said the woman in her sweet tone. You won't drown us or something? The woman laughed like a clear bell.
Of course not. There is no danger in reaching the island.
What if we don't want to go with you? Said Una. What if we seek out another way to reach the island?
Oh, there is no other way to reach the island, said the woman, still smiling. The fog is dense, and there is magic on these waters. You would find yourself swimming for hours, days, until you finally drown from exhaustion.
She said it so sweetly that one could almost forget she was talking about how they could lose their life. Guion gave Una a quick look. She appeared undecided. But between his sword and her magic, they might be able to get through unscathed, even if this was a trap set by Acrasia, which it almost certainly was. There was nothing to do but spring the trap. Very well, he said. We'll come with you.
Oh, you can't both come, said Faerie. Only one may seek the amulet. They cannot have help.
Guion hesitated. That complicated matters considerably. He glanced back at Una, who shook her head just enough for him to see. Turning back to Phaedria, he said, "May I have a word with my companion for a moment?"
"Of course."
Guion retreated back a short distance with Una. "It's a trap," said Una once they were alone. "Of course it's a trap, but what other options do we have? It's not like we can just walk right into this woman's boat and expect to arrive safely on the other side. We have to find another way around. Remember, my magic is pointing me there." Guion considered that. It was true that Una could likely get there if they swam, but they had no idea how far the distance was. It could be miles away for all they knew. "Can you tell the distance?" he said. "Is it near or far?" Una appeared unable to answer. She blew a deep breath and shrugged her shoulders. She didn't know. "Then I think it's still best if I go with her," said Guion. "We will accomplish nothing by staying put." "Guion," said Una, using his name for emphasis. "You will be alone. If anything happens—" "Then you will remain here to take my place and try another way. I must do this, Una." She opened her mouth as if to argue further, but then shut it again. Silently, she nodded. That was enough for Guion. He turned and walked back to the waiting woman, who still stood there with her unhinging smile aimed at the pair of them. "I will go with you," he said.
"I hoped you would," she said, glancing up and down the length of his body.
Guion set his jaw. Whatever was about to happen, it was not going to be pleasant. The woman turned to the side and waved a hand forward, indicating Guion should proceed. He had not gone 2 steps when he saw a boat sitting against the shore. In the fog, he'd neglected to notice. Taking a deep breath and sparing one final glance at Una, he climbed aboard. Chapter 19. Phaedria followed and took up a long pole, which she used to push the boat away from shore. Guion sat near the bow of the vessel, but kept his feet under him so as to be able to move at a moment's notice. If anything did happen, he was ready to fight, or jump into the water and brave the fog. But Phaedria did nothing to provoke him. She merely attempted conversation.
"What is a handsome, strong knight like you doing in these parts?"
Guion ignored her compliments. "Have many come looking for the amulet?" he asked.
"Oh yes, many."
"And just how many of these have ever returned?"
"None have returned from the Idle Isle."
Guion ran a hand over his face. That was foreboding, but at least the woman was doing nothing to outright attack him, though she could still be working for the enemy, leading him right into a trap. He would stay on his guard. As they proceeded, the air began to lighten, as though the fog was lifting. It didn't take long before he could see the water ahead and beyond. He finally saw it, a beautiful island just ahead, not 100 yards more. It wasn't large, perhaps no more than a half-mile across, but he had never seen such beauty in one place. It was covered in green trees, its sands were golden, and flowers of all colours and varieties coated an open field.
"We are here,"
said Phaedria as she brought the boat up to the shore. The smell that hung in the air was simply wonderful. Guion breathed it in. Were he not on his errand, he would have stayed here for eternity. Perhaps he could stay here for eternity. Una wouldn't miss him. In fact, she should come too and bask in the warm sun. He shook his head. There was no room for thoughts like that. He stepped off the boat and proceeded up to the dry ground. Phaedria also alighted and followed him up. "Where do I go from here?" he asked.
"Oh, we don't need to go anywhere,"
she said, coming uncomfortably close and tracing a finger over the edges of his armor.
Why don't we spend some time in this meadow for a while? It's lovely at this time of year."
For a moment, he almost considered it. Phaedria was beautiful after all, and there really was no rush. He could stay here forever. Even the feeling of the sun on his face was different from what he was used to. Often the sun felt harsh, but here it sent tingles all throughout his body.
"Why don't you sit down?" said Phaedria. "I will help you rest easy."
Gently, she helped to lower him to the grass. Then, once he was sitting, she lightly pulled her dress off of one shoulder, exposing her skin. Something was off. Phaedria was not behaving at all like a woman should among decent company, not at all like Medina, who had... Medina. The thought drove away the cloud in his vision, and Guion came crashing back to the present. No, this was not who he was. This was some manner of enchantment. Una was right. This had been a trap, just not the kind Guion had expected. Phaedria had just begun a low hum, a song as sweet as the birds. It filled Guion with bliss, with rapture, with... He reached one armored arm out and caught Phaedria by the throat. Immediately her humming ceased, and her smile fled for the first time since he'd first laid eyes on her. "Stop what you're doing," he said in a low growl.
"What?"
She squirmed under his grip.
I never meant anything to..."
"Do not lie to me," he barked. He was perhaps a little more forceful in his tone than usual, but he would allow it. The woman needed to learn he was someone to fear. Phaedria's face had gone pale, well, paler than usual. She grasped at the fist on her throat and barely managed to gag.
"Please, don't."
Suddenly, a huge shape burst out of the nearest stand of trees. Guion turned to see an enormous knight standing there. He nearly took a step back. It was Pericles. Wait, no, the armor differed slightly. The spikes on the helmet were shaped in opposite directions, and for that matter, Pericles had left without his helmet. This was another knight of the same breed.
"You will die for killing my brother, vermin,"
said the knight before hoisting a huge broadsword at the ready. Brother? Did he mean Pericles? Well, Pericles wasn't dead, at least as far as he knew. But if they were brothers, Guion was in trouble. He could not fight this man alone if he was anything like Pericles. "Your brother is not dead," he shouted. The man paused, cocking his head at Guion.
"What do you mean?"
Guion quickly explained what had happened. His thoughts were racing as he spoke, but he did not release Phaedria. He needed her as a backup plan.
"You think by telling me my brother is still alive that I'm supposed to let you go?" said the newcomer. "You are still the enemy. I cannot believe a word you say."
With that, he lumbered forward. Guion immediately pulled Phaedria in front of him and held his blade at her throat. "Hold! I will hurt her if you come a step nearer." He wasn't sure he actually would hurt the woman. She was clearly in with the wrong people, but from the way she had reacted to his harsh words, he wasn't sure she was much more than a misguided victim. Indeed, she began to quiver at his threat, still clutching at his armored gauntlet.
"She is nothing,"
said the man, not slowing down.
"Kill her if you must."
"Simacles,"
said Phaedria in a fright. So she did know the man. As this Simacles approached him, Guion threw Phaedria away just in time to catch the brunt of the man's first swing on his own sword. The shock reverberated through his arms and down his spine. The man was even bigger than his brother, if that were to be believed. How could he fight him where he had only barely managed to survive his last encounter with such a dark knight?
"Come, puny knight," said the big man. "I will make you bleed. Your mother will not recognize you."
Guion scented himself. The taunt regarding his mother vexed him, but he managed to keep his emotions in check. He was in control, he was balanced, and balance would be what saved him. The battle began. As before, Guion was unable to take on Simacles' strike directly, so he worked on redirecting the man's momentum away from himself. It was working. With each strike, Guion managed to keep the broadsword from smashing his skull, and instead redirected that momentum and smashed the knight's weapon into the ground. Semicles was not like his brother, Guion soon realized. Pericles was more calculating, more in control of his actions. Semicles, on the other hand, was clumsy. He relied on pure strength to aid him instead of strategy. Guion could turn that to his advantage. More than once, Guion's redirection of Semicles' strikes led the blade to stick into the soft ground beneath them. This gave Guion the opportunity he needed to strike. Each time he hit the man at what he perceived to be a weak point in the armor, aiming for between the plates. But each time, his attack did nothing. Semicles merely shrugged it off like Guion's sword was nothing more than an annoying fly that kept trying to bite him. This was not good. Guion could not defeat this man as it was. Had it not been for the armor, he could have killed this man long before, but... the armor. An idea suddenly popped into Guion's mind. If the armor was what prevented him from winning, then he had to find a way to get Semicles' armor off. Before he could think the idea through, his momentary stray thought cost him. Semicles brought his broadsword down in an over-the-head swing, and Guion did not have the time to dodge or fully deflect it. Twisting, he tried to get his head out of the way whilst bringing his sword up to catch the brunt of the strike, and placed his left hand on the flat of his blade so as to better support. Bracing himself, he locked his joints so as to better bear the force of the incoming impact. Semicles' blade passed right through his, shattering it into pieces. Had the force not also sent him flying backwards, the broadsword would have cloven his body in two. With a ruined sword, he had no chance at fighting hand to hand. He had to try a different tactic. Time to put his idea to use. Leaping to his feet, he turned and ran as fast as he could towards the boat which still lay against the rocks. "What?" said Semicles in confusion as his prey suddenly wasn't there. But though Guion did not turn his head around, he could hear Semicles' heavy footfalls begin to follow him. He still carried the hilt of his sword, which had no more than a hand's width of blade still attached to it. The rest had broken off with his enemy's attack. But he might need it later, so he kept it on his person until he was closer to the shore. Then he let it drop to the ground. He reached the boat and pushed it forward with one great heave. Semicles was right behind him and would reach him if he didn't cast off as soon as he could. Once the boat was out a short distance, Guion scrambled in and reached for the pole that allowed for guiding the boat. He pushed against the beach as hard as he could, just as Semicles arrived. But even with that last push, Guion only barely managed to get the boat and pole out of Semicles' reach. "You think running will help you?" yelled the Black Knight. "I'm not running," explained Guion. He glanced about the boat. He was out deep enough now. Placing the pole along the bottom of the boat, Guion stood straight and folded his arms. "Then what are you doing, then?" "Your brother was not half so stupid as you," Guion taunted. He needed Semicles to lose his temper. Men in anger always made rash decisions. In this case, that would work to Guion's advantage. He could not see beneath Semicles' helmet, but from the way the knight took a half step back, he could tell his insult had met its mark. "You will show us respect. We are the chosen of the Mistress of Pride herself." "You were," said Guion simply. "Now it's just you." But you said..." "You said yourself you couldn't trust the enemy," said Guion, smiling. "I killed your brother easily, and he died screaming for mercy." "Roar!" screamed Semicles, and he immediately began walking into the water straight towards Guion. Once he was waist deep, he stopped. Guion smiled. The man had finally figured out the problem. With all that armor on, he would sink long before he could reach Guion, which meant... "I can leave you here if you want," said Guion, making it look like he was about to grab the pole again. "I'm sure that thick head of yours will never figure out a way off the island. I'll be back in a few weeks when you're dead." Semicles yelled again in frustration. He retreated back up to the shore and removed his helmet. His face was almost exactly like that of his brother, except perhaps with more muscle around the neck. More armor followed the helmet, and Guion merely watched from the boat with an amused expression. The man really was that stupid. Devoid of his armor, Simacles began wading back into the water directly towards Guion in the boat. He carried his sword, but even that was almost enough to weigh him down. He struggled to stay afloat, but he was making progress, and he would reach Guion within a matter of seconds. At least, he would reach where Guion used to be. Casually picking up the pole, he began pushing away from the oncoming Simacles, slightly backward and to the side. When he was in position, he pushed the boat forward, heading further down the shore, back towards the island, but away from Simacles.
"What are you—"
But Simacles cut off. Yes, this time he had finally figured out Guion's plan. It had been almost too easy. This is why Guion never let the things people said get under his skin. For those who did, taunts were an easy form of manipulation, and Guion had played Simacles like a liar. But Simacles still had less distance to go than Guion, even though the boat made progress on the water a lot easier. Still, he could not afford to waste time. He pushed harder on the pole, sending the boat hurtling as fast as it would go towards the shore. When he arrived, he hopped out and ran towards the spot where his broken sword and Simacles' armor lay. His enemy was almost there as well, just beginning to get his feet underneath himself and rise out of the water. Simacles was strong, and he still held his sword. Once he was no longer fully submerged, his speed began to increase. For a moment, Guion thought he might not make it. Simacles was nearly there, but he was still 10 yards or so from his sword. Redoubling his speed, he hurried forward until the sword was just within reach. He slid to the ground, covering the last few meters in a flash, and wrapped his fingers around the hilt of his broken sword. Without even thinking, he swung the tip of the shattered blade around to cut anything it came in contact with. The resulting cry was exactly what he was hoping for. He spun to see he had sliced Simacles in his unprotected, unarmored knee. Simacles had his sword raised above his head, readying it to come down and end Guion, but Guion's sudden, quick attack had temporarily put an end to that idea. Simacles stood momentarily frozen in place with pain, though the cut was not so great as to cause him to fall. Not pausing for another moment, Guion slashed upwards, moving in close so the shortened tip of his blade could do its work. The strike caught Simacles in the cheek and up across his nose towards his brow. Simacles screamed and clutched at his face, his sword dropped and forgotten. Guion raised his own partial blade, readying himself to bury it in Simacles' skull. As much as he believed in second chances, he knew his options were limited in this case. It was kill the man or be killed. "Stop!" Guion momentarily froze. It was Faerie. In Guion's hesitation, she slipped between him and Simacles, who still clutched at his face. The interruption was annoying, but Guion could deal with such problems. He took a deep breath. "Where is the amulet?"
"I don't have it," she said.
"Then I suggest you move aside."
"No," she pleaded. "I don't have it, but this island is the only way to get to it."
Guion frowned. "Explain."
"This place is a source of great power. It has long housed the amulet, but when Acrasia came through a breach in this very spot, she took it and sealed it away."
"Where?"
"I can show you, if you promise not to kill him."
He raised the broken hilt of his sword so its tip pointed at her throat. "No games." She nodded and seemed to breathe a little easier. Simacles looked up, his face covered in blood, but his eyes still whole.
"I will die killing you before I let you take pity on me."
Guion brought the pommel of his sword down on the man's head so firmly that the knight instantly crumpled to the ground. Faerie let out a soft yelp. "We can't have him following us," explained Guion. "Now, lead me to this place."
"It is not a place, exactly. It is all around us."
"I don't have time for riddles," said Guion, adding a little bit of impatience to his voice.
"I'm telling the truth," she said. We travel to Anwin sometimes. That is where the amulet is kept."
Guion frowned. "I thought the breaches could not be opened except from the outside."
"That is true, but there is something of a dreamland, a shadow of Anwin that is still accessible to us. Those of us who have been there before can go there again. We can use it to travel to any place where a breach has formed before."
Guion adjusted his stance. That was incredibly valuable information. If such things were possible, then a whole army of demons from the other world could travel from one place to another with barely a thought. If the Faerie Queen didn't know about it already, he would need to bring her news immediately. But first, he had a job to do. "So, you can take me to this dream version of Anwin?" She nodded.
"If you promise not to kill me or Semicles."
Guion nodded. Appearing relieved, Phaedria turned away from him and began waving her hands in a manner typical of magic users. Guion watched carefully. "Once I'm in this place, how can I get out?"
"The amulet is your only option," she said, "unless you can convince someone there to take you out."
She was right. That wasn't an option. "Well then," he said, "I guess I'll just have to find the amulet. But how will I defend myself? There must be many down there who will want me dead."
"I think you'll find we are somewhat different on the other side."
With a final hand motion from Phaedria, a shining red-white line began to form ahead of them. Once it had elongated, it widened to show a shimmering circle, appearing much like molten silver. Guion adjusted his shoulders to ready himself. This was madness. He had no sword, and he was about to enter in the depths of the most dangerous place he could imagine. He didn't know what Phaedria meant about those from Anwin being different, but it did not give him much comfort. He stepped forward, closing the distance between himself and the glowing circle of light.
"One more thing,"
said Phaedria. Guion turned to look at her. There was an uncharacteristic smirk on her face. He tensed. Something was off.
"Mortals cannot stay there for longer than a few days before becoming permanent guests."
With that, she kicked him from behind with surprising force for such a small frame. Guion stumbled forward, unable to stop himself as he plunged head first into the breach.
Chapter 20. Una sat upon a large stone by the edge of the water. She didn't like this, not one bit. In the past, she wouldn't have cared less if a knight wanted to take the brunt of the danger. She wasn't a fighter and had little skill in combat, apart from a few self-defense techniques her parents had taught her. But now, all she wanted to do was follow after that Phaedria woman and Guion. She knew it had to be a trap, and now Guion had been gone for several hours without any indication of where he was or if he was all right. Una was about ready to pull her hair out. She and Guion had a much different relationship than she'd had with George. She wouldn't say she was attracted to him, though he was handsome enough. It was abundantly clear that Guion was not her type. Oh, he was a good man, she wouldn't argue with that. And hearing his story had put her in a regrettable state of emotions. Even her voices had shut up upon hearing of Guion's past, though she knew that was probably a coincidence. Yet, despite the fact that she would never consider a romantic relationship with Guion, she'd formed a bond with him over the weeks they had travelled together. There was something there she couldn't put her finger on, like a team spirit, an understanding that they were working together for something greater. But even that connection was not enough to convince her to tell him everything. She couldn't tell him about the voices, not yet. He might leave her if he found out about them, about the fact that they had the potential to take over her magic, maybe her entire body. Una had grown up learning to fit into multiple roles. She'd used this skill to her advantage over the last few years, taking on personas to best manipulate others to get what she wanted. Perhaps that had been a poor approach. Now it seemed those personas had taken literal form.
We could help, you know, said her clever voice. We could guide you to the island.
Una stilled. Could they?
It had been long enough that Una was certain Guion was in trouble. If the magic or her voices or whatever power she had could get her to the island to help, should she take it? She considered the possibility for a long moment, and the voice did not speak up again, apparently choosing to let Una think it through. No, she couldn't risk it. If she gave those voices any leeway, they might seize all. If there was one thing she was certain of, it was that the voices were not there to help her. "Ungrateful girl," said the angry voice.
"She's just worried about her friend," said the timid one.
"Quiet," said the clever one again. "Una, we only want to help. Haven't we served you well up until this point? We closed the breach. We saved you from death more than once. We healed that woman so she could tell you all about Acrasia." Una swallowed. That was the first time one of the voices had addressed her directly, and their words were starting to make too much sense. "Get out of my head," she thought, hard. "We are you, Una. To leave would be to die. You want to take control of me, to use my magic without my will. If that is what concerns you, we can refrain. We only took control before because your conscious mind did not know how to use your magic successfully. We do. We know so much more, and we could teach you if you desire." Una frowned. They were starting to sound far too reasonable, and she didn't like it. But what if they were telling the truth? They made a fair point that they had always helped her when she needed it. Her magic had never been used for true evil yet. And every time she had to wrestle for control of her power, it was always when she was under threat from some outside force. Yes, it was clear the voices weren't at all linked to Duessa or any of the other sins like Acrasia. If that were the case, they wouldn't have encouraged her to kill Pyrocles or any of the others from the other world. Yet those had been the very times when she'd been in the greatest danger of losing control. And what if the voices could teach her somehow? Maybe they were simply manifestations of the magic itself, voices meant to guide her along. Was she refusing the very help she needed to master this power within her? For a moment, she was tempted, truly tempted. This could be her chance to become far more powerful than she'd ever been. She wouldn't even need knights like Guion. She could defeat all of the sins herself, close all the breaches for good, and return to George with the Fairy Queen's blessing and gratitude for doing her job for her. She could save Guion right now, in whatever predicament he found himself in. She could become a goddess among these people, their queen. She could stop the Saxon invasion and unite everyone. She'd start here in Britannia, but there was no reason to stop. She could unite the world under her banner. She could be... A cold horror took hold of her heart. Those hadn't been her thoughts. No, she was not those things. She was not a ruler, nor would she ever be. That role was better suited to others. And if her magic wanted to be a goddess, to dominate other people, then she had all the evidence she needed that it was dangerous. And yet it was still a part of her, and she was going to have to deal with it somehow. Una frowned. That last thought might not have been hers. Almost like one of the voices trying to reason with her, but it was sometimes hard to tell the difference between her own thoughts and those of the voices. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. She needed someone to help her, the Fairy Queen or someone knowledgeable of such things. Otherwise she was likely to go mad. Footsteps sounded off to her right, coming from further in. The entire area was still plunged into deep fog, so she couldn't see who it was, but she immediately scrambled off her rock and hid anyway. A dark shape moved nearby, a man walking just close enough that Una could make him out, but not so close that she could identify any specific features. But if she could see him, then he would see her if he looked closely enough. So she kept low next to the large rock she had sat on.
The man walked up to the edge of the water, then stared off into the distance as if looking for someone.
"Phaedria!"
he yelled in a strong yet dry voice. There was something familiar about it. The man waited, and so too did Una, watching carefully. After about a minute, she heard a gentle tinkle of disturbed water. Someone was coming in a boat, and that someone was almost certainly... Phaedria materialized, her white dress plainly visible even in the obscuring fog. She was standing in the same boat she'd used to ferry Guion across, pushing the vessel forward with a single pole. Guion was not with her. The man waited patiently with his arms folded while Phaedria docked the boat along the shore and alighted on dry ground.
"Archimago?"
she greeted the man. Una's heart chilled. Archimago was here, and Phaedria was obviously connected to him. "Use us," came a familiar call inside her head. "We can end them here and now." Una wasn't sure how much that was true, but it was a tempting offer. Almost more tempting than using her magic to go after Guion. Archimago had been a thorn in her side for some time now, and it would be good to see him get what he deserved. And this Phaedria woman was apparently working with him, which meant Guion was in danger if he was not dead already. Una swallowed at the thought. Perhaps if she listened, she might learn more of what happened to the knight.
"Did Simacles do his job?"
Archimago asked as Phaedria walked up next to him.
"Unfortunately, he was as stupid as ever," said Phaedria. "The knight defeated him, without much of a fight, I might add. He is clever, that one."
Archimago cursed.
"We can't afford more mistakes, Phaedria. The Sins are watching us. If we do not deliver, they will find others to do their dirty work for them."
"For you, maybe," she said, seeming unconcerned. "You're one of these humans. You didn't come from Anwin."
"Do not forget," replied Archimago coldly, "that if it weren't for lowly mortals like myself, you would still be trapped in that God's forsaken place."
Una couldn't make out much of Phaedria's face, but she appeared to take Archimago's meaning, albeit reluctantly. Changing the subject, she began,
"Well, you needn't worry about the Fairy Queen's chosen knight. I sent him into the Dreamland."
"Are you mad?"
Archimago took a hasty step forward.
"That's exactly where the amulet lies, if he gets his hands on it."
"Relax."
Phaedria did not seem at all perturbed by Archimago's outburst.
"Mammon is there and countless others as well. Acrasia has the amulet well protected. There's no way he will find it in 3 days."
3 days? What happened in 3 days? "Mortals cannot long survive the Dreamland," explained one of the voices. She wasn't sure which. Una thought that through. The voices had told her things before, things she had no knowledge of. Perhaps they could be useful. "What can you tell me about it?" she asked inwardly.
"The Dreamland is a reflection of the other world, but one more easily travelled. It is another realm that lies between one and the other. Those from the other world can pass freely from it to our realm wherever a breach has weakened the barrier, then reappear in yet another such place."
Una chilled. That held troublesome connotations for the future. It would be difficult to fight the Sins and their minions if they could simply vanish and reappear elsewhere. Though it explained how the House of Pride had emptied so fast. George had described the place as being packed with monsters from the other world, but when she and Arthur had arrived, it was nearly empty. They'd passed some of them on the road, but not nearly as many as George implied. "And you're saying Guion will die if he stays there too long?"
"Yes."
The word was simple, but it flowed through Una's mind like a strong breeze through a row of trees. It was confirmation of what she suspected all along. Guion was in trouble. Archimago continued,
"Nevertheless, his survival is possible, however unlikely. We cannot afford to underestimate him or anyone else. Speaking of which, where is the girl?"
How do I find him? Una spoke inwardly, ignoring Archimago and Faerie for now. There was a pause. You cannot. Why not? You... The voice sounded as though it was searching for an answer. Even if you wanted to, which you should not, you cannot open a portal, for you are of this realm. So only those of the other world can open a pass to the Dreamland? We are not certain, came the voice, hesitating again. Something felt off about all this. Her magic, or whatever it was that made up the voices, was talking to her, but this was the first time she had felt it hesitate. It was almost as if it was holding something back from her, something she had managed to stumble across nonetheless. For the first time, the magic had made a mistake. Something like a low hiss came from one of the voices, and Una smiled. Yes, you know I've discovered your cover-up. But before the voices could answer, Faerie spoke. She was here when I left. She cannot have gone far. Una brought her attention back to the conversation. They were talking about her. Archimago waved a hand. We need not concern ourselves with her, other than to avoid her. She's dangerous, but Duessa wants her undisturbed. Una frowned and leaned in closer. Why on earth would Duessa want to keep her alive? Something stirred within her, like a mental manifestation of physical fidgeting. It was her magic. She knew it instinctively. It knew something. Tell me why Duessa doesn't want me dead. There was a pause, then. You carry the old blood. Yes, finally some answers she had been seeking for so long. Nearly trembling with anticipation, Una asked, And what does that mean? The old blood are powerful. They are given natural gifts of magic, without training. And nothing. Well, there has to be more to the story than that. I assume that line came from my father. Can you tell me who he is? We cannot. Cannot or will not? We cannot. Una slumped against the rock in frustration. Archimago and Faerie were still talking, but Una had long forgotten about their conversation. Now that the voices had finally opened up to her and she finally had some answers, they still couldn't tell her the one thing she wanted to know the most, the identity of her father. She took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Perhaps she should focus on something else, ask other questions that the magic could answer. What about old blood makes it old? How is that special? We have told you enough, came the reply. Tell me, and perhaps I will use you. Una wasn't sure if she meant it. She could always change her mind if she wanted, but right now she cared more about answers than her own safety. She could use the magic in some insignificant way, like lifting a feather from the ground. Nothing major, just enough to satisfy her promise. That reply got the voice's attention. Now? Not now, she clarified, but soon, possibly today if I need help to rescue Guion. We have already explained the night cannot be. Answer my question. The voices were silent for a long time, long enough that Una began to wonder if they were still there, or whether they'd decided to ignore her question. But finally, the reply came. The old blood is that which is closest to the gods, the beings that walk this earth bearing magic in abundance. They shaped the world around them, branded those like them, created worlds, and travelled to the stars. Una's eyes widened slightly. Suddenly, her mind was full of new questions, new thoughts. Just what did the voices mean by all that? How could anyone possibly create worlds or travel to the stars? The stars were part of the cosmos, part of the heavens and unreachable by any person. You're saying I'm directly descended from gods? The magic hesitated again, but there could be no other answer. Yes. And what of the other world? Could the old blood travel there too? The other world? Yes, tell me. We will speak no more. Una jumped on that.
They could travel to the other world, couldn't they? In fact, that's been proven now, hasn't it? My parents created a breach. They made the tear they could not pass through. But I could. Una phrased it like a statement. The voices went silent, and Una somehow knew they intended to stay that way. But then, something happened that she did not expect. One of the voices did reply, the one that always spoke in a fearful tone. It is difficult. You could destroy yourself and us. Una raised her head and nodded slightly. Now it made sense. The voices didn't want to travel to this Dreamland place because they feared what would happen if they did. And from what she could tell, there was little chance she could convince them otherwise, even if she did promise to use the magic. Suddenly, the sound of a third figure came in the distance, with heavy footfalls accompanied by loud screams. It was a man, and the sound he made was horrifying. Archimago and Faerie whirled to see what was coming. Faerie made a single hand motion and the fog cleared in places, parting like a great arm had waved it away. Approaching them was a knight, clad in unique black armor, the same armor Una had seen several times before. Pericles had found them. Chapter 21.
"Pericles," said Archimago as the man approached. "I thought you were dead." But Pericles did not answer. He continued to scream and to hold his hairless head like his entire being was on fire. Stumbling, he ran right past Archimago and Faerie, throwing himself into the water beyond. From her vantage point, Una leaned forward curiously. There was no obvious explanation for Pericles' behavior. He was simply crazed, all but oblivious to Archimago and Faerie's presence.
What in Anwin?
Said Faerie, one hand to her breast as she watched Pericles thrash about. "Pericles!" Archimago repeated. "What is wrong?" Pericles was now up to his neck in the water, half lying in the shallows so his entire chest was submerged. "The hag cursed me!" he screamed. "Occasion?" Archimago asked. Una spared a small smile. Perhaps it had been a good idea to leave that one alone after all. If not for her and Fiora, Guion would have died, and who knew what would have happened to Una.
"Yes, her and that beast of a companion. I feel like my insides are burning up."
"Pericles, come here." Archimago stepped forward, pulling back the sleeves of his dark coat. "I will see if I can help." Pericles pulled himself out of the water, though he did so with obvious pain. When he wasn't moaning or letting out the occasional yell, his face was contorted with anguish. Good, Una smiled to herself. It was no more than he deserved. "You said you would use the magic," said one of her voices. The lustful one, she thought. "Let us kill him now." "No," Una said out loud, though quietly so no one else could hear. However she used her magic, for now she did not want to use it for killing, even of someone as base as Pericles. If she was going to use it again, it would be to accomplish something truly good, like saving Guion. Archimago bent next to the ailing Pericles, who was still half submerged in the water, lying on his belly among the rocks. "It is as I thought," said Archimago, looking a little relieved. "It's nothing but an illusion spell, one I can easily remedy."
"This is no illusion," cried Pericles. "If you could feel what I feel."
"I have no doubt the pain is very real." Archimago put a hand on Pericles' forehead. "And I did not say it wasn't dangerous. Given enough time, it could kill you from the strain alone and from remaining conscious for so long. But you would die of fatigue, nothing more." With that, something seemed to glow around Archimago. It was a new sensation to Una. She'd seen him use magic before, but this was the first time she'd seen any physical evidence that he was doing so. Odd. Perhaps it was her own increasing familiarity with her own magic that she was beginning to make out magic use in others. Pericles' breathing began to come easier, and his moaning diminished. Soon, the glow around Archimago dropped away, and he straightened, offering a hand to Pericles,
The man took his healer's hand and rose to his feet, shakily at first, but with increasing confidence.
I take it then that you did not apprehend Occasion and Fura?
Archimago said as Pericles got his footing.
Not yet, replied Pericles. But it won't be long. They are far too easy to track.
Archimago waved a hand and shook his head.
It doesn't matter. We have more pressing matters to attend to. I thought you were dead, so I recruited your brother to take down Sir Guion in your place.
So where is he? Said Pericles. Wasn't Guion coming for the amulet?
Archimago nodded, but it was Phaedria who answered. The plan failed. Semicles lies unconscious on the island. I only managed to save his life by sending Guion to the Dreamland. Unlike Archimago, Pericles did not seem to take this news too badly. He placed one hand on his jaw and appeared to be thinking hard.
We should probably go after him to ensure he doesn't take the amulet.
There is little chance he will ever return, said Phaedria with a bemused expression.
Yet there is still a chance.
Archimago gave Phaedria a contemptuous look.
And if we fail in this, neither Acrasia or Duessa, or any of the sins for that matter, will allow us to go unpunished. We must ensure Guion does not leave that island with the amulet. We'll go to the island, revive Semicles, and await Guion's return. If 3 days pass, we will know he is trapped forever. But if he returns, we will be waiting.
You do not command us.
Pericles took a menacing step towards Archimago, who looked up at the tall knight, unabated.
True,
Archimago nodded, though his voice was low and dangerous.
As a citizen of this realm, I am beneath you. But do not forget you would have died just now if not for me. Do not forget that I was the one who opened the breach that brought you and Duessa here. And do not forget that none of our lives will be worth scraps if we fail.
His voice rose in a crescendo as he spoke, his eyes ever staring upward at Pericles. The Black Knight hesitated, but in the end said nothing. Archimago had made his point. So we go back to the island, then? Phaedria watched them both with folded arms.
Archimago nodded. We go and we wait.
Very well, she said. I will take you there.
Before that, where is the girl? Pericles asked. Did she pass into the Dreamland as well?
We do not know her location, said Archimago, except she is not on the island.
How are you so sure?
No one can navigate through the fog without my help, Phaedria answered. My illusions have made it so.
You mean she could be here, anywhere?
Pericles turned as if to search for her, though the fog was still thick. Una lowered her head so he wouldn't see.
She is not our concern.
Archimago waved a hand in dismissal.
If she can't get to the island, then we needn't worry. She will not stop us from eliminating the Faerie Queen's knight.
Phaedria retreated to the boat, signalling to the others. Pericles took one last look around before following Archimago into the vessel. Una glanced around, a feeling of desperation sinking in. If what Phaedria said was true, she wouldn't be able to find the island on her own. So even if she could enter the Dreamland to reach Guion, he would come out where he had left, on the island, and Archimago, Phaedria, Pericles, and his brother would be there in waiting. Perhaps she could enter the Dreamland from here, then somehow reappear on the island. It worked like that, right? From what the voices had told her, travel was somehow different in that realm. It only works where the fabric of time and space is weakest, came the clarifying voice. The island is the only way in. Una cursed. Well, so much for that. Even if the voices did agree to help her enter this Dreamland, she would have to be on the island. And as Phaedria pulled out the pole to begin pushing off from shore, it didn't look like she would ever get a chance of travelling there.
There is another way, said the clever voice in her head.
Instantly, the voices had her attention. What is it?
Use your magic and you can follow them unseen.
Una considered that, but as Phaedria began pushing the boat forward, She found her time for consideration was up. "Show me." Something passed out of her, through her, and Una nearly gasped as a sensation like cold water being dumped on her back sent shivers down her spine. "Look down." She obeyed, and to her astonishment, she could no longer see her body. She was completely invisible. How is this possible? Our magic reflects. We have simply reflected the illusory magic wielded by that magician. Now go, and we will show you more. You will show me how to enter the Dreamland? No, but there is another way. We will teach you how to communicate with him. Una set her jaw. That was better than nothing. She still didn't like the idea of using her magic, of giving in to these strange voices when she still didn't know enough about what they were and whether they would result in her going mad. But now, as she raised her hand to her face and stared at nothing, she couldn't help but agree that magic had its uses. Standing and hurrying around her rock, she silently sprinted forward and caught up with the boat, just as Phaedria succeeded in pushing it away from the shore. Hoping the others would mistake her splashes for those made by the boat itself, she grabbed onto the side of the vessel and let her feet drag behind her. From there, it was simply a matter of avoiding the large pole that Phaedria used to steer. Yes, this magic was useful. She could not deny that any longer. Skills like this invisibility could become invaluable in the future if used appropriately. If she was careful not to give up her power to these voices, whatever they were, then perhaps she could use her magic more often. Yes, breathed the voices, more than one of them. Yes. Chapter 22.
Guion stood in a vast desert, a plain that continued on for miles in every direction. There was nothing to see here, nothing at all. For all he could tell, not a single soul lingered in this place but him. Though it was not hot as he expected a desert should be. In fact, there didn't appear to be any sun at all. The sky was illuminated by some kind of ethereal light, something that was both nowhere and everywhere. It cast a glow much like moonlight, but stronger, and yet there was no moon either. The sky was simply one solid source of dim light. It had the uncanny effect of making everything around him appear as one single color. He didn't even have a shadow in this place. Phaedria had tricked him, told him this was the only way to get the amulet, and he had believed her. Stupid. If he had one flaw, one part of himself that needed additional temperance, it was his aptitude for trusting people. And she had looked so concerned for Semocles' safety. Still, perhaps she had been telling the truth about some things. In fact, he was reasonably sure that she had. The mere existence of a place like this suggested a larger story, and it was the perfect way to hide the amulet. If that amulet was attainable at all, this was as good a place as any to search for it. Well, there was nothing to do but move forward. He would gain nothing by staying put. So he walked, and he walked. The journey was not arduous, with air that was neither too hot nor too cold, and the ground was level wherever he went. The trouble was, there were simply no topographical features with which to judge his progress. For all he knew, he could have been wandering in circles. He needed something, some feature to use and ensure he was not aimless. He pulled out his sword, before remembering that it had broken, and all he held was the hilt. So he unstrapped his scabbard instead, and began dragging its tip through the dirt. At least this way he would know if he ever crossed his old path again. He continued on that way for what seemed like forever, and even though he was marking the trail behind him, he never came across that trail again. For some, this would have been a comfort. It signaled that he was not going in circles, at least not in circles small enough that he would retread his path so soon. But for Guion, it only reinforced the notion that there truly was nothing here. Nothing but flat desert, Not even the sky held any sign of, well, anything. There was no moon, no sun, no stars, just a pale illumination coming from all around that remained uncanny no matter how long he stayed. When he was about to fall to his knees and curse Phaedria for sending him to this hellish place, he paused. Ahead in the distance he could see something. It wasn't a mirage, for though this was a desert, he hadn't seen any mirages since arriving. And mirages were usually of large water sources, and that wasn't what Guion saw at all. If anything, it looked like a small grove of trees. Well, there was no doubt where he was going now. After hours of senseless wandering, he would take anything new that came his way, even if it belonged to his enemy. He'd rather be fighting than persist in this nothingness. As he approached, he saw that it was indeed a small, shady oasis. Though, as he drew even closer, he noticed there was no water source to account for the strange vegetation, but there had to be water somewhere. Perhaps if he dug into the ground, he would find the source. Oddly, he wasn't all that thirsty. He still had water in his canteen, and though the entire land was arid, Guion hadn't sweated much during his travels. Nevertheless, he was tired from all that walking, not to mention his battle with Simocles before coming here. This seemed as good a place as any to rest. He set down his gear and lay down on the shallow grass, closing his eyes. He kept them slightly open, however, as he didn't want to let down his guard completely. This being the only anomaly he'd seen in this place so far, there could no doubt be dangers. Yet despite that fact, his eyes began to grow heavy. This was a pleasant little area. Perhaps he could just take a break. Guion. Just a short nap. It wouldn't hurt to rest for a bit. He could take up his search again, eventually. Guion. That was odd. It was like there was a voice calling his name, though he could not make out the source of the voice. It seemed to come from all around him, from everywhere at once. And it seemed to him that it sounded something like Una's voice. Probably just a manifestation of his tired mind to Guion! Guion's eyes snapped open, and he scrambled to his feet, panting. Swallowing, he realized what he had almost done. He had almost fallen asleep when his time in this place was limited. But that voice had snapped him out of it. Where?
Well, Sir Guion, you're out of your element.
Guion turned suddenly to see a man sitting in a lavish golden throne that had seemingly come out of nowhere. He wore a golden coat, so weighted down it looked like it could be woven with real gold. Beneath his coat was another one of chainmail. Yet despite his rich appearance, the man was completely filthy. His face was covered in grime, and muck covered his coat and boots. The chainmail appeared rusted in places, like it hadn't been oiled in some time, and dirt stood out between his nails and in the creases of his hands. But what caused Guion's eyes to widen were the mountains of gold that surrounded the man. Not coin, that at least would have been familiar. This was pure gold, comprising great, heavy bars all stacked around the man. They formed a wall, half surrounding the speaker. Had all this appeared in the moments while he closed his eyes? "Who are you?" Guion asked. The man smiled at him.
I am your friend. My name is Mammon, though I go by many other names.
Mammon. Greed. Guion stilled, his body tensing. You're one of the 7 sins.
Yes, but more than any of the others, I am on your side. I'm on all of Britannia's side. I want them to succeed, to be rich.
He waved a hand at the gold surrounding him. Guion slowly rose to his feet, watching Mammon carefully to ensure he didn't make any sudden movements. But Mammon simply remained where he was sitting, appearing quite as collected and comfortable as ever. "Have you come to kill me?" Mammon smiled.
This is not the place for that. I cannot kill you because, Well, you're not exactly alive.
What do you mean?
This place,
Mammon waved both hands and twisted to stare around them.
Christians call it limbo, others called it Barzak, Naraka, Bardo, Niflheim, Purgatory.
Hell! Guion adjusted his feet, readying for a fight if it was to come. Mammon smiled, a cruel yet somehow charismatic smile.
No, I think not. You would not last long in that place, not in your current form, that is.
So this is some sort of in-between place. Very well. What do you want of me here?
To give you what all men want. Wealth beyond imagining. You see this?
He pointed to all the gold that surrounded him.
All of this can be yours if you agree to work with me.
I care nothing for gold.
Yet gold is what buys shields, horses, swords, all those things you have lost.
Some money is necessary, but it can easily be taken to excess. Money is responsible for turning men evil, men who would do anything to get more. The image of his parents flashed before his eyes. Guion set his jaw, taking hold of that image and using it to fuel his resolve. I am a knight. I concern myself chiefly with honour and glory, not with monetary gain.
How very noble of you.
Mammon adjusted himself in his seat.
Well, no matter. I know there is one thing you want.
Guion grew still. The amulet of Odysseus.
Indeed.
Mammon smiled.
I can show you where it lies.
Guion tensed, searching for a trap. Yet Mammon simply continued to lounge in his golden throne. There appeared to be no immediate deception about him, yet if he was offering to show Guion where he could find the amulet, it had to be a trap. No sin would willingly give him a weapon to be used against the other sins. Why? Guion asked, narrowing his eyes.
I did not say you could take it.
Mammon's eyes twinkled.
Though I suppose you could, if you can pass my realm and come through to the other side unharmed.
How am I to know you won't attack me the moment my back is turned?
It doesn't work like that in this place,
said Mammon.
As I said, you cannot die in a place where you are already so close to a state of death.
Perhaps that's what Phaedria had meant when she said the threats were different here, the fact that they would not be physical threats. But something else Phaedria said tickled his memory. Turning back to Mammon, he said, I was told I could not stay here for longer than 3 days.
That is correct,
said Mammon with a twisted smile. So the real threat is to stay put and not push on.
I suppose you could see it that way.
Then why didn't you just let me continue wandering in this wilderness? Why come to me at all when just leaving me alone you could have simply waited for my time to pass?
You are a smart one, I will say that.
Mammon picked at something in his teeth.
Except you weren't wandering aimlessly.
But
it might have seemed that way. This is limbo, after all, the Dreamland. But every time you took a step forward and did not give up, you drew closer to me. But time also works differently here.
What do you mean?
You've already lost 1 day.
Guion stilled, his flesh growing cold. I see. And I don't suppose you want me to leave. Mammon smiled again.
No, I don't suppose I do.
But you also cannot physically stop me. Mammon shook his head, never taking his eyes off Guion. Well then, Guion rolled his shoulders. We should be off. Show me this amulet. Something twitched at the corner of Mammon's mouth, the barest indication of annoyance. But it was gone before Guion could get a good look,
and Mammon finally rose from his throne. With a snap of his fingers, the ground rumbled and part of it opened up beneath them, exposing what looked like a cave, a dark tunnel leading further down.
"After you,"
said Mammon, waving his hand forward. Guion squared his shoulders and proceeded ahead, down the dark tunnel. Mammon followed, and the opening closed behind them, plunging the way forward into complete darkness. Chapter 23. Guion managed to find the way forward by simply putting his hands out to the sides and feeling his way along the passage walls. It was an odd sort of cave, not one that behaved like any others he'd seen. This tunnel was straight and direct, without any sort of winding or split passages. After several minutes of wandering in the dark, a dim red light appeared ahead of them.
"Once you see what I have to offer, perhaps you will feel differently about staying,"
said Mammon behind him. Guion doubted that very much, but he could also not afford to let his guard down. Mammon undoubtedly had more tricks up his sleeve, and Guion would be a fool to underestimate the power of one of the 7 sins. Even though Mammon was not a Krasia, and therefore not the source of his immediate goals, he was still one of the sins, and he would need to be removed from the board sooner or later. If not by Guion, then by another servant of the Faerie Queen. The red glow began to grow brighter, and soon the tunnel opened up into an enormous cavern, illuminated by the light of fire and something else in the distance. Guion couldn't quite make out what it was. The walls and ceiling were nothing but rock, with no plant life anywhere to be seen, not even a small patch of lichen. Ahead of him was what looked like a small city, with buildings of various sizes. Some were so tall they almost reached the cavern ceiling high above, but others were shorter and wider. One building in the distance was far more ornate than the others, the red light glittering off what looked to be gold trim along its edges. And there were people here too, most of them wandering aimlessly among the buildings, blank expressions on their faces. Their complexions were almost devoid of colour, even in the red light. It was as if they had no warmth to them. "Where are we?" he asked.
"I told you, we are in limbo, though we are now far closer to the gates of the underworld, the gates that lead to Hell, or Anwin, as we call it."
Guion proceeded forward, his eyes continuing to stare upward at the buildings they passed. Mammon led him forward across one of the streets and down through the passageways on an incline. Guion couldn't help but take the time to look all around him. This place, though foul, was also fascinating. If he had to guess, he would say he was probably the first from the outside world to enter here in a long time. The first who wasn't destined to stay there, at least. Was this truly what awaited the dead? Or was it reserved for a very particular type of person, one who had not mastered his baser instincts as others had? Others like himself.
"These halls bear more wealth than all of the nations of the earth combined,"
said Mammon as they walked. Guion shot him a glance. "It cannot possibly hold that much gold." Mammon returned his glance with a slight smirk, but he said nothing. It wasn't until later that Guion recognized the error of his statement. Not all wealth was of gold. Passing another building, Guion caught sight of an enormous iron gate. Had this been a fortress of man, it would have been the most impenetrable fortress in all the world. Every inch of it was covered with overlapping iron plates, and it stretched so high that someone standing on top would have been able to touch the stone ceiling. That had to be at least half a mile upward.
"The gate to Anwin,"
informed Mammon.
"The real Anwin, guarded by beings not of this world, of revenge and pain."
"How does one pass through such a gate?" Guion said, staring up at it in awe.
"It is rare,"
Mammon admitted.
Only on occasion do beings of your realm ever pass through, and it has been long since the mass imprisonment."
He grinned at Guion.
"But its opening to let others out has been more recent."
"The breaches," said Guion, swallowing. He stared again at the gate. What manner of spell could open this enormous gate, and from magic in the mortal realm, no less? The amount of sorcery and witchcraft that had to go into such magic must be abominable, for nothing but the darkest of dark could open a gate like this. Even now, as he stared at its peak and imagined what lay beyond, he felt an uncharacteristic shiver run down his spine. Not all of Anwin had been unleashed in the breaches up to this point. Beyond that door lay something more, something dark.
"Come," said Mammon. "This is not our destination."
Guion stepped forward, shaking the eerie feeling out of his head, and followed Mammon. Their next stop was at a large rectangular building that nevertheless took up more space than was physically possible. Guion didn't even think such an enormous weight could be supported in a building up in the real world. But this wasn't the real world.
"Welcome to my house of riches,"
said Mammon with a flourish of his hand as he pointed at the enormous building. Guion stared up at the decorative trim and the way gilded sections of the structure made it seem like gold was flowing from the top like waterfalls. But while the iron gates to Anwin had set Guion on edge, this structure did nothing to impress him. The building was large, and in the real world would have been considered a marvel of engineering, but housing treasure was hardly a worthwhile pursuit. Mammon looked at him like he was expecting a more dramatic reaction. Guion gave him none. For the second time since Guion had come, he thought he saw a flicker of annoyance on the man's face, all gone in a flash, however.
"Come,"
Mammon waved him forward.
"I think you'll find that what I have in here is yet to your liking."
"Is this where you house the amulet?"
"Indeed."
Mammon regarded him calmly. Guion nodded to himself. Undoubtedly, Mammon would try to tempt him in this place. Well, he would not give in. He would keep moving on until he found that which he was looking for. The amulet would be his, and then he could use it to get out of this place. A door covered in relief sculptures opened ahead of them. Guion had thought it was part of the wall itself, based on the heavy ornamentation it possessed. The entire building was covered in the same decor. Well, despite the clear extravagance of the place, he would not be deceived. Following Mammon's lead, he stepped inside the huge building, and the door shut behind him with a ringing boom that echoed throughout its halls. Inside was the most impressive collection of jewels that he had ever seen. They lay in giant pillars of glass that seemed to glow with their own illumination, scattering multicolored light all throughout the hall. Even Guion had to pause at the beauty of the place.
"And this is just the Great Hall,"
said Mammon.
"There are chambers full of nothing but these gems, or precious metals if you prefer."
"All I seek is the amulet," Guion replied.
"Very well. We have several chambers to visit before we reach that one. Follow me."
Guion followed, though he did not stop himself from taking in the room as they left, as well as the next one they entered. This chamber was not what he expected. Oh, it was still extravagant. The walls and columns holding up the ceiling appeared to be made of solid gold, and there were great chests and cases of treasure all around them. But what startled Guion were the bones. There were dozens of corpses everywhere, strewn about the chests, some lying on the floor, some bent over one chest or another. Others with arms stretched out towards the doors on either end of the hall, as though they had been trying to flee.
"Those who tried to take that which was not theirs,"
Mammon explained, and he raised one finger to point upward.
Guion followed the indicator and looked upward to see the ceiling was pitch black, covered in something. Guion peered closer. There were multiple somethings. Dark, multi-legged creatures all huddled together in a group and hanging from some kind of dark web.
"The spawn of Arachne," explained Mammon. "Fiends of the Dreamland. They will stop you if you try to take anything."
"And what of the amulet?" Guion said suspiciously.
"We shall see."
Mammon gave him a little smile, then turned to continue out of the chamber. Guion followed, though with some trepidation. If there were giant spiders like these in every room, and they wouldn't let him take the amulet, how could he even get out? He would have to hope that either Mammon would let him take the amulet, or that he could use it immediately after obtaining it. That way he could leave to the real world before these spider fiends had any chance of stopping him. "Be careful, Guion. All is not what it seems." Guion frowned and glanced around the room behind him. That had sounded like Una's voice, and it wasn't the first time he'd heard it. He was sure that same voice had called to him while he rested in the grassy glade. It had kept him from falling asleep and wasting his 3 days in this place. He paused long enough to listen well, but the voice did not come again. He would just have to push on. Following Mammon through the next door, he entered a new room. This time his eyes widened until they could not do so any more. This chamber was perhaps the largest he had ever seen. It was filled with riches of every type imaginable. This was greater than a mythical dragon's hoard. Great piles of gold lay strewn about in every direction. More columns of gems lined the walls, glittering from the light that came from above through a great hole in the ceiling. Though the amount of light that came through the hole seemed greater than what Guion remembered from outside, it was whiter and stronger. But it wasn't only gold and gems. Great ornaments, dishes, silverware, goblets, vases, and sculptures piled high in places. It was more wealth than any human could dream of having all at once. And Mammon was right. This had to be more wealth than all the kingdoms of the earth combined. He spied a path leading through the riches, a path that wound for what looked like a mile to the other side, where he could barely make out a tiny door.
"There! Did I not tell you this place was full of riches?"
Guion nodded. "You did. Is this where you keep the amulet?"
"Forget the amulet for a moment. Think of all the good you could do with all of this."
Mammon waved a hand around the room. "I thought I couldn't take anything."
"Not directly," he said with a smile. "But remember my offer. If you join with me and the other sins, I would provide you with more wealth than you could imagine."
"I have no need of such things."
"So you've said. But you forget that money has its uses, does it not?"
"Yes," Guion admitted, "in today's age. But you also forget that money is an invention of modern man. There was a time when man lived by the sweat of his brow alone, and where we would work together for prosperity. The moment we began to obsess over precious metals and trinkets with no inherent value, that was the moment we lost our balance, when division and contention began to plague humankind."
"And yet you wander the earth as a knight, asking for the charity of strangers, and otherwise using money to get what you need. You are not a farmer to sustain yourself with the— how did you put it? The sweat of your brow?"
Guion nodded. "It is true. I will not deny that we are far beyond that way of living. I live as a knight because it is my mission to stop those who crave excess, those of imbalance."
"Then imagine, for a moment, what you could do with all the riches of the world."
Mammon waved a hand across the room. The gold seemed to glitter at Mammon's gesture.
You would gain their respect. You could pass laws. You could set the world right. All you would have to do is say the word, and people would follow your guidance.
Guion hesitated. He had never thought of it that way, mostly because he had never thought such wealth was possible. But what would happen if he had so much, if he used it for good? People would follow him, that much was true. Loyalty was easily bought. He could employ half the country in a way that would make them better. Sure, he would be exploiting their love of riches so he could adjust their behavior to something he found more agreeable. He could bring the kind of order he saw among the Romans, but even greater. He could, essentially, buy peace. "No, Guion," said a voice inside his head. "That's not what would happen." He shook his head, trying to clear it. Una's voice had returned. Yet even as he tried to redirect his thoughts, images came floating into his mind. Images of wars, of armies and demons flashed before his thoughts. He saw himself on a great throne, passing judgment on all those who tried to usurp it, all those who tried to take his wealth for themselves. The voice was right. What Guion imagined was not what would happen. In possessing so much wealth, the armies of the earth would come against him, and no matter what he did to stop it, no matter how much he paid them to back down, they would always come for him. For wealth was not something one was satisfied with, even if you had it. People always craved more. As their lifestyle elevated, most would simply want to continue the trend, to become greater and richer, until not even these stores of riches belonging to Mammon would be enough to satisfy the least of them. "I have a different dream," he said, meeting Mammon's eye. "To help others as a knight of the Faerie Queen, to be brave and serve her in whatever adventures she gives me."
"But you could accomplish much of the same purposes with all of this,"
said Mammon, his face full of incredulity.
"It would be so much easier. You can buy anything in this world with money, even those things you seek."
"To buy a person's loyalty does not make true devotion," Guion countered. "If they are loyal to anything, it is to the money, not to the person or the cause."
"You can't seriously reject my offer."
For the first time, Guion saw anger in Mammon's complexion.
"This is an opportunity that most men would give their lives for."
"All men die. What good do their riches serve them after that?" Mammon clenched his jaw and pursed his lips, staring Guion down. Clearly he had expected him to relent, but Guion would not give him that satisfaction. He had business to do. "Your second day is almost up," said Una's voice in his head. He wasn't sure where that voice was coming from, but he knew he could trust it. Chapter 24. He didn't have much time. It seemed that every moment he spent here resulted in far more time spent in the real world. He had to get out before his remaining time ran out. Speaking again, he said, "Stop stalling, Mammon. I need that amulet." Reluctantly, Mammon led the way forward. Guion had to simply trust that he would not physically restrain him, as would likely have happened in the real world. If he had to guess, he suspected these temptations were the real battle in this place, and he had just won a great victory. Well, if there was anyone who could win in battles of temptation, it was him. He would master this place. It took some time to cross the enormous room, but at last they reached the small door at the other side. It was a tiny opening, small enough that Guion had to duck his head to go through. It stood in stark contrast to the giant oak doors they had passed to get into this room in the first place. But Guion nearly took a step back as he encountered a giant of a man standing 10 paces in front of them. The room they were in was not large, and a door stood on the other side, behind the giant. Perhaps this was just a transition room of some kind, one to house this huge man. The giant stood at least 5 feet taller than Guion, and wielded a club that he gently cradled in both hands. His beady black eyes considered the knight, but Mammon seemed unafraid.
"Yet another guard to ensure no one takes anything that doesn't belong to them,"
he said, facing Guion. With a wave of Mammon's hand, the giant stood aside from the door, and Guion carefully followed Mammon forward. He knew Mammon had said physical threats were not known in this world, but between the giant and those spiders, Guion wasn't entirely sure that was accurate. What would actually happen if he tried to take something? "For all your talk of giving me the riches of the world, you seem very keen on keeping it for yourself," he observed.
"All in their proper order,"
said Mammon. His smiles were beginning to become tedious.
"Wealth can't be gained without favours."
"And what favours would you have asked of me if I had accepted your offer?"
"To answer, let me just say that, in my experience, Sir Guion, you are wrong about one thing."
"And what is that?"
"Loyalty can be bought."
With that, he opened the door and swung it forward, giving Guion just enough space to pass him and enter. Inside was not what he expected. The entirety of the room, which was nearly as large as the one full of treasure, was filled with golden steps. All of them led upward to a throne that crested its peak, nearly touching the ceiling. "Is this your throne room?" Guion asked as Mammon closed the door behind them.
"Not mine, no. This is my daughter's."
Guion turned to look at him. "You have a daughter?"
"In a figurative and literal sense,"
said Mammon.
"Come, I would like you to meet her."
For once, Guion was legitimately curious. He followed Mammon up the stairs. As they approached, he saw that there was someone sitting in the throne that he hadn't noticed before. Mammon's daughter was slight of build and covered in enough fineries that Guion had mistaken her for part of the throne itself when they were at the base of the stairs. "Father," she said, alighting from the throne as Mammon and Guion approached. She was, perhaps, the most beautiful woman Guion had ever seen. But rather than stare at her, Guion took a moment to bend over to support his hands on his knees and take a few deep breaths. That had been quite a climb and not one he cared to repeat. Although, looking back down the steps, he realized he shouldn't feel so winded after all that. Sure, he was still in armor, and those were a lot of steps, but he had done far worse before. And when he'd first arrived at this place, he hadn't felt so fatigued. "Careful," said a now familiar voice in his head. "Your time grows short."
"Daughter,"
said Mammon, putting his arms out to embrace her. Though Guion thought he detected the briefest glance in his direction, watching him as he panted from the strain of the climb. "Who is this you've brought me?" the woman said, moving closer to Guion. Now that he could see her more clearly, he could see the woman might not have been as beautiful as he supposed. She wore a heavy amount of makeup, far more than Guion liked, and that accounted for her perfectly pale face and red lips. She was also a little too thin, like a woman so devoted to a particular goal that she neglected her own health, wasted away in some desperate pursuit, and the clothes she had on exposed all the wrong things. Guion was not one to judge, at least not openly, but from what he could tell, this woman needed help.
"He's a visitor to our lands, my sweet," said Mammon. "I thought I'd bring him here to see you."
"He does seem like an ambitious man," she said, stepping forward.
"Very ambitious,"
Mammon confirmed.
"Though not ambitious enough, it would seem. He rejected my offer of wealth and power."
"My ambitions lie elsewhere," said Guion, keeping his eyes on the woman. She kept drawing nearer. "But you have ambition," she said, stepping ever closer. "Such things are my specialty. I could help you achieve your goals. You could become the greatest knight of the Faerie Queen. You would inspire others to follow your path, to become as temperate and as wise as you." As she stepped next to him, she raised her hand to brush his cheek ever so slightly. He did not pull away, but stood his ground. "At what cost?"
"Pardon me?"
"The cost. Earlier your father tempted me with gold and riches, but such things have consequences. They would spark wars and bloodshed, and let's not forget that I would be indebted to one of the sins. So, what would I lose by joining with you? I assume your father wants us to be together?" He hid the disdain in his voice. "She is a goddess," said Mammon. "A daughter of not one but two of the sins." "Born of Acrasia, I suppose." Guion folded his arms and took one deliberate step back from the woman. Greed and lust are so intimately connected. Something in Mammon's eyes flared. "You would be throwing away your greatest opportunity. I am offering you a chance to be with my daughter, to rule the earth not with wealth, but with power, with ambition. Together you could be the source of all honor and dignity in the world. Is that not what you want?" If this was supposed to be a greater temptation than the last, Mammon was doing a poor job. This time, Guion felt no hesitation, no doubt. All he needed to do was let his thoughts stray to Medina, likely still dealing with her squabbling sisters. Yes, his ambition was not as high as Mammon seemed to think. He would be content with a lifetime of service to the Faerie Queen, a temperate life, and a home with Medina. "I am far too lowly to marry a goddess," he said with his tongue in cheek. "And for that matter, I love another. Now stop wasting my time and bring me to the amulet."
"Father!"
Suddenly the girl shrank away from Guion, looking for all the world like Guion had dealt her an emotional blow of magnificent proportions.
"You will not speak in such a way in front of my girl,"
yelled Mammon. Guion did not have time for this. If Una's voice was to be believed, he was running out of it. Mammon was stalling. He needed to up the stakes a little. Darting forward, he grabbed Mammon by the throat. "I'm not going to repeat myself again. The amulet." Mammon struggled underneath his hold. It was odd to see one of the 7 sins so thoroughly overcome by a single hand at his throat. He seemed to be in very real pain, more pain than Guion would have expected. "You are winning, Guion," said Una's voice. "Your mastery of yourself is the opposite of his will. For him, it is like a physical blow." The voice reminded him that this place did not behave under the same rules that one might find in the real world. Here, the danger to his life was nothing physical, but rather from temptation. Conversely, the danger to Mammon lay in Guion's refusal to cooperate and give in. Guion was the perfect foil for the sin.
"No!"
cried Mammon. Suddenly, Guion's hand was forcibly released from the sin's throat, and he was thrown back a few steps. All had gone dark. The golden chamber, Mammon's daughter, the halls, the spiders crawling along the ceiling. Only Mammon still remained in his vision, the darkness surrounding him.
"There is one last thing I must show you,"
he said with another smile. But this smile was not kind. It was cruel and foreboding. Guion steeled himself. Whatever Mammon had planned, it wasn't good, but he could take it. He would take anything the sin wanted to throw at him. This time they didn't walk into another room. They remained where they were. But around them the darkness shifted, rippling until clear images came into view. Guion stood in a tall tree, with great golden apples hanging from its branches. They were some of the most beautiful pieces of fruit Guion had ever seen, twice the size of a normal apple, and unblemished by worm or weather. Yet they did not hold his attention for long. Mammon hovered in the air next to the tree, and he pointed out into the world beyond. They were still in the underground Dreamland, and the same unearthly red glow permeated the place. It was a wonder this tree could grow at all without sunlight, and so high for an apple tree.
Look, said Mammon, pointing off away from the tree. From his vantage point, Guion could see far into the distance where Mammon pointed. There, his face fell as he caught the sight of a great mass of human beings with no clothing on their backs, all huddled together in a space much like a market square. Surrounding them were demonic beings, creatures of the Dreamland. And as he looked, he caught more and more of these people, scattered throughout the streets and in other market squares. Some wandered on mindlessly, like those he had seen when he first arrived in this place. Others were herded about like animals by their captors. They were human slaves. Chapter 25.
My servants bring justice to all who have wronged others, explained Mammon. You could say it was our primary purpose for being before we escaped the gates of the other world, that is.
He grinned.
We brought our favorites with us. Can't afford to give them a break, after all.
Guion winced as he caught the sound of whips cracking, women crying, and the screams of the victims. They were torturing these poor people.
How can you do this? He breathed. These people are... Innocent?
Interrupted Mammon.
Hardly. See there?
Suddenly, Guion's attention became hyper-focused as Mammon pointed, and for a moment, it was as though he could see exactly the face that Mammon wanted him to see, one face in a crowd of hundreds.
That is Judas Iscariot, said Mammon, the man who betrayed the one you call Christ. Betrayal is common in your world. He is but one of many, yet one that has become infamous in your history.
Guion watched as the wretch of a man screamed while multiple whips tormented him. His back was a mess of red and blood from the lash, and yet it seemed he would continue to feel its sting well into the future, without the release of death, for he was incapable of dying a second time.
And that one?
Mammon pointed off to his right. Once again, Guion's vision followed in an odd blend of awareness and physical sight that pointed to exactly the person Mammon indicated. This one did nothing but push a giant boulder up a hill, sweat glistening on every inch of his body, his muscles thin and weak from too much effort and too little rest. Yet this time, Guion recognized the victim. Sisyphus, he breathed, the man cursed with eternal futility to push a stone up a hill only to... Yet even as he said it, the stone rolled down the hill, leaving the man with no choice but to follow after. Once he reached the base of the hill, he began pushing it up again.
Like I said,
Mammon smiled.
We brought our favorites with us. The rest remain on the other side of that great gate. They are beyond us now, but we couldn't allow the worst of the worst to go without our punishment.
No one deserves punishment to this degree, said Guion, shaking his head. Half those people probably didn't even know of the existence of Anwin, of this place. They could not have known that their actions in life would lead to such torment in death.
Oh, and what of the human conscious? Are they not responsible for their actions when that conscience tells them what is wrong?
Those who do evil are imbalanced. Restore that balance and both men and women will adjust to do good.
And yet, so many never see this balance you speak of. All fall eventually. See here.
Once again, Guion's attention was directed at a group of men all naked and wincing under a demon's whip. But Guion's eyes widened the moment he caught sight of their faces. He knew those faces. He would never forget them until the day he died.
The men who robbed and murdered your parents,
Mammon remarked.
Do they not deserve punishment?
Guion's eyes burned, his blood boiled, and he clenched his fists. These were the men who had turned his whole life upside down.
These men had done horrific things in front of him, in front of a child. Those were images that had and would continue to scar him for life.
"Come now, Sir Guion,"
Mammon went on at his silence.
"Surely they do not deserve your pity. They cannot be forgiven for what they have done."
"All," said Guion through clenched teeth, "all deserve a chance at redemption, even here."
"They had their chance in life."
"And only now do they realize the error of their ways. Hardship can teach a man temperance, as it once did me." Mammon's eyes flashed.
"Are you truly saying that these men and others like them all deserve forgiveness?"
"Perhaps not all, but many. Most are simply slaves to their own addictions, their own lusts for power and wealth." Guion turned to face Mammon. "Temptations brought on by those like you and Acrasia. You are those who truly deserve to suffer for eternity." A flicker of new emotion passed over Mammon's eyes. Fear.
"Then if you're so determined to save someone, what about these two?"
Mammon waved a hand and Guion's vision focused in on a couple hovering on the edges of the crowd, closest to the whips of their tormentors. Guion's grip tightened on the branches of the apple tree. "No, not them."
"All men and women fall short."
Mammon's cruel smile had returned.
"Your father was unfaithful to your mother, so she tried to have him assassinated. Who would have thought those assassins would be her downfall as well?"
Guion's hands trembled. No, it couldn't be. Those were his parents out there. They did not belong in such a place. They were good people. And yet, what if Mammon spoke the truth? Had the bandits that attacked them on the road truly been planned? "Don't listen to him, Guion," said Una's voice in his head. "He will deceive you if he can." Mammon waved his hand at the couple, hovering on the ground in pain as great barbed whips came crashing down onto their backs.
"I could stop their suffering. I could even return them to you."
Guion forgot about Una's words. He turned to meet Mammon's eyes. "You can do that? Bring people back from the dead?"
"If they reside here. Orpheus nearly brought his lover back with him. You could do the same."
Guion's thoughts turned inward. If his parents truly had brought this suffering on themselves, he could bring them back. He could give them the very second chance they needed, the second chance he was so sure everyone deserved. He could teach them balance, the very lessons he had learned. And best of all, he could simply get to know his family in a way he never could before.
"Yes, it would be like they never left,"
said Mammon, drawing closer.
"Think about it. You together with your parents again. How proud they would be of you, of the knight you've become."
Yes, everything would be set right. They would be a family again. They could settle down in some remote island where neither the Britons nor the Saxons would ever bother them again. The Holy Island, maybe. He could settle down with Medina. His parents would be there and they would live long and happy lives with children and grandchildren. "Guion!" Una's voice was very insistent. "Snap out of it, Guion. He's lying. He wants something from you." Guion took a deep, shuddering breath, then faced Mammon. "And in return?"
"Not much," said the Sin. "I would simply require a favour or two. Nothing immediate, just the occasional mission. You would serve me and the Sins for a time, then be left to enjoy the pleasures of home once more. It would be little inconvenience."
Guion closed his eyes, pushing out the tears that had formed there. They fell down his cheeks. "And when I die, what then?"
"I'm sorry?"
When I'm dead, with a lifetime of pleasure and service to the very sins my conscience tells me to control, what possible hope could I have of never-ending happiness?
Whoever said death held any happiness whatsoever?
Everything has its opposite, said Guion. If the other world exists, if hell as we know it is a real place, I see no greater evidence for the existence of heaven as well.
You delude yourself,
said Mammon with an irritated wave.
Your time to be alive is now. Either choose the path of greatest pleasure with all your family, or choose a life of hardship and loneliness.
He's not alone, came Una's voice. This time even Mammon seemed to hear it. He frowned and glanced upward. I'm not alone, Guion echoed, and you are not, and never will be, master over me. He shot forward, grabbing Mammon by the neck once again. Now give me the amulet. Mammon gasped, truly at the mercy of Guion's hold. Guion didn't know if the Sin's visions were real or just illusions to earn his loyalty. But they did not matter. If his parents were trapped in this place, the best course of action was to eliminate their tormentors, and he would have to start with Mammon. He is ready, said Una. He is ready, thundered a voice around him. This was not a human voice, but one made of everything. It seemed to come from all around Guion, from the very walls itself. Instinctively, he knew it was the voice of the Dreamland itself, or perhaps the voice of the object he came to seek. Whatever the voice, in that moment, the world around them rippled once more, and both Mammon and Guion were transported to another chamber. Based on the golden makeup of the walls, Guion guessed they were back in that giant treasure chamber. That suspicion was confirmed when he glanced up and saw spiders scurrying across the ceiling. You have proven yourself worthy, came the booming voice once more. Guion looked up to see a pedestal at the top of a great mountain of treasure. A winding staircase he had not noticed before led up to the top. Guion thrust Mammon away from him. The Sin choked as Guion's hold was released.
No, he croaked. You cannot!
But Guion was no longer listening. He stepped forward till he was at the base of the mountain of wealth. Then, avoiding all the gems, trinkets, and gold coins, he began his ascent up the winding stairs. Chapter 26. Mammon did not follow, nor did anyone else in the chamber stir. It seemed even the spiders were carefully watching him. It was as though his strength drained from him as he climbed. He soon grew short of breath, and the muscles in his legs screamed. Hurry, Guion, said Una. Your 3 days are nearly up. Gathering his strength, he marched up the last section of the staircase until he finally reached the top pedestal. There, sitting comfortably in a glass case, lay the amulet. It was surprisingly small from what Guion had imagined. The brooch at the end of it was not much larger than the chain that held it up. A thin strand of rope wove through the chain from one end to the other, and the brooch bore a relief of an ancient Greek warship. He had finally found the amulet of Odysseus. He reached his hand out, and it was as though every creature in the room leaned in closer. Guion glanced up at the spiders, the spawn of Arachne, Mammon had called them. Would they come for him if he took the amulet? He had to assume they would, even when he had the right to take it. Stop! Called Mammon. Guion turned to see the Sin crawling up the last few steps behind him. His body had changed. His face was pale and gaunt. His body was thin and malnourished in appearance. Guion's resistance had somehow hurt the Sin.
You cannot take it. My master will never forgive me. I will be locked away forever.
Then that is how it must be.
What about second chances?
Mammon pleaded.
Did you not say that you would give anyone a second chance?
Humans, and even some from your world, said Guion, remembering the deserter's occasion in Fura. But I said most, not all, and you are one of the 7 sins. To give you a second chance would be to doom others, and I cannot allow that." With that, he brought his fist down onto the glass case that held the amulet. It shattered to pieces. Instantly, the ceiling became a torrent of moving bodies. Guion didn't bother to look too closely, knowing that the spiders were coming for him. He did not know what they were, if they were physical manifestations of some force that would try to stop him from leaving, or if they were literal in any sense. Regardless, it was time to leave this place as fast as he could. Grabbing the amulet, he flung it over his neck and turned to go back down the stairs. Mammon was gone, disappeared somehow. Guion did not bother to search for him. He flew down the staircase, ignoring the chittering sound of many legs coming from all around. A black mass of spiders was creeping down the walls of the enclosure, and several merely dropped from the ceiling in front of him, directly in his path. Guion did not have time to think. He drew his half-broken sword. Whether it would do any good against such metaphysical creatures, he did not know. But before he could even consider what would happen if his sword did not do its work, he swung at the nearest spider that jumped at him. Up close, the spider was roughly the size of his head, and it wasn't alone. More followed its lunge, coming at Guion from several directions. The amulet began to glow with a pale blue light. That light reflected out from the blade itself, and it seemed to Guion as though the glow coalesced into something like a blade of its own, completing the broken half of his sword, making it whole once again. Part sword, part blade of pure light. He swung at the nearest spider, and the blade cut through it like it was made of pure air. The beast screamed and fell back, its legs curling around its body as it died. More spiders came, but those that got too close shrank back from the light emanating from the amulet and Guion's sword. The amulet gave him power. He could literally feel it strengthening his resolve, fortifying his senses. Most of the spiders shrank back from the glow that he projected, but some still thought to attack. Guion's sword made short work of them. Yet they crowded in on him still. Soon he could barely make out anything beyond a few meters in any direction. Spiders surrounded him on all sides. They literally formed a wall. Well, he would just have to break through that wall. The amulet pulsed, and suddenly Guion had a clear vision in his mind of where to go. He turned until he was facing right and slightly behind his previous position. There, the door was somewhere beyond that wall of spiders. Without pausing to consider the danger of charging such a mass of arachnids, he sprinted forward. The light coming out of the amulet and his sword was enough to push the spiders back. All but a sorry few moved out of the way, and Guion's sword eliminated the rest. By now, the blade appeared almost complete and solid down its length. Yet only part of the sword was made up of steel now. The rest was a beacon of pure light emanating out of the amulet, giving power to Guion's ability to resist. He didn't have to run far before he found the door he had first entered earlier. Wrenching open the lock, he flew through into the chamber that housed the great pillars of gems, the entranceway to the Hall of Wealth. But he saw no pillars. Nothing but another mass of spiders lay in front of him. But as before, they remained just out of reach of the shining light from the amulet. With so many spiders piled up on each other, however, it was inevitable that many would fall down in front of him as he ran. Many tried to attack Guion despite his amulet, but most died. Yet even as he swung at one, another landed on his back. A sharp pain in the back of his neck caused him to gasp, and he quickly flung the beast off of him with one hand, slicing it in half even as it fell. His vision wavered for just a moment, but it was enough to nearly trip him as he plunged ahead. He was not out of danger yet. The amulet continued to guide him, instinctively pointing out where he should go. Una's voice had silenced in his head, perhaps because it, or she, knew that he was already making for the exit as best he could, and if he didn't make it out now,
He never would. The amulet took him down one street, then up another. When he made the mistake of glancing back, he could see nothing but black shapes crawling and tumbling over each other to get to him. It was as though they were consuming the very world behind him. He redoubled his pace, sprinting up another side passageway and around a corner until he reached nothing. He had finally arrived at the stone wall, the side of the massive cave-like world he found himself in. But there was nothing here, no passageway, no tunnel. This wasn't even the place where he had first entered with Mammon. Shouldn't he retreat up the way he had come in? A wave of exhaustion hit him, and he swayed on the spot. Whatever had come from that spider bite, it would overtake him eventually. He would not long survive, especially if he fell. He could not fall. Yet he still felt the amulet urging him onward, directing him to push on. But where? There was no way to move forward. Glancing back, he froze as he saw the entire collective of spiders hovering just out of reach of his amulet's light. They regarded him, inching ever closer, braving the light. It wouldn't be long before they consumed him completely. He took a step backward, then another. The wall of spiders followed, tumbling over themselves. Guion reached his spare hand backwards to rest on the wall behind him, and found nothing. Off balance, he reeled backward, falling through the nothingness where the side of the cavern should have been. With a crunch, he landed on his back and raised his sword to take out the inevitable swarm of spiders. This was it. He couldn't hold them all back like this. But no spiders came. Guion glanced around. He was in a tunnel like the one he had entered through. Behind him, far away, was a distant light. That was what got his attention. Somehow the amulet had brought him through the stone wall, and he would bet everything that the light was the way out. He had to get to it. Yet his exhaustion had not disappeared with the spiders. Whatever venom he'd received, it was working its way to his brain. His vision wavered as he pushed himself to his feet and began running as fast as he could towards that light. The tunnel led uphill, and it seemed his muscles lost more strength with every step. Yet the light was closer. The amulet called to it, pulled at Guion. He had to get through. He had to push on. Closer and closer came the light, but so too did Guion grow weaker. If he did not reach the light soon, he would never come out of this place alive. Mammon, or whoever was in charge of this place, would have him forever. Cutting through his exhaustion with one final desperate burst of speed, he charged directly into the light. Light faded to night as he burst out of a portal much like the one Faerie had created to first send him to the Dreamland. He fell to the ground, tumbling down a small hill as he did so. The light of the amulet faded, even as Guion reached one hand up to clutch at it. He had done it. He had recovered the amulet of Odysseus. That was his last glorious thought before losing complete consciousness. Chapter 27. 3 days. Una had been hiding on this miserable island for 3 days. Archimago, Faerie, and the 2 brother knights had wandered the length of the small landmass every day for hours. It had been all Una could do to avoid them. Yet her magic had come in handy. Though she had to be wary of the voices, they had been surprisingly helpful to her. They even managed to spot Pericles coming towards her before she was even aware of him herself. Then that trick with invisibility was incredibly useful, though it often drained Una of energy, so she only used it whenever one of the others drew near. Finding enough food and fresh water was often more of a trial. There was enough rain that she managed to catch enough water to survive, but once she had been forced to sneak into Archimago and the others' camp to steal some. Thankfully, none of them had noticed. Instead, she spent most of her time using her magic in other ways, reaching out through the thin barriers between her world and this shadow of Anwin. The voices had explained it a little bit, and there were times when she was able to fully observe what was happening to Guion, though the images were often difficult to perceive, like looking through a pool of water at something a mile beneath. The voices explained that was because much of what Guion experienced was metaphorical rather than literal. The images were more like manifestations of how Guion's mind interpreted the Dreamland. And it was a good thing, too. Those spiders were horrifying. Una did what she could to urge him along, and she was reasonably sure that Guion heard her. But she couldn't be there all the time, since she had to watch out for the enemy so they didn't stumble across her hiding places. Yet, as the days dragged on, and Guion approached his 3rd day inside the Dreamland, she began to grow anxious. She tried to remind Guion that his time was short, but to her great delight, she found him in possession of the amulet and coming out of the Dreamland. He was closing in on the breach between their two worlds. She could see it, almost like watching a friend rise from a deep dive in the water. He was about to break the surface. She could find him, she realized. She could reach the spot before the others, assuming they weren't already there by happenstance. Yes, Guion was drawing closer. He would be here soon, and just in time, too. His 3rd day in the Dreamland would have finished within the hour. Light was fading fast in the west. She had to get to this place soon. Forgetting about her own stealth and safety, she rose from the rocks on the north shore where she'd been hiding and began to run up the steep incline towards the top of the island. It wasn't a large piece of land, to be sure, but it was tall. It wasn't long before her breath came in ragged gasps as she struggled to reach the top. Something burst to life ahead of her. Her magic felt its vibrations more than she could see it. Somewhere beyond her field of vision, Guion had just come out of a portal of some kind. "They will come for him soon," said one of the voices in her head. It might have been the timid one. "Go to him." Redoubling her pace, she kept climbing, forcing her protesting muscles to pull herself upward. Though it was not like climbing a sheer rock wall, it wasn't all that different. One slip and it would be a while before she could catch herself again. The difficulty in navigating this area had been why she picked it as a hideout. Archimago, Pericles, and the others had rarely come this way, but now she kind of wished she'd been closer to the top. Finally cresting the rise, she pulled herself up and over the edge. She would have taken a moment to catch her breath, save for the fact that the moment her head had risen above the edge of the cliff-like incline, she immediately caught sight of Guion. He was lying on his front, still clothed in his armor, clutching his broken sword in one hand, while the other held something wrapped around his neck. Una stumbled forward, closing the distance between her and her friend. When she caught up to him, she could clearly see that he was unconscious. His eyes were closed, and he lay sprawled among the grass and weeds. "We will heal him," said a voice in her head. "The others will be here soon." "No," Una cautioned. She had been willing to let the magic help her in the past, but that would not mean she would use it for every little thing. "He's breathing. I can help him." She leaned down and pulled at one of his arms. He barely budged. Pulling harder, she tried to get him to spin around slightly, enough that she could direct him towards a collection of boulders nearby that would at least provide them with minimal cover. They were too exposed here. "You will have to protect him." Una spun and her magic was nearly ripped away from her by the voices in shock. She saw no one behind her, no indication of where the voice had come from. "Over here," said the voice again. It was a faint voice, coming from over by a small trip, and it was familiar. At once, Una understood. Perched on a branch was a small sparrow, a sparrow with a tiny saddle attached to it, and beside the sparrow sat a little man. Letting out a breath, she said, "Tom, you need to not sneak up on people like that." "Apologies," said the diminutive Tom Thumb, getting to his feet on the branch.
But we don't have much time. The others will be here soon.
That was exactly what her magic had said. Despite herself, Una glanced around looking for the magician or Jewessa's knights. I cannot protect him physically, she said, glancing back at Tom. Not without resorting to magic.
It may come to that, said the little man, but I hope it does not. Nevertheless, he has been through many trials and will not be able to protect himself for now.
Are you telling me this, or Gloriana? He smirked.
I think you know.
Una grimaced. So the Fairy Queen wants him protected. Why? Why send me in particular?
You are the only one here with the capability of defending him at the moment, Tom pointed out.
Yes, but Gloriana knew we would come across each other. She could have sent anyone. Why me? Tom shrugged.
It's not my place to question her decisions. She has access to information the rest of us lack.
Well, you're no help.
Don't kill the messenger. You need to focus on the present, protecting this one.
That's exactly what I was doing before you showed up.
Remember,
said Tom, seemingly ignoring her last comment,
courage will restore him. He could be the leader of the Order of Maiden Glory someday. Gloriana already deemed him for that role many years ago.
When she saved him from death from his parents' murderers? Tom nodded. And what about them? Could she have saved them as well, or was it all some elaborate plan to set him on the path he has taken?
You think so little of the Fairy Queen.
I think she's manipulative. I just don't know to what degree. If she would allow others to die for the sake of Guion's future, that I could not accept.
I do not know what happened then, said Tom, but I know what she asks is right. Stay with Guion. Protect him. You will hear from us again when it is time to follow another.
Wait, another? But Tom hurried on to his sparrow and took off long before he could reply to Una's remark. Una wanted to cry out in frustration. What was the point of even sending a messenger like Tom if all he was going to do was give her vague advice? Of course she would do what she could to protect Guion, especially when he could not help himself. Why did the Fairy Queen think she needed reminding of that fact? She retreated back to where Guion lay, still unconscious, holding the amulet. Stooping to grab his legs, she heaved as she tried to drag his body away. Curse this man for always wearing armor. It made this process much more... Voices drifted through the trees. Una froze and stared off in that direction. Two large figures were coming into view, talking to each other like they were friends. Una glanced around, panicking. She could not get Guion to safety in time. All she could hope for were some nearby rocks. Heaving with all her strength, she dragged Guion until he was less exposed, but still out in the open. Now she could make out the newcomers. They were Pericles and his brother Semicles. If they caught sight of Guion, or worse, if they learned she was here as well... She remembered the first time she'd met Pericles, a brute of a man. She had no reason to believe his brother was any different. And the two knights were powerful, more powerful than she'd first seen them. She would be no match against either in combat. Even Guion had struggled. "We could help you," came the quiet voice in her head. The tone was almost soothing. "We protected you from them before." They were right about that. But Una would prefer not to use her magic for anything besides stealth now that Guion was back among the real world. Perhaps she could use it to make him invisible as well. "We suppose," said the voices in response to her thought, though, oddly enough, they didn't sound pleased with the idea. But that was enough for Una. After a brief pause to center herself and call on the magic of illusion, she reached out to the very moonlight around them and convinced it to pass through her and Guion. Instantly, that magic took hold, and the two of them faded. Yes, this must have been what Tom meant. She could protect Guion this way. Pericles and his brother entered the small clearing just as her illusion fell into place.
"I thought this was where Archimago said he would be,"
said Semicles.
"He must have left,"
said Pericles.
Let's see if we can find any evidence he was here.
The two spread out, searching the ground. Pericles came closer to where Una hid with Guion. She stilled herself and put a hand over her mouth to stop her breathing. "We need not hide," said one of the voices more insistently. "Give us power over them." No, Una thought back. Better to avoid a fight than dive into one headlong. Pericles was coming even nearer, each step bringing him closer to discovering her hiding spot. Even while invisible, she couldn't possibly carry Guion any further. Pericles would clearly hear them. She probably couldn't even move herself without arousing suspicion. The man was practically on top of them. Finally, she couldn't help but move as his next step brought him close enough that she could smell his sweat through that massive armor. It wasn't a pleasant odor, but Una couldn't take the time to grimace. One more step and he would bump right into her. Moving as quietly as she could, she stepped to the side, leaving Guion where he was. And though Pericles appeared to go right past her without notice, it did not stop what happened next.
"Oi!"
cried Pericles as he stumbled over Guion's invisible body.
"Themocles, there's something here."
Chapter 28. Una grimaced. Well, there was no stopping what was coming now. She just had to keep them from seeing her until it was too late for them. Yes, give in to our inevitability. Sighing, she let the magic drop from Guion. She wasn't sure she liked the tone of her voices. Something made her think that they had been playing her this whole time, like all the useful information and subtle instruction in magic had all been a ruse to drag her down a slippery slope that she could not pull herself out of. And now she was forced into a situation where there was no easy solution. She must either lose herself or lose Guion. Pericles started upon seeing Guion materialize in front of him, though he said nothing until his brother approached. Instead, his eyes left Guion and began to scan the rest of the hill. He knew something was up, and he likely guessed that she, or someone at least, was still hiding.
"You found him?"
Themocles said upon approaching.
"Yes, but he wasn't here before,"
said Pericles, his eyes still searching for whoever had cast the enchantment.
"What do you mean he wasn't here?" "I mean exactly that. 1 minute he was not here, then next he simply appeared out of nowhere. An invisibility spell if I've ever seen one, though it would take someone of incredible skill to hide him so completely. I tripped over him before I saw him." "You think someone's out there? The girl, maybe?"
"Perhaps," said Pericles, scanning the area, his eyes passing right through the spot where Una stood just feet away.
"Maybe he came out of the Dreamland just now,"
said Themocles. Pericles turned his attention back to Guion.
"That may be so as well. I say we kill him and be done with it."
He unsheathed his sword and flipped its point downward, readying it to strike. "No!" Una barely stopped herself from crying out. All of a sudden she felt power begin to well within her. "Get ready," said one of the voices. She couldn't tell which one. Indeed, they all seemed to be talking at once. But before Pericles could strike, his brother interrupted him.
"It would be a shame to let that armor go to waste. That's quality mail, that is. Add a bit of enchantment and it would do better than what you lost, at least. Or we could sell it."
Pericles sighed.
"Is that all you think about? How to make a quick coin?" "Hey, don't blame me. You need money in this place and Mammon does not spread his wealth." "Fine, but make it quick. Acrasia wants this one dead, especially now that—"
Hang on. Pericles bent closer. He'd seen the amulet still clutched in Guion's hand, the chain hanging around his neck.
"He found the amulet of Odysseus." "Oh, Acrasia will be pleased that we took that from him." "Idiot! He was never supposed to find it in the first place. This must mean Mammon failed to protect it." "What, you mean like he's—" "I don't know," said Pericles,
pulling the amulet off of Guion's neck and holding it in one palm. The well of power inside her increased as she watched Pericles heft the small trinket in his hand. "They cannot be allowed to take it," said the voices together. Wake up, wake up! Una silently willed Guion to rise. "Please don't make me do this." Semicles began undoing the straps that held Guion's armor in place. Pericles soon bent to help. Watching them strip him of his armor triggered something in her, reminding her of the many times she had been forced to resort to extreme measures to stop evil men from doing the same to her. It made her entire body quiver. This time it wasn't her magic. It wasn't the voices. It was her own rage. Yes, now you see. These two could not be allowed to live. Their crimes had gone on long enough, and now it was time for them to meet their fate. In an instant, she dropped the mask of invisibility from off her body. Pericles caught sight of her first, and he scrambled to his feet. "Jew!" Una clenched her fists as Semicles looked up to see what had startled his brother. "Yes," she said, "I am here." "So there was an enchantment concealing the night. How have you learned such skill at illusion?" There was something satisfying in his voice. It wavered slightly. No longer was he the predatory knight here to take her virtue. He was afraid. And he had a right to be. Semicles, on the other hand, was a little less informed. He drew his sword and brandished it at Una. "You're a pretty one, aren't you? I assume you're this girl everyone has been talking about. Why don't you come with me, nice and quiet-like, and let my brother sort out the rest?" There was a hungry look in his eyes. Power crackled at her fingertips, more power than she had held since closing the breach at Castle Silene. She seemed to draw it from all around her, from Semicles and Pericles, from the island, from the very air itself. Strands of her hair began to rise and float around her face. "You will leave him and I alone," she commanded in a voice that seemed to carry on down the hill, filling the entirety of the island. The strength of her voice took Semicles aback. His face fell, and he gripped the hilt of his sword harder. Pericles remained rooted to the spot, never taking his eyes off of her. "Now," said her magic with infinite glee. "Now! Your days taking advantage of unconscious knights and helpless girls are at an end." And she raised her hands towards both of them. Pericles darted forward, bringing his sword up to strike at her. He knew that if he did not, then his life would be at an end. He acted too late. Magic rushed out of her and poured into the two brothers. Light exploded at the tip of the island, though only those with magical abilities would have been able to see it. It came from Una's hands and dove down into the eyes and throats of Jewessa's knights. "Yes, draw in the power, it is all around you." Their bodies convulsed, but still remained upright. Instinctively, Una knew what was happening, though she was largely not in control. Despite the fact that she had summoned and unleashed the magic, it was the voices in her head that were guiding it. She had given in. Her magic was reflective in nature. In some places there was no magic to reflect. In some there were great wells of enchantment, or a powerful being to match their power, wit for wit. In this case, they stood on a hotspot of magic, and she was surrounded by beings from magical realms. Her own magic had never felt such a feast before. It poured every scrap of that magic into Pericles and Semicles. Blood began to run from their eyes and ears. Both of their mouths were open in silent screams. Their bodies shook as organs began to fail and their brains spasmed, overloaded. "Yes, yes!" screamed the voices. They were exultant. They had waited for this moment for so long. And so had Una. Yes, the thrill of the magic coursing through her was more than exhilarating. It brought to light what she had always been destined to be, a goddess. Smoke rose from their flesh as wave after wave of power passed through them, and though their eyes were open, their bodies had slacked, held aloft only by Una's power. She smiled as the pair died right before her eyes. Slowly, reluctantly, she let the magic fade. Pericles and Semicles collapsed to the ground, their bodies still smoking, their eyes great black pits, their minds gone. The two knights were, at last, dead. She stared at their lifeless corpses, at the men who had done so much evil for Duessa and the other sins. And a wave of horror passed through her. Instantly, she pushed down the voices and magic inside her. What had she just done? Yes, these men didn't deserve to live, but was she to be their executioner? And the way she had felt while killing them, she had felt good. It had been right in her mind. But this was not right. The shriveled, smoking corpses of two men, evil though they be, did not come about from anything right. She had murdered them as surely as they had murdered others, and she had liked it. She took a step back and stumbled on a rock, causing her to fall to the ground. Tears sprouted from her eyes. "You understand your potential now," said one of the voices. Just one, and it was faint. Those voices had gotten what they wanted, and now Una would have to carry that with her. Would she even be able to resist the next time the voices tried to seize control from her again? Guion stirred ahead of her. Una clutched at her knees as she watched him blink, push himself up onto his elbows, and catch sight of the two dead brothers. Instantly, he scrambled back from the terrifying view of their gaunt and sightless faces. Looking all around, he finally caught sight of her. "Una?" he asked. He placed a hand on his head and groaned. "I can't remember anything after finding the tunnel. What happened?" Una did not say anything, not for a long time. Guion appeared content to give her time. He could likely read the expression on her face and her body language as she clutched her knees in tighter. Finally, she said it. "I set balance aside." With that, she stood and walked down the hill. Chapter 29. Archimago recoiled the moment he saw the girl begin her descent down the mountain. He did not know how she had gained so much power in so little time. Not even the head priestess of Avalon could command such power, perhaps not even Merlin. The only peers he knew of were Duessa and the Sins, yet he doubted even they could match this girl without some effort. Yet there was no chance he would get away alive if she saw him. So he hid. He ducked down into the bushes where he had watched the entire scene. He'd caught up to the knights just as Una had appeared out of thin air, and now they were gone. Phaedria was somewhere else on the island, and if she was lucky, she wouldn't run into the girl and her knight before they left. Both of them had to keep their distance if they wanted any chance of surviving. The knight watched her go, but soon picked up the amulet that Pericles had taken from him and proceeded after the girl. Not only was she a great sorceress, but this Guion had managed to stay alive in the Dreamland and retrieve the amulet. None of the Sins would be happy about that. It was one of the greatest foils to their plans, and Archimago had failed to keep it safely hidden away. His only solace was that Mammon must have failed as well, and if one of the Sins could allow a lonely knight to slip through his fingers, then who could expect him, a lowly magician, to succeed where they had not? But that was not how they would see it. They would need someone to blame. Duessa would not allow him to live after this, not after his last failure. If she did not kill him outright, she would torture him for the rest of his life. He would never feel the warmth of the sun again. Archimago stayed in that spot for hours, until long after Una and Guion left the area. By now, they had probably taken the boat and returned to the larger island of Mona. But Archimago did not dare move. A curious fear had taken hold of his heart, a fear that not even the 7 sins could have instilled in him. He had to get out of Britannia, away from the sins, away from this girl, Una. As much as he wanted to learn the ways of magic, he could see now that his greatest efforts were nothing compared to their innate abilities. He had no hope. He was a failure. And what good could an old man like himself do anyway? What had he ever hoped to accomplish? His lust for more power, more influence, had led him to the discovery of the other world. All his greatest magic had been poured into that one achievement, to open the gates just as others had done in the past. Even Antioch had been better with occult sorcery than Archimago, though that hadn't worked out for him either. Everything was falling apart. Archimago finally stood from his hiding place, his muscles protesting as he moved them for the first time in hours. Slowly he proceeded down the hill, watching carefully for the slightest chance that the girl and her knight had not left yet. Yet, as he approached the shore, he found there was no boat there. The others had left. The fog had lifted, and he could clearly see the opposing shore ahead of him. Phaedria's magic had faded. It was no longer necessary now that the amulet was gone.
"Archimago?" came Phaedria's voice. He turned to see her coming towards him from further down the shore. "What happened? I felt a great power approaching and I hid myself."
"You did well," he said. "If you hadn't, you might be dead right now."
"The others?"
she asked. He shook his head slowly. She put a hand to her mouth as the revelation set in.
"We have to do something about this," she said. "We have to tell Acrasia."
"No," said Archimago, taking a few steps toward Phaedria. "We cannot tell anyone."
"Of course we do. How else are we going to warn her about the coming danger?"
"Don't you see?" Archimago took another step forward in earnest. "If we tell them, we'll take the blame for it. We'll be tortured to death." Phaedria didn't look all that worried. She waved a hand in dismissal.
"We did all we could. We'll only see punishment if we do not warn Acrasia immediately."
Archimago stared at the ground, breathing hard and thinking. Phaedria was delusional if she thought she would live to see another day after telling the sins what happened. They would be accused of cowardice for leaving with their lives instead of hunting the amulet down to the last. It's what they would have done. Indeed, that brought up a greater problem. If they knew that he was alive and on the run, they would stop at nothing until he was caught. Oh, he might live free for a while, until the sins had control of this world and everything in it. Then they would hunt him down until he had nowhere to go. And that was if they waited until their hold on the world was greater. Chances were he wouldn't live to see the next summer. "Phaedria," he said, a thought coming to him. "You're skilled in conjuring, are you not?"
She smiled and lightly shrugged. "It's something of a specialty. Where do you think all that fog came from?"
"Good. I need you to conjure a likeness of me."
A what?"
Her eyes narrowed in confusion. "A likeness. Just a body that looks like me. It doesn't have to be alive."
"Whatever for?"
"Just do it, will you? I'll explain later," he lied. Shrugging again, Phaedria began muttering a few garbled words that Archimago only half recognized. He wasn't well skilled in conjuring. He could summon a flame or two, but not enough to use as a weapon. His specialty was in illusion, one of the lesser arts, yet often the most overlooked. A figure began to form on the ground in front of them, the figure of a man. First came the skeleton, then muscles and organs formed on top of that, followed by the blood vessels and skin, before finally growing hair. Phaedria stopped her chanting.
"There, are you satisfied? Now what is this about?"
"I needed a decoy," Archimago said, bending down to inspect the body and weaving a bit of silent illusory magic himself. With that illusion, he created an impression of himself, convincing Phaedria that he was still bent over the lifeless double, and hiding his real self from her eyes. In a sense, there were now 3 versions of Archimago: the lifeless copy of his body, the illusion of himself, and the real thing. Slowly, he crept behind Phaedria. "A decoy," she said, still staring at the illusion he had created. "Is this to lure the girl or the knight into a trap somehow? I don't understand you humans at times." Behind her now, Archimago swiftly pulled a knife from his belt and thrust it through her heart. Phaedria gasped, and every one of her muscles began to tighten, to compress. She tried to reach back, but Archimago had a firm grip. "I find it odd that you address us as humans, as though we're any different from you," said Archimago calmly in her ear. "Did not humans make up a greater part of those banished to the other world? You may have magic, but you are not immortal." Phaedria could not utter a word. She merely turned her head backwards, her mouth open, unable to gasp for air as her throat constricted. Then Archimago pushed her forward, and she collapsed with the knife still embedded to the hilt in her back. That had been far easier than Archimago thought it would be. Apart from the Sins and perhaps a handful of others, it seemed many of their minions were just as weak as any other being on this planet. Archimago would see to it that he was never disrespected again. If he was ever found again, that is. He spent the next hour dragging Phaedria's body, and that of the body double she'd constructed, up the hill to the place where Pericles and Semicles lay dead. Then, carefully observing how the brothers had been slain, he put out the eyes of both Phaedria and his body double, and lit their bodies on fire. He did the same to the 2 brothers for good measure. No one would know that they were dead before their bodies burned. When he was finished, he stepped back and observed his handiwork. There were now 4 bodies where there had been 2, and they all appeared to have died of the same ailment. Once Acrasia, Duessa, or one of the other Sins discovered their bodies, they would assume that Archimago had died with the rest, and no one would come looking for him. It was the perfect setup. All would blame Guion and the girl, while he would get away free. He would have to give up his identity, of course. No one must see his true face again. He would hide, take on a new identity, perhaps even settle down with someone. If the Sins did take over in the end, he would present himself as a loyal servant, and none would know it was him. He would find new glory for himself. And if they didn't win, well, then he would be free to resume whatever course of action he wanted to take. All he had to do was keep up the illusion. And if there was one thing he was good at, it was pretending to be someone else. The trip back to the Holy Island did not take as long as Guion feared it would, being without a horse and all. In fact, they made pretty good time, all things considered. They didn't have to deal with any strange creatures or knights from Anwin. All in all, the journey was uneventful. So why did Guion feel like they were grieving? Una had said almost nothing since they left. He was used to long stretches of silence, but even he enjoyed occasional good conversation when it was there to be had. He and Una had gotten along well enough up to this point. Yet now, something had driven a wedge between them. He'd tried several times to get her to talk about what she'd done a week ago, but she would not reply, not even a word in protest or to tell him to stop asking. She simply said nothing. Nevertheless, he was able to guess quite a lot. She'd used her magic, and that had resulted in the death of both Pericles and his brother. And a gruesome death, too. Guion couldn't help but shiver when he thought of their pale corpses, their hollow cheeks and their eyes blackened as though by fire. He'd known for a long time that Una possessed magic, but he'd never had a clue, not even an inkling of just how strong she was. The magic he'd seen usually allowed the user to confuse the enemy, not outright destroy it. Oh, he'd heard of certain rogues who could do that much, some who could even do the opposite of killing, necromancy. But Una had never received training, at least not as far as Guion knew. How she had done what she'd done was a complete mystery to him. There wasn't much to be done at this point. He wasn't afraid of her. Clearly, she meant him no ill will. If anything, he was more afraid for her. This wasn't balanced behavior she displayed now. She spent most of her days simply staring at the ground, never looking up. Something had to be done about it, but he did not know what. He was certainly not in the best position to provide comfort. His best advice would be to practice temperance and mindfulness. Then whatever ailed her would not inflict as much harm to the mind. Yet something told him such advice would not be well received. So, instead, he simply walked with her, never wavering. He had to let her know that he was there for her and always would be. He set his sights on the road. After arriving back on the mainland, he'd decided their best course of action was to return to the Holy Island. They needed a ship, and that town was as good a place as any to get one. Medina would be there, and she would be more than willing to help, which would save them the time of finding someone willing to donate or barter a vessel big enough to get them to the Bower of Bliss. And he was reasonably sure that the Holy Island was somewhat close to Acrasia's lair. Amavia had apparently been to the Holy Island before stowing away on Acrasia's boat. That could only mean wherever Acrasia launched from, it was nearby. Una hadn't protested his decision to go back the way they'd come. She had merely nodded after Guion had explained his logic, and she'd done nothing but follow him this far. He hoped that she was still willing to go with him to Acrasia's Bower of Bliss. She'd pulled him out of several mishaps up till now, and most of them without the direct use of her magic. Her knowledge, for one, was invaluable. Indeed, she seemed to know more about the Faerie Queen and the spawn of the other world than anyone else. Well, they would just have to cross that bridge when they came to it. There wasn't anything Guion could do about it now. Ahead, he caught the first sight of the bridge that led from the bulk of Mona to the Holy Island. They had finally made it. All it would take was a few hours' travel after this, and they would be back. His heart longed to see Medina. It was a shame that he would have to leave again so soon. But at least he had fulfilled his promise, albeit somewhat differently than he had imagined. He would have to come back again in the future, perhaps for a very long time. Una followed him over the bridge and onto the island. This island, though much bigger than the tiny idle isle from whence he'd found the amulet of Odysseus, still wasn't all that large. It wouldn't take them long to get to their destination. He took a moment to stare down at the amulet around his neck. He'd nearly died obtaining that amulet, and Una had come out of the idle isle with worse scars, it seemed. Hopefully it was worth it. Whatever power Acrasia held, it shouldn't be enough to overcome both his balanced will and the added power of the amulet. Eventually, they crested a hill and looked out onto the Head, the only major town on the Holy Island, and the centre of trade for miles around. In the distance, he could make out the old Roman fort that now made up the governor's keep.
"I wonder if anyone has claimed the governorship," he said aloud.
As expected, Una didn't answer. But she stared in the same direction he did, and there was something about her gaze that looked more relaxed. Perhaps she was as grateful as he was to see a familiar sight.
"We should hurry," said Guion. "We should try and get to the fortress before dusk."
The sun was already setting, but they were efficient with their travel these days, despite, or perhaps because of, Una's uncharacteristic silence. She simply walked, and all Guion had to do was set the pace. Passing through the town, something strange caused Guion to take notice. It was midday, but there were hardly any people in the streets. Few tended to the docks, and fewer still could be seen at the local shops. Suddenly, Una spoke, nearly startling Guion. "They're all women." As Guion followed her gaze out towards the street and the docks to the side, he saw that she was right. Those who could be seen on the streets and among the docks were women. Not a single man walked about. "Acrasia," he growled, and Una nodded, though she said no more. "We have to get to Medina," said Guion, pushing forward. Chapter 30. When they arrived at the fortress, the gate was closed and locked. No sound of fighting came from within, thank the gods. But they caught sight of a servant or someone moving within. Guion straightened a little and rang a bell that hung outside of the gate. They didn't have to wait long before one of the servants poked her head out from the walls within and gasped upon seeing them. Then she turned and ran inside. Several heartbeats later, she returned, and behind her came "Medina!" he exclaimed with some relief. He knew it was only the men who were gone, but it was good to get confirmation that Medina was okay. "Guion!" she said as she hurried to unlock the gate with a key she carried. "I was so worried for you. I feared you'd come afoul of Acrasia's power." "We never encountered her directly, but we've had other close calls," he replied. The gate swung open and Medina led them through. "Well, she came here not 2 days back and took all the men with her." "All of them? Even Kay?" She nodded. "Elissa said Kay left before the incident, but all other men are gone." "Elissa told you? Were you not there?" Una asked. Guion glanced at her. He'd heard more words from her today than in the entire 2-week trip here. "I was tending to my people in the south. I'm the new governess here." Despite the grave situation, Guion couldn't help but smile. It is well deserved. She smiled back, but only for a brief moment as she met his eyes. "The people eventually spoke out and said they wanted me, but little good I've done since then. Now half the city is gone, and there's nothing more I could do about it." "Did anyone try to stop Acrasia?" Una asked. Medina shook her head. "Unfortunately, when some of them tried, Acrasia killed them right where they stood. Their bodies were gaunt and their eyes burned out. People stopped trying after that." Una went slightly pale and stared down at the floor again. Guion knew what she was thinking. She was remembering the corpses of Pericles and Semacles. They had died in a similar manner. "Well, we might be able to help," said Guion, and he pulled the amulet out from under his armor so that its golden light and aquamarine jewel were clearly visible. Medina's eyes went wide. "You found it!" Guion nodded. "It took a toll on us." He glanced over at Una. "But we have it, and we are prepared to use it against Acrasia." A look of determination entered Medina's eyes. "Yes, we must send you on your way. There are plenty of ships now that there are no men to use them. I can give you one that will get you there." "Do you have any idea where to find this mysterious island Acrasia has taken up residence in?" "My people carefully watched their trajectory when Acrasia left with all the men. One woman even followed from a distance. We know the general direction, but my friend had to turn around before she went very far. There was a great tempest that came out of nowhere." "No doubt part of Acrasia's protection." Guion looked down at the amulet around his neck. "This should give us the strength we need to pass through whatever troubles await us there." "I just hope you won't get lost," said Medina. "Even with what I can tell you about the general heading, it could still be easy to go astray." "We won't get lost," said Una. Guion glanced at her to see the woman had a steely look in her eye. Determination like he had never seen in Una before. Well, it was good to know she was planning to come with him. Guion turned back to Medina with one last question. "Is the child well?" Medina smiled. "Yes, he is well, and now the only bachelor left on the Holy Island. He's sleeping right now." Though she chuckled at her joke, a look of soberness came over her. "Thank you for coming back." "I wish it was under better circumstances," he said. "Right now we need haste. Let's find a boat." After taking them to the armory where Guion was able to re-equip himself with a new sword and shield, Medina went with them to the harbour and spoke with many of the women there. Most did not manage the boats themselves, a job previously held by their husbands while they prepped the fish for sale. But Medina eventually found the woman who had trailed Acrasia's ship for a short distance.
"Guion, Una, this is Roslyn," said Medina after talking with the woman for a while. "She's agreed to take you to the island."
Roslyn was a stern-looking woman in her late 30s, with hair bleached by the sun and skin bearing such a deep tan that her blue eyes shone all the brighter. Her face bore the roughness of interacting with salt water on a daily basis, but her stance was solid, unafraid. The woman regarded both of them equally.
"Medina tells me you can get us through the storms I encountered."
"We believe so," said Guion.
"I'll need a bit more than believe, son. You didn't see what I saw. If I had not turned around when I did, I would have been sucked into a maelstrom. There's no chance anyone could sail through without some kind of sorcery like that woman brought to our land."
"We have what you need," said Una with an intense gaze. Roslyn turned to look at Una with a suspicious gaze, but Guion quickly explained, pulling the amulet out. "We recovered this artifact. It should lead us through the tempests unscathed."
"Yes," said Roslyn, observing the trinket. "So Medina has told me, and you're lucky I trust that one. Well, I will agree to take you as far as I can, but if I see any evidence that this bauble of yours will not work, we will turn around. Understood?"
Guion nodded.
"Very well," she said. "Have you any experience with fishing boats?"
Guion shook his head. "I've been on larger vessels before, but nothing this small."
"Well, you'll learn fast. I'm understaffed now that the men are gone, and this boat needs at least 2 people to operate. You'll do what I tell you to do, yes?"
"Yes, ma'am," said Guion. It seemed the appropriate honorific to use.
"Very well, now climb on board."
It was a modest fishing boat, but still one of the largest ships in the harbour, probably the largest meant for fishing at least. At full capacity, it might have held as much as 20 large men. It had 2 sails and a large rudder at the back. The inside was strewn with fishing equipment, from large nets to harpoons. Both Guion and Una worked hard to get the ship ready to launch, neither of them complaining of the work. It seemed both of them were determined to get to the Bower of Bliss at any cost, and now was not the time to delay. By the time they were ready, night was already here, but Roslyn prepared to leave regardless.
"Medina told me to get you there as fast as we can, and not to delay. It's a clear sky tonight, so if you're willing, we'll set out now."
Both Una and Guion agreed, and it wasn't long before they were out of the harbour and into the open sea.
Chapter 31.
Guion had to watch his footing as he moved about. Smaller vessels like this one moved quite a lot more than the big ones, and he hadn't been prepared for that. The up and down didn't take long to cause his stomach a little unease. Una didn't look much better. She remained sitting with her gaze fixed forward. Though Guion wasn't sure she was having trouble with the constant motion of the boat, or if she was simply brooding as she'd done before. When he had a moment, he sat beside her, not saying anything at first. Finally, he spoke. "I know what you did traumatized you. Are you worried of what we'll find at the Bower?" At first, she did not reply. Guion looked away, staring at the floor. Well, perhaps she wasn't going to answer, just as she hadn't before.
"I've been made a monster,"
she said at last, and Guion turned back to look at her.
"But at least I can ensure that I can rid the world of other monsters."
Guion adjusted himself on the seat so he was facing her. "Listen to me," he said. "You are not a monster."
"You saw what I did?"
"That was—" He searched for the right word. "Dramatic, but in the end it may have been necessary. What would those 2 have done if you hadn't intervened? They would have killed me and taken the amulet. Then where would we be?"
"I could have found another way."
Maybe, but do we know that for sure? I've gathered that you don't always have full control over your magic, or at least it's difficult to control.
You have no idea, she said with a mirthless smile.
He paused, then said, So tell me. She looked at him, questioning with her eyes. Before we arrived at the Idle Isle, you said you couldn't tell me everything about your imbalance. I figured you needed time. But in killing the two brothers, you revealed some of it. Tell me what the problem is, and maybe I can help. But already she was shaking her head.
You can't help me.
I think I can, he said with some confidence. She narrowed her eyes at him. Oh, I might not be able to solve all your problems, but keeping everything bottled up inside like you've done, well, it can't be healthy. I promise not to judge you.
Una sniffed. You won't judge me, Mr. Perfectly Balanced?
Balance goes two ways, you know. If you try too hard to avoid one mistake, you can end up causing another. So it is with life. If I became so obsessed about balance to the point that I judged others harshly for their lack of it, what would that make me?
Una gave a soft chuckle. Imbalanced?
Exactly.
She seemed to consider that, staring off across the waves for a long while. Then she said, I hear voices, Guion.
He frowned. I'm sorry.
Voices in my head. I don't know what they are or where they came from. I think they might be some kind of manifestation of my magic. But they know things I've never known myself. It's how I was able to know who Occasion and Fura were, and how I sensed the Idle Isle before we arrived at it. And it's how I knew to kill those men.
I see, he said, not sure what to think about this new revelation.
When I was imprisoned in Londinium, I would take on various personas when dealing with the jailers and other visitors. I did that even before they locked me up. It was as if I could sense what made a person tick, then I could reflect that in my voice and actions. Now it seems these personas have been given life.
And there are more than one?
She nodded. They all sound like me, but one is angry, one is afraid, one is manipulative. They all work together. Sometimes they try to take my magic from me, to take control. That's what happened when I healed Amavia after we first met.
Guion nodded. Certain pieces of the puzzle were falling into place. I understand. But are their intentions evil? Most of what you've described was very helpful at the time.
She shook her head. They tried to convince me of that, and indeed much of what they've shown me has been genuinely useful. It allowed me to communicate with you while you were in Anwin's shadow. It kept me hidden from Archimago and the others on the island. But then...
Guion understood. But then you killed Pericles and Semicles.
Yes, she said. And I've been fighting them ever since. They want full control, but I cannot give it to them.
But even killing the brothers was still, in the end, a blow to the sins. These voices don't want to help Acrasia or Duessa, do they? She shook her head.
No, but you can't hear them, Guion. You can't feel them try to take control. They're hungry for the magic I have, and they will do anything to use it. Sometimes that means doing the right thing, but they want more than that. Much more.
She left it at that, and Guion didn't pry further. She had already confided more than he expected her to, and to be honest, it had not been what he'd thought she'd say. Oh, he had suspected that there was more to her magic than she was letting on, but voices? He'd never heard of such a thing before. Perhaps we could visit Avalon, he ventured. I'm sure there are women there who have dealt with such things.
I doubt it, she said, shaking her head once again. They don't have what I have.
And what is that?
Old blood. Both Duessa and the dragon mentioned it.
I think it's partially responsible for why magic comes so easily to me and not others. I hear some sorceresses at Avalon take years of training, and even then can barely do more than light a candle.
Guion nodded. He'd heard much the same, though as he understood it, there was a wide range of potential when it came to such things.
Now, if I could find Merlin, Una mused.
Merlin? He asked. He'd heard the name. Isn't that the advisor to old King Uther, the one who placed the sword in the stone? You're saying he's still alive?
Una nodded. Arthur spoke of him, and so did the Faerie Queen. She said he's also of the old blood. Perhaps he would have answers for me.
Well then, I hope we can find him.
We?
She asked. He turned his head and winked at her. The Faerie Queen can wait. Some things take priority. I told you I would help you find answers. The effect of that simple statement was far more dramatic than he anticipated. Una hung her head and let out a breath of air. Tears fell from her eyes into her lap. Hey, he said, putting a hand on her back. I didn't mean...
No, it's fine, she said. It's just... I appreciate the sentiment, but I fear you won't have much choice in the matter. George, well, he couldn't stay.
Yes, he was given a mission, right?
It's more than that. Those in the direct service of the Faerie Queen must refute all ties and all loyalties for at least 6 years. The only reason he and I are even able to see each other at all is because I agreed to help her, too.
Guion went still. 6 years? He hadn't known that. A month or so ago he wouldn't have cared. He would have pledged himself to the Faerie Queen for 6 decades. But now... Well, now things were more complicated. That would mean his commitment to Medina. He shook his head to clear it. We can't worry about that right now. Such concerns for the future will distract us from the here and now. And right now, we need to deal with Acrasia before she does any more harm to the people of this island and this country. He stood, steadying himself against the small mast. Are you with me? Her face was grave, but Una stood as well.
I'm with you.
I will not ask you to use your magic again, he said. After what you went through, perhaps it would be too much to ask. But I welcome anyone who can...
It's all right, Guion, she said, and there was a dark determination in her eyes. I will do what it takes to rid ourselves of other monsters, even if I become one. Just promise me one thing?
Yes, Guion replied with some foreboding.
If I begin to turn on you, or anyone else who does not deserve punishment, then you will stop me by whatever means necessary.
Guion stared at her evenly. He wasn't entirely sure he could stop her, given what he'd seen of the results of her magic. But if he could do something, he would. Una was a friend, but he would do what must be done to preserve balance, even if that meant acquiescing to Una's wishes. Ultimately, he nodded. I will do what I must.
Una's mouth grew tight. That's all I can ask for.
They spent the next few hours helping Rosalind adjust the sails and occasionally guiding the rudder. Overall, it wasn't a difficult job, apart from the incessant motion of the craft. Guion had thought himself used to travel by boat, but he had only done so on larger ships. Smaller boats were a much different story. As they picked up speed, it wasn't long before his stomach turned even further. But perhaps it wasn't the ocean that upset his gut. Una's request still haunted him, and he spent the next few hours in silent prayer to the Faerie Queen, or if she wasn't listening, to any god who was. He and Una had to see each other through to the end. He would not abandon her, even to her own demons. "We're coming up on the place now," said Rosalind, pulling Guion out of his thoughts. He glanced forward and immediately saw what Rosalind was referring to. They weren't coming up on the island, at least not visibly. But an enormous storm waited for them ahead.
Even as Guion watched, it seemed to grow bigger, as if rearing itself up for an attack. It was alive, and it knew they were coming. Una glanced at him, and he nodded. Slowly, he pulled the amulet of Odysseus out from under his armor so it lay on top. "Let's hope finding that thing was worth it," she said, looking back over the ocean. "Yes," said Guion in a grim tone. "It had better be." He hadn't told her much about his time in the Dreamland. He hadn't bothered to tell her, as she had seemed far more preoccupied with her own troubles to worry about his. But that did not mean the place hadn't left a scar on him. That last vision of his parents. Now was not the time to think about that. He had to keep his gaze rooted forward, fixed upon the maelstrom ahead. Lightning arced across the sky, illuminating a great moor of torrential rain hovering like a great devil's circle above giant waves. Even at their distance, Guion could tell they were at least as high as their current vessel, if not higher. He set his jaw and glanced down at the amulet. The artifact's main purpose was to keep men from temptation. Would it really guide them through that living hell ahead of them? As if in direct answer to his silent query, the gem in the center of the amulet flared to life, shining a bright blue-green glow ahead of them, glinting against the waves. Then, as if alive, the beam narrowed, the light coalescing until it formed a single line, pointing out from Guion's chest, pointing directly at the coming storm. Guion removed his eyes from the sight to glance at Una and Rosalind. "Well, if that's not an invitation, I don't know what is." "It's pointing us right at the worst part of the storm," said Rosalind. "The ship will be torn apart if we go in there." "It's okay." Guion put out a hand and turned to stare back at the storm. "The path ahead is not always what we think when we set out." Rosalind glanced at Una, who shrugged, seemingly unafraid on the surface. Rosalind shook her head in exasperation. "Well, salt me and hang me out to dry. I haven't seen any normal trinket behave like that one. Maybe it can get us through the storm." She retreated back towards the rudder. "We're going in." The woman brought the boat around so that it moved in the direction of the light coming from the amulet. Guion strode to the front of the boat, putting one hand up against the forward mast. Light streamed out of his chest like a beacon. Rosalind was right that it pointed at what looked to be the worst of the storm, but he had to trust that all the effort he'd put forth in obtaining the amulet would be worth it. Acrasia was there, somewhere beyond the tempest. He would find her, and he would end her atrocities one way or another. The boat sped forward, as if propelled by some supernatural force. The sails were full, and yet they did not tear to shreds in the heavy wind. Darkness gathered around them as they drew closer, and yet the slight touch of a smile graced Guion's lips. He could feel it. They were going to make it through. "Look!" yelled Una, pointing forward at an enormous whirlpool that approached them ahead. Guion leaned out to get a better look. It was massive, its water swirling down into the depths of the ocean, deep enough that Guion could not make out its bottom. Perhaps it had no bottom in a place like this. And yet the light of the amulet crossed right above it. "I'll take us around," said Rosalind. "There's no way we'll survive that." "No," said Guion, holding out a hand. "Follow the light." "But—" "Trust me," he said. "We can get through this. Trust in the magic." Una glanced at him as he said that. He hadn't meant her magic, but she likely knew that. But even though Una's magic had done something terrible, he trusted Una. Both she and Rosalind would need to trust him now. Una gave him a brief nod, which he returned with a smile before looking out at the waters ahead again. As he had passed through Mammon's temptations, through the gulf of greediness, they would pass through this. Chapter 32. Miraculously, as they approached the great whirlpool, the boat began to level out. On all sides, the waves continued to rise and fall, and bits of debris from what must have been other ships continued to whip past them, going round and round the whirlpool. yet somehow they continued straight. To Rosalind's astonishment, they were soon on the other side of the pool and moving right along. "Well, I ain't seen nothing like that in my entire life." "You're about to see much more." Guion placed both hands along the bow of the ship, leaning forward. "Keep us steady." "That I will, Sir Guion," she said, adjusting the rudder so they continued on course with the light flashing out of Guion's chest. It was the first time she'd used his name and title before. They continued on, the storm doing almost nothing to impede their path, other than soak their clothes through. They passed through storm and what looked like monsters swooping out of the clouds. They passed through giant rocks that stood like great standing stones in their path, but the light continued to guide them forward without damage. Guion knew it would. After the light had appeared out of the amulet, he'd had no doubt. They would soon arrive at the Bower of Bliss. Indeed, it wasn't long before they saw shallows, and soon after that, the first glimpse of land ahead of them. Unlike the Idle Isle, which had been little more than a large hill peeking out of the water, this was a proper island, comparable in size to the Holy Island itself. It appeared out of the sea at a low angle on one end, but rose steadily to become a great, almost mountainous peak at the other. And on that peak was a castle, perhaps one of the largest Guion had ever seen. It had 7 great towers, one of which was far higher than the others, and it was surrounded by layered walls that proceeded down the giant hill upon which it stood. They would likely have to pass through multiple gates to get there. "I've seen something like that before," said Una, and she turned to meet Guion's gaze. "The House of Pride. That is definitely a structure belonging to someone from the other world." "A remnant of the dominance they once possessed over this land," said Guion, turning back to stare at the distant castle. "Let us ensure they do not hold it for much longer." The storm above them broke, and sunlight streamed onto the island. Looking up, Guion could see the storm still raging behind them and away beyond the island, but not in the centre. Now they were encased in a sort of circular oasis from the tempest. They were safe. "I'll bring it ashore just ahead," said Rosalind. "Keep watch over the boat," said Guion. "We don't know how quickly we may have to leave." "You sure you won't need my help?" Rosalind narrowed her eyes in concern. Guion shook his head. "Your help has already been invaluable. You can help us now by ensuring we can leave at a moment's notice." Rosalind nodded curtly. "Very well. Good luck to you." "We're going to need it," said Una, checking to ensure her knife was secure around her belt. Guion nodded slightly. Yes, they had the amulet of Odysseus, but he had a feeling the storm had been the easy part. The real challenge still faced them with Acrasia and whoever else protected this island. They would find a way. After coming this far, they would not stop now. A small path wound up the bank from where they stood, a path devoid of large rocks and clear of all debris. Guion and Una began to make their way up the path, Guion slowly cataloguing and ensuring that each piece of armor was securely fastened, and that his new sword and shield were ready. The amulet still hung from his neck, softly glowing and pulsing as they walked. It hadn't glowed before they reached the storm, and if it was glowing still, that likely meant there was still danger nearby. They were not out of the storm yet. As they crested the rise, the path stretched out in front of them, straight at the first of several walls that surrounded the great keep at the far end of the island. Everything about the island was beautiful. The keep gleamed in the sunlight that streamed in through a hole in the centre of the storm. The walls were colourful, covered in something that Guion couldn't make out from this distance, but that gave them a unique look. And the fields in front of them were laden with soft grasses and flowers of every variety. It was a paradise. Movement caught Guion's eye, and he squinted to see what looked like small pigs wandering through the fields, some of them nibbling on the plants, but others simply frolicking, there was no other word for it, among the flowers and grasses. "It's like the Idle Isle," said Una, "only more." Guion nodded but said nothing. It was indeed like the Idle Isle, and he imagined that place must have felt Acrasia's power at some point. It had been enchanted in much the same way to lead the hearts of men away from their purpose. Oddly, he felt none of the lure he'd experienced before. This place had to be full of enchantment, and yet his mind was calm. Perhaps it was the power of the amulet, which still pulsed in response to the magic permeating the place, or perhaps it was simply his experience with similar enchantment. But his heart was as calm as the eye of the storm. He glanced over at Una. "Can you feel the spells here?" She nodded. "It's everywhere. I can almost see it." She stared forward, as if looking at something specific, though Guion saw nothing. "I can give you the amulet if you need it," said Guion. She shook her head. "I will be fine. My own magic, dangerous as it is, I think it's protecting me from the worst of it." Guion considered that. Una's magic was a force to be reckoned with. Already she had shown the power to seek out magic, to be protected by it, and to kill. Guion squared his jaw. "Then let us continue. Acrasia must be in that keep." Una confirmed his suspicion with a nod. "In the highest tower," she added. He didn't ask her how she knew that. It was clear her magic was growing far stronger. Guion drew his sword, though the gesture was mostly symbolic. He doubted this was a battle that would be won by strength of arms. They continued walking until they neared the first wall. So far, they hadn't encountered any living thing, apart from the pigs that still wandered in the fields. But now, as they approached the first gate, they spied someone sitting next to it. The gate itself was open, and Guion could hear some kind of revelry coming from inside, though no one exited the gate. Now that they were closer, Guion could readily make out what made the wall so beautiful. It was covered in vines and flowers blooming all over. The flowers were of a variety of colours, and they even seemed coordinated, blending from one colour to another down the length of the wall. The figure at the door made no sudden movements, only lifted his head to see the pair of them approach. By all appearances, he was a man after Guion's own heart. His face and robes were clean and well cared for, and he carried a staff of exquisite workmanship. He had the look of someone with a degree of temperance and self-mastery, the qualities that Guion so longed to see in himself. Odd to see such qualities in a man in Acrasia's domain. A smile graced the man's lips, and he rose to his feet and bowed. "Welcome to the Bower of Bliss," he said, with not a hint of concern or curiosity to see the two of them approach. "May I offer you some refreshment from your long journey?" He sidestepped just enough so that they saw a pitcher of wine behind him and two lavishly decorated cups. Una and Guion glanced at each other. This had to be a trap, and both of them knew it. "Thank you, but no," said Guion. "We would like to see Acrasia." "Don't we all, and she will soon come to visit us," said the man, smiling and not missing a beat. "If you stay here and wait, she will come to you." Something caught the corner of Guion's vision, a faint light emanating from runes on the man's staff. It pulsed, and it almost seemed as though the light of Guion's amulet pulsed with it. Were they somehow communicating? No, not communicating exactly. As Guion watched, he noticed a slight delay in the reaction from his amulet, like it was responding to the light of the staff rather than syncing with it. Perhaps the staff was magical, and the amulet was protecting him against it. He glanced at Una for confirmation, and she nodded. Thankfully, she still managed to remain composed, despite not wearing the amulet. If the magic of this man was affecting her, she was not showing it. He turned back to the man and put on a false smile.
I think we will take you up on your offer. Some refreshment sounds lovely.
The man's smile widened.
I knew you would see it that way.
He reached his free hand out to pick up the pitcher of wine and filled the 2 glasses. Then he handed one each to Guion and Una. Guion calmly accepted the glass, as did Una, though she was eyeing Guion with a question in her eyes. She knew him better than to think that he had been taken in. She was waiting to see what he would do. The man continued to smile at them, waiting.
Guion jerked his hand, propelling the cup of wine forward and splashing the man squarely in the face. The man jerked backward, thrown off guard by the unexpected attack. But before he could react further, Guion leapt forward and seized the man's staff. In one fluid motion, he brought it down upon his armoured knee. The amulet on his chest blazed with a holy light. The staff cracked with a sound like thunder, and a wave of some kind of energy expanded out from it. Suddenly, the laughter in the distant courtyard seemed subdued, and the lustre of the flowers around them dimmed. The gate and wall also seemed to change before their eyes. It was no longer a magnificent structure covered in flowered vines. It was little more than a wooden fence, held together with rusty nails. The vines that covered it were full of thorns, and little remained of the flowers. But the man himself changed the most. He cowered before Guion, no longer a man of temperance as he had appeared to Guion before. Now he was nothing but an old wretch of a man, covered in rags, and appearing no more a threat than a beggar on the street. Guion raised the arm holding his sword, pointing it at the man's neck. "Stand aside." Immediately the man turned and ran through the gate, away from them.
"Should we let him go?" asked Una. "He could warn Acrasia." She looked like she was readying herself for something, and Guion could have sworn that the air darkened around her.
"No," he said, putting forth a hand to calm her. "I have a feeling she already knows we're coming."
Una hesitated, but finally nodded as the strange man disappeared over the next hill. Guion let out a sigh of relief. He had almost been afraid that Una would destroy the man where he stood. He needed her help, but her magic had to be kept in check. She could not use it for anything but the most dire of circumstances against those like Acrasia. Together, they entered the open gate. On the other side was another great field, also covered in flowers, these far more beautiful than the first. It seemed breaking the staff had not uncovered all the magic that maintained this place's beauty. Indeed, the castle ahead of them looked far more enchanting than ever before. On their left was a clear pool, and around it were several men and women that were the source of the revelry they had heard earlier. Many of them were naked, swimming in the pool and laughing as though they had no care in the world. What surprised Guion was the number of women that were among the crowd. From what they knew, Acrasia had taken mostly men away from the mainland. Yet here he saw many fair maidens splashing each other in the pool, or engaged in lascivious behavior with some of the men. Guion turned away, staring straight at the path ahead. He could not allow himself to be distracted. These people were no threat, except as a distraction from his true goals. He would keep moving. They proceeded past the pool, ignoring the calls inviting them to join in the festivities. Both Guion and Una paid them no heed. Soon, the calls were lost, and Guion fixed his gaze ahead at the next gate. This gate was even more decorated than the first, covered in the same colourful flowers, but these were far larger and more impressive. And what they could make out of the actual wall beneath the vines was gilded in gold and other precious metals. Jewels encrusted the arch of the gate as they approached. Guion could see why Acrasia had been an ally of Mammon. Lust of such niceties was as much a part of one deadly sin as the other. At this gate stood another figure, this one a woman. She smiled upon their approach, as though she had no idea that they were a threat, though surely she would have seen the first man come this way. Welcome, she intoned, her voice as soothing as anything Guion had ever heard. The amulet pulsed with each syllable. Raising one hand, she offered a fruit, one of the most beautiful apples he'd ever seen. You are weary. Rest here, and you will never have to concern yourself with the troubles of the world again.
In actuality, Guion believed her. If Acrasia had her way, most people probably would be allowed to stay here in relative bliss for the rest of their lives, never having to worry about their problems again. It was a tempting offer, even for him, and even with the amulet. Yet that did not make it right. Men had often turned to brothels or alcohol in order to forget their troubles, but that did not mean that trouble ceased to be. Sooner or later it would catch up with anyone, no matter how hard they tried to avoid it. In this case, that trouble would be the total destruction of the world by the power of the deadly sins. Even if some would remain here in paradise, that was not an end he could tolerate, and besides, there was little chance that Acrasia truly meant the best for all who she invited to stay here. "Take us to Acrasia," he said, keeping his voice low.
You have already found her, said the woman. I am Acrasia.
Guion tensed, but Una spoke up.
She's lying. Acrasia is still in the tower.
The woman glanced at Una, and her calm, cheerful complexion broke for an instant. Guion took a step towards the woman, swiping at her outstretched hand and knocking the apple to the ground. "Do not make me repeat myself."
You may pass, said the woman in a breathless tone. When you find the great door to the castle, the staircases will lead you to her. But you cannot defeat her. She will dominate your mind.
"She will try," he said, before leaving the woman behind and entering through the second gate. As they passed through, Guion couldn't help but notice just how much this place reminded him of the Dreamland where he had confronted Mammon. Honestly, he had expected more physical threats here, perhaps some of the men who Acrasia had lured to her will. So far, they had seen few people, other than those by the pool, and though they had been many, it wouldn't account for all the men Acrasia had taken thus far. But all others who came here didn't have his amulet. No doubt most visitors posed no threat, succumbing to the magic and temptations. But with the amulet and Guion's natural immunity to such things, it was as though such seductive traps did not exist. The castle at the center of the Bower of Bliss rose before them, its tall towers gleaming with a white light. Yet for all its grandeur, there was something off-putting about it, like it was more of a painting than a real place.
It looks a lot like the Fairy Queen's palace, said Una, or at least a pale reflection of it.
Guion had never seen his queen's palace, but it almost bothered him that they were similar. Of course, that wasn't because Acrasia and Gloriana shared any form of temperament. Acrasia was likely imitating the Fairy Queen, mocking her for who she was. It stands to reason that the sin of lust would build a castle like that of their enemy. Acrasia seeks after that which she cannot have.
She is flawed, Una conceded.
And that gives us all the more advantage.
Guion stepped forward, readying himself to enter the castle and proceed up to the top. Guion.
He stopped and turned back to look at Una. Her face was troubled, a sort of vulnerability breaking through her usual facade of stony determination. "You'll be all right," he said, answering her unasked question.
She hesitated again.
He turned and strode back a few steps to place his arms on her shoulders. "Una, remember this. Your magic is not what makes you. No matter what, you remain in control of yourself."
You believe that?
He nodded. "I do. The Christians have a scripture in their library, teaching of a man named Paul."
I thought you weren't a Christian.
He shook his head. "I'm not a lot of things, but that does not mean wisdom can't be found in many corners of the earth. In this case, Paul says that their God will not suffer them to be tempted above that they are able, but rather will provide a way to escape and bear the temptation.
This is hardly the same.
It is exactly the same, he said earnestly, holding her shoulders a little tighter. If you don't believe the scripture, believe me. I am a master of myself. I have helped others become the same. No one knows better than I that all evil can be overcome eventually. She held his stern gaze.
I don't want to use my magic.
Tears began flowing down her cheeks, yet she kept her eyes locked with his.
I don't like what it does to me.
Magic is just a thing, a tool. It is the magic wielder that matters more. They stood that way for a while, staring into each other's eyes, not in a romantic way, but in a way that transferred trust and resolve between them. When they finally broke and both faced the nearest castle door, Una finally spoke again.
I will do what I can.
That is all either of us can do. And with that, they both hurried into the open door, towards the staircase that would lead them upward.
Chapter 33. Una kept her thoughts to herself after entering the building. Inwardly, she felt a deep and overwhelming gratitude to Guion. She still didn't think of him as a lover, and neither did he, she was sure. Love passed other boundaries and did not always follow logic. But she was sure of one thing. Her friendship with Guion had become one of the deepest and most valuable connections she had ever made with another person. Only her relationship with George rivaled it. But as they wound their way up the staircase, Una couldn't help but wonder if their friendship would outlast the day. In her estimation, it was highly likely that the two of them would be dead or in Acrasia's service within the next few hours. This was the Sin who had literally taken most of the men in Mona without any trouble at all, and she had killed dozens of women as well. What could one knight and a girl like her do against that? There was always her magic. It had killed Pericles and Semicles together, men that not even Guion had been able to beat without help. And there was always the amulet Guion wore. Would that only protect him, or would it somehow diminish Acrasia's power? No matter what, she had to stay on her guard. After that last conversation, she had determined to use her magic if necessary. Against Acrasia she could use it, even use it to kill again if she had to, though she was determined to avoid that if possible.
Do what is necessary, said one of the voices. Always do what is necessary.
Necessary to do what, though? What she deemed important wouldn't necessarily be the same as what her magic wanted, or what others wanted either. And if her magic rebelled again and tried to take control of her, what then? Could she keep it at bay? A dim light began to come from up above, and sweet music like the chirping of songbirds met their ears. A faint smell of roses wafted down to them. No, she would maintain control. Guion had to be right. There had to be a way to stay in control at all times. Her own free will had to be maintained. If there was a God, it would make sense that he would not take that away from her, even if she was plunged into impossible situations. Even in those dire circumstances, she had control over her emotions, and she would maintain that control now. The magic was quiet of late, as if anticipating the encounter with Acrasia. They weren't far now. The smell and sounds were growing louder, and the light must be coming from no more than a single level up. Indeed, both she and Guion soon found themselves at the top of the winding staircase. Through a narrow door at the top, Una could make out a brightly lit interior, and one that was far larger than she would have expected from the top of a tower like this. She'd been in many keeps like it, particularly that of the House of Pride and the keep at her own Castle Silene. But the chamber beyond was far larger. Its circumference was so large and filled with people that she almost couldn't make out the back of it, Beds and long couches covered the ground, and on each one lay at least 2 individuals, kissing and engaging in other lascivious behaviour in various stages of undress. There were men here, a lot of men, though not enough to account for all those who had left Mona due to Acrasia's sorcery. But what drew both her and Guion's eyes was the large bed in the centre of the room. It was far bigger and more richly gilded, and it was covered in pillows and bedding that would have made it the envy of any king. Beside it stood a large knight, covered in black armour, standing guard while another knight lay on the bed. Atop him lay a woman, with long legs and golden hair that fell in large curls down her back. She had on a simple white dress that bared her shoulders and most of her back. That had to be Acrasia. None of the onlookers had noticed the 2 newcomers yet. They were all either engaged in their own pleasure or observing Acrasia as she kissed the knight on the bed. No, Una squinted. Acrasia wasn't kissing him. She brought her mouth close to the knight's, but there was something else happening there. A dim light was emanating from the man's mouth and eyes, a light that flowed into the sin of lust. He arched his back and his skin began to take on a grey hue, losing all colour. Una's eyes widened as the man breathed out with a shudder of pleasure and grew still, nothing but an empty husk on the bed. Acrasia smiled and trailed one finger along the man's cheek, as though caressing a lover, though this unfortunate victim was no longer among the living. Then she took a deep breath, and something flashed in her eyes, a strength. "Do come in," she said in a loud voice, not yet looking at them but clearly aware of their presence. "We would never turn our hospitality away from any who come here." Guion unconsciously took on a fighting stance, his feet planted firmly beneath him, and his sword held low but at the ready. The amulet glimmered from his chest. Everyone in the room turned to look at them. Most looked unconcerned, completely at ease with the idea that someone was joining them. Many of the eyes Una saw were glazed over, as if too far gone in their own revelry to notice anything else. "Come now," said Acrasia, rising from the bed, the silken fabric of her dress falling to the floor and hugging her curves. Her hips swayed as she took a step forward. "You've come all this way. Not an easy task. You deserve rest." With that final word, something changed. Acrasia's eyes gained intensity, and to Una's gaze almost appeared to glow. That light seemed to emanate from her, filling the room. All who basked in it threw back their heads in ecstasy, overcome by the sin's influence. In that same instant, Una felt a wave of power pass over her, and in a moment she felt the same incredible pleasure flood through her. She opened her mouth and tilted her head back. Thoughts of Guion, of George, of Arthur and others passed through her mind, each of them images that would have made her blush under other circumstances. But they were only a brief part of the magic that seized her. Suddenly, Acrasia was the most beautiful woman in the world. No, she was beyond beautiful. She was a goddess. Surely a woman like that was worthy of worship, and who were they to reject one whose only purpose was to give them all pleasure? Why would anyone fight that? Something stirred within her, a memory of what came before, and a hint of unpleasantness entered her mind. A reminder, an image of a broken knight, his life energy sucked from his body by the woman who cast this spell. "Give us control," came a voice. "We will destroy her." Instantly, Una's mind came crashing back to the present. No, she could not let her magic have control. That thought had been what brought her back to reality, the sheer panic of letting her magic loose again. Grimacing, she wrestled for control of her own mind, desperate to cling to anything, anyone that would help. An image of George swam into her mind, not lewd like many of the other thoughts that crowded her under Acrasia's influence, but gentle. She thought of his lopsided smile, of his ears that stuck out just a little too much, contrasted by his well-muscled physique and perfect fighting style. Yet it had been his imperfection that had attracted her to him, his vulnerability, that tiny part of him that made him so devoted. And then there was Guion, a far more perfect man than Una liked for herself at least, but still good. If they got out of this alive, she would cherish that friendship. Between both knights, she had more family than she ever had before. She knew now that her parents had not been good, and had even started this whole business of breaches that brought in spawn from the other world, people and monsters like Acrasia. If she was to get out of this situation, it would be for her newfound family, for George and for Guion. "Give us control," repeated the voices. "No," Una thought. "You will give me control." Seizing her magic, she let it fill her, let its power sweep away the cloudiness that hung over her mind. Immediately, all went right, and she could think clearly again. The room seemed to darken as ecstasy fell away. Only half sure of what she was doing, she brought her magic to bear, creating a sort of mental shield around herself, one that would protect her from similar onslaughts should Acrasia attack again. Elation filled her as she successfully guided her power, almost like she was siphoning it away from Acrasia and putting it to her own use. Perhaps she could control it after all. Acrasia put a finger to her lips as if in thought. "You have come prepared." It was only then that Una finally noticed Guion, as she had been too caught up in protecting herself with her magic that she hadn't had time to look. He stood as straight as ever, completely unfazed by Acrasia's magical attack. The light from the amulet on his chest blazed like never before, shining a clear blue-green light across the room. Most who came under its light shied away from it, all save Acrasia herself and the large knight who stood guard by her bed. Una glanced at that one. There was a man in there, right? He hadn't moved a muscle since they entered. "You think the amulet of Odysseus will save you?" said Acrasia, amused. "I was tempting the hearts of men long before Odysseus was even a glimmer in his parents' eye." "The amulet has served me well," said Guion in a clear voice. "But it is not magical toys that will defeat you, but men. Men who will not bow to their baser instincts." Acrasia took a step forward. "Come now, you think I haven't heard that from countless men through the ages? All come to me eventually. It is only a matter of time. Pellinore?" The silent knight suddenly turned his visor to look at his mistress. Even as he did so, Una's heart skipped a beat. Pellinore. The knight removed his helmet and came to stand by Acrasia's side. The face that met them was a face Una would never have forgotten in a million years. A man with dark brown hair and matching pointed beard. He was slightly older, with a few flecks of grey on his dark beard, but it was clearly the same man she'd met all those years ago, the man responsible for imprisoning her in a Roman debtor's prison.
"Yes, my lady,"
he said in that same deep, commanding voice Una had learned to hate. "Take care of the knight, would you?" she said in a silken tone. Pellinore replaced his helmet.
"It would be my pleasure."
"Pellinore," said Guion, "you've been placed under a spell. Remember your people, they need you." But Pellinore was not listening. With his helmet securely in place, he pulled forth an enormous broadsword and took several running steps towards Guion before swinging. Guion stepped out of the way just in time, using his own sword to guide the downward motion of Pellinore's attack just enough out of the way that he had a chance to escape. Una stood rooted to the spot. She had her own problems now. Even as she watched the battle begin, she was dealing with her own inner battle. "Kill him!" shouted every single voice in her head. "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" Something reached for her magic, a force stronger than anything Una had ever experienced. It was a vice, but also a flood. It filled her until she thought she might burst. It grasped for her magic. "No!" she shouted into her own mind. She could not lose control. "You want him dead!" screamed the voices. "Let us have him!" And they were right. She did want Pellinore dead. She had wanted him dead for years, spending much of her time in the cell wondering what she might do if she ever had the chance for revenge again. She'd blamed a lot of people. The Roman tribune, the jailer, Arthur, even Hector and Kay for not thinking to look for her after she'd disappeared. But none deserved her grudge more than Pellinore. For Arthur and his family, at least they had an excuse. Arthur had recently pulled the sword from the stone, and their entire lives had erupted into chaos, including an assassination attack. Pellinore had been the one to order that attack. Una had been there and she'd tried to stop it. Doing so had resulted in her imprisonment, and she was lucky it hadn't resulted in her death. Pellinore was a villain. He deserved punishment for his crimes. He deserved death. "Yes," said a voice, though this one was not like the others in her head. It was clearer, and it didn't sound like Una's own voice. Una's eyes fixed ahead to see Acrasia staring at her, her gaze coolly regarding Una's own internal struggle. "You hate that man, don't you? You have the power. Why not give in to it?" "Yes, give us control," yelled the voices. But Una held off. Yes, she wanted Pellinore dead, but she wanted mastery of herself more. And something told her the results of lashing out would not be what she expected, especially with Acrasia encouraging her. "You have great power," said Acrasia, though her lips did not move. "Raw power. It's difficult to control, isn't it?" Una stayed silent, too caught up wresting control from the voices in her head to warrant a response. Acrasia was right, though, and she knew it. A smile formed on Acrasia's lips. "I could teach you. Few are more skilled in the ways of magic than beings such as myself." "I don't need your help," said Una. Had she spoken out loud, or was she also communicating with Acrasia telepathically? Honestly, she was too engaged in her own mental struggle to notice. Regardless, Acrasia smiled and answered, "Don't you want to know more of who you are?" Una hesitated, and so, it seemed, did her magic. The voices went silent, no longer screaming for Pellinore's death. Their attention, as well as Una's, was now focused on Acrasia. Acrasia's smile widened. "Yes, I thought that would get your attention. I've been watching you for some time." When Una's eyebrows knit in confusion, Acrasia went on to say, "Remember the frantic woman telling you that all her townspeople were slaughtered?" Una's eyes widened slightly. "That was you?" "Oh, yes." Acrasia produced a gold coin as if out of nowhere. "You gave me this and told me to find another one in the town." "You killed all those people." "They attacked me." The clang of sword on sword continued as Guion and Pellinore fought, but Una almost didn't hear it. All her attention was now on the sin of lust. "Why were you watching me?" Acrasia shrugged. "Your power and potential are known to all of us. Duessa saw to that. And after the defeat of the dragon and your closing off the rift, all of us want to make sure we know everything about you." "And you say you know why I have this power?" "You are of the old blood." Acrasia grinned mischievously. "And I believe I know where that blood comes from." Una's entire being remained still. Every part of her, even her magic, was hanging on every word coming out of Acrasia's mouth. "Tell me," she pleaded, when Acrasia did not continue. "The others doubt me, but I know better. They haven't watched you like I have these past weeks. Your power is strong, far stronger than most, even of the old blood. With enough training, you might even be stronger than that magician, Merlin, or perhaps more powerful than the Faerie Queen herself.
Tell me, Una repeated with a little more insistence.
Acrasia went on as if she hadn't heard. Your mother was not old blood, obviously, said Acrasia offhandedly, which means that whoever your father was, he must be of a pure line, and a powerful one at that, given your own abilities. Once I thought it through, there really was only one option.
Tell me,
Una shouted, and this time she spoke out loud, the words ringing through the hall. Everyone turned to look at her, save Guion and Pellinore, who were still engaged in a dynamic struggle. Acrasia smiled that sweet, seductive smile. I will tell you, but only if you agree to be my pupil, to serve me and learn how to control your power. You find out your parentage, uncover your divine gift, and learn to master your abilities. And I gain a rather significant advantage above my peers. It's a win-win for both of us.
Frustration rose inside Una. The answer to her father's identity was here, and yet Acrasia would not reveal it. It was so close, right within Una's grasp, and she could take it if she wanted. We must know, said the voices in unison. She will teach you the ways of magic. You will become more powerful than anyone in Britannia. Accept, and we will know all.
It was tempting. Oh, it was so tempting. The only thing she wanted more than learning to control this tempest inside of her was to learn the identity of her father. Both were things Acrasia could give her. Both were just within reach. Yes, Acrasia had done things that were horrible, killed people. Yet perhaps if Una could learn from her, she'd be powerful enough to stop Acrasia from doing any more harm. She could soak in the knowledge, then turn it against Acrasia, against all of the deadly sins. Could she do that and yet remain herself? She said, looking around the room as if searching for answers in its walls. She didn't know what to say. Yet every instinct, every deep desire told her to accept Acrasia's offer. Perhaps she should. Yes, perhaps she should. Chapter 34. Guion dodged a massive swipe from Pellinore, one that would have taken his head had he been there when the stroke arrived. He was barely managing to hold his own against the big man, but only just. The sword he had retrieved from Medina's armory was smaller, barely able to withstand the blows from such a heavy weapon. And his shield was bulky, slowing him down more than he liked. Guion was used to fast combat. He was naturally quick, and right now he needed that advantage. Yet the shield had saved him more than once in this fight, and he wasn't quite ready to give it up just yet. Pellinore brought his sword down again and again, saying nothing as he attacked. His face could have been made from stone. The man was clearly under some kind of spell, one that slaved him to Acrasia's will. Yet there had to be a way to beat it. Even given the circumstances, Guion would never admit that free will could be totally overridden by magic. Influenced, yes, but never erased entirely. There had to be something of the real Pellinore buried inside of him. "Come, Pellinore," he grunted as he blocked another attack. "This isn't you. I'm a Briton. I'm on your side." To his surprise, Pellinore answered in between swings.
"I tried uniting the Britons once. I failed. There is little left to me but service to my mistress."
"You came closer than anyone before you," said Guion. "You are not a failure."
"You do not know me."
Actually, Guion knew him probably better than most, thanks to what Una had told him. In all actuality, he knew Pellinore was not a good man, or at least that had once been the case. He had tried to order an assassination attempt on Arthur after he pulled the sword from the stone. Pellinore had not just wanted to unite the Britons, he had wanted the glory of being their king. When that had failed, Guion imagined he would have given in to other pleasures. Medina had told him that Pellinor spent much of his time hunting these days rather than tend to his kingdom. He would have been an easy target for Acrasia's influence, but that did not mean he was beyond redemption. Honestly, Guion was surprised Una hadn't done anything to kill Pellinor by now, given what he knew of her hatred for him. What was she even doing, anyway? Bringing his blade upward to catch Pellinor's sword in his crossguard, Guion twisted so that he brought both blades downward. But then, rather than try to bring his blade up again for an attack, he spun out of the way and took 2 steps back. That gave him just enough time to glance away from Pellinor and back at Una. The woman stood transfixed, her eyes locked with those of Acrasia. The latter wore a smile of triumph, and even as Guion watched, he saw Una lean forward slightly, as though drawn to Acrasia's gaze. Whatever was happening, Acrasia and Una were engaged in a battle every bit as difficult as the one Guion now fought. A battle of the mind. Guion had never felt fear as much as he did right that moment. If Una fell, there would be no hope for him. Even if he defeated Pellinor, it was doubtful that he'd be able to take on everyone here. They would all come for him, and there was no telling what kind of sorcery Acrasia could unleash. If it was enough to stop Una in her tracks, it would be more than enough for him. There was still one hope. Even as Pellinor came for a sweeping attack, Guion wrapped a gauntleted hand around the amulet around his neck. Without it, he would be fully exposed to the magic that kept everyone in Acrasia's thrall. But with it, Una might have a fighting chance. "Una!" he yelled, lifting the amulet off his neck. She blinked, her locked gaze with Acrasia momentarily disrupted. She looked at him, confused as though unsure who he was. "Take this!" And with that, he threw the artifact into the air, right at Una. It arced in the air, speeding towards Una. She reached out a hand to grasp it. Instantly, Guion felt a wave of pleasure pass through him, like he was enjoying the most beautiful day with the most enjoyable company. Everything in the room suddenly gained a luster that hadn't been there before. This had to be the influence of Acrasia's magic. It was so strong. He had the intense desire to go to her, to do what she willed. As the amulet flew through the air, a random thought that he should go to it and keep it from getting to Una sprang into his mind, forced there by magic. Yes, he had to... But then a body lurched forward, several bodies. Every person in the vicinity who had done nothing but stand idle while Guion and Pellinor fought had suddenly sprung to life and thrown themselves into the path of the amulet. It hit the nearest of them and fell to the floor with a clang. "Now, we can't have that, can we?" said Acrasia in a sensuous voice. "Pellinor?" Pellinor took several steps forward, bringing his sword to bear. But this time he was not attacking Guion. This time his target was the amulet itself. "No!" Guion lunged, trying to intercept the sword in time. But Pellinor aimed a kick backwards that hit Guion in the chest, knocking the wind out of him, even as Pellinor brought the sword down with both hands. The amulet shattered as it met the force of Pellinor's blade. Fragments glittered as they flew through the room, and Guion raised his arm to avoid any pieces aimed at his face. Guion stared at the mess on the floor. Pellinor straightened and turned to face Guion as if in slow motion. Una's expression was stunned, and a chill swept through Guion. All of the men and women who had jumped to intercept the amulet returned to their places as if nothing had happened. But the damage was done. What would they do now? Pellinor advanced, readying his weapon to stab downward where Guion lay on the floor. Guion was still a little dazed from the man's previous blow, and Acrasia's magic still made it difficult to think. But he had enough good sense and stamina to roll backwards, out of the way of Pellinor's attack. The action saved his life as the heavy blade clanged against the floor where he had just been. Guion quickly pushed himself to his feet. The feeling of euphoria suddenly doubled, and he thought he might fall back to the ground. He gazed at Acrasia, watched as she smiled at him. Such a beautiful smile. It was the kind of smile one might serve hard labor for 7 years just to see once more. What was he doing? He shouldn't be fighting. He should be at that woman's side. His devotion to the Faerie Queen was nothing compared to the worship Acrasia deserved. This was wrong. It was not who he was to worship a woman like this. His dedication was to the Faerie Queen and what she stood for. He was a master of his emotions, and he did not need a petty trinket to maintain that control. He closed his eyes, and countless years of practice took over. He pushed the thoughts out of his head, replacing them with images of his parents. He reminded himself where giving in to such bodily passions had led. It had resulted in the ruin of his family, not only of his parents, but of his sister as well. Taking a deep breath, he centered himself as he had done many times before. Then he opened his eyes, raised his sword, and prepared to meet Pellinore.
Acrasia frowned at Guion as he began fighting Pellinore once again, but this time without the amulet. That still lay shattered on the floor, its light having gone out. Yet Guion still managed to resist Acrasia's magic somehow, though Una had no idea how it was possible. She'd felt that magic herself, and even she had been unable to resist it. Yet Guion was doing so, and well enough that he continued to hold his own as Pellinore came slashing and swinging his sword. Blessedly, Acrasia's attention on Una had waned somewhat, giving her just enough time to collect her thoughts. She knew 3 things. 1. Acrasia knew who her father was. "Join her," urged the voices. "We must know." "We don't even know if she's telling the truth," Una shot back. And it was true. She couldn't actually take Acrasia at her word. That was the second thing she knew. Acrasia was not to be trusted. That realization had only just become clear. Seconds earlier, she had been on the brink of accepting the woman's offer. But no, she could hold off. Yet the third thing she knew was that she was at the edge of her control. One slip, and she would either give in to Acrasia's demands or burn the entire castle to the ground. She wasn't sure which. But no matter what happened, it was all or nothing. She had no control. Control. She glanced at Guion and frowned. He was still fighting Pellinore. Acrasia was weaving her spells all the stronger, but they were doing no good. The knight was continuing the fight as though nothing had happened, as though he still wore the amulet. If anything, he was actually winning the fight now. Pellinore was taking several steps backward, on the defensive for the first time since the battle began. Pellinore. She hadn't forgotten about him. Part of her still wanted to lash out, to destroy him even as he had destroyed 3 years of her life. Her magic no longer urged her to do so, mostly because such an attack would weaken Acrasia's position, and every fibre of that magic urged her to act, to join Acrasia. Should she do it? Acrasia was momentarily distracted. She could finish Pellinore, and then she and Guion could attack Acrasia together. And yet, did she want what Acrasia had? That knowledge, if genuine, was exactly what she needed to know. Could she kill the sin without discovering such knowledge? "Perhaps there is another way," said an unexpected voice in her head. Una paused. That voice, it was the timid voice she'd heard from time to time. It had been long since it had appeared, and Una had simply assumed it joined in with the other voices when they acted collectively. Why was it speaking now, and contradicting the others? "There are no others," said the voice. "We are you." It was not the first time one of the voices had said that, but for once, Una truly considered that statement. Could it be that there had never been any voices at all? Una hadn't liked that idea in the past because it meant that she may well have been going mad. Acrasia glanced back at Una, her smile fading. She did not have much time for thought. She prepared her magic for an invisible assault. Give it to us! Give! Una nearly stumbled forward as the strongest force she had ever experienced reached to pluck the magic out of her control. It clawed, it fought, and it was all she could do to hold on.
You really are powerful, aren't you? Acrasia intoned. Your gift, it is rare indeed.
And yet, Una held no control over that power. Even as Acrasia watched her with interest, she felt her face grow red with the exertion of holding back the magic. If she let go, it would explode out of her, and Una wasn't sure who would survive. Probably no one save herself, and maybe Acrasia. You will lose control eventually, yelled the voices. Give in! But Guion had somehow maintained control. Even without the amulet, he was holding his own against Acrasia's magic. He had been right in saying that he could resist temptation, even temptation driven by magic. For himself, at least, he had been right that magic could not disrupt free will. Was the same true of Una? There are no others, came the timid voice to her again. Una thought that through. If there truly were no voices in her head, then what was she hearing? There was only one answer. She wasn't fighting with some independent power, some force trying to take her magic. She was fighting herself. With that realization, puzzle pieces began to fall into place like a flood. The voices had all sounded like her own voice, after all, and they usually aligned with her deeper desires. Even now, she had to admit a part of her wanted to join Acrasia. Part of her wanted out to destroy this entire chamber. And that was exactly the part of her that the magic was acting on. It was true the magic sometimes knew things she didn't, but it didn't know everything, and what it did know could be passed off as a heightened form of instinct. The magic wasn't separate from her. It was her. And in moments like these where she felt severe internal conflict, those were the moments when it fought most to get free. Perhaps all she had to do was align her will to one simple objective, and the magic would fall into line. She didn't need to think about Pellinor right now. She didn't need to worry about what Acrasia could or couldn't tell her. Right now, there had to be one goal, and only one. Stay alive. The struggle for her magic abruptly ceased. Una gasped for breath, as though she had been underwater for a very long time. Magic filled her with glorious rapture. It responded to her call, hers and no one else's. Acrasia's eyes widened, and suddenly all efforts at tempting Guion ceased, and those in the room gasped as her magic left them. All of Acrasia's attention was turned in that moment upon Una. She felt it beating at her magic, but it did no good. Una, instinctively, responded in kind, meeting Acrasia's magic blow for blow. The voices had been silenced, and Una instinctively knew that they would never come again. They had never existed in the first place. Chapter 35. Pellinor staggered as some force that had fueled him disappeared. Acrasia had abandoned him. Guion brought his blade up to slice at the man's hand. Down went the broadsword, and Pellinor soon followed, as Guion aimed a kick at the man's knee. Una kept her attention fixed on Acrasia. Without moving a muscle, Una whipped her power forward, clutching at magical barriers Acrasia put forward, rapidly and in desperation. Within seconds, Acrasia was hanging in the air with arms outstretched, suspended by an invisible force. Don't, she stammered, her smile replaced with an expression of pure terror. Una would wager the woman had not felt such an emotion in years, perhaps decades or even centuries. Una considered. Should she kill Acrasia? She could do it. The woman was in her power as surely as Acrasia had ever held dominion over anyone else. But with Acrasia's death, she would lose that information that she so desperately wanted. And if the sin was to be believed, she may have been the only one who truly knew the secret. She couldn't waste such knowledge.
And yet keeping the woman alive also brought a high level of danger. How could they contain her magic when Una was not around to suppress it? The confusion nearly brought the voices back, nearly had her struggling to maintain her hold on the magic again. No, she had to act with purpose. She could not allow herself to be conflicted. What was it the timid voice had said before Una had silenced them? There was another way. Guion had said something like that too, before they entered the castle. He'd said that all temptation provided with it a way to escape. Perhaps Una could resist the temptation of either killing Acrasia or keeping her alive to learn what she knew. Was there a third option? Una extended her magic out like small feelers, searching for answers, persuading the universe to tell her what she needed to know. As her magic wrapped itself ever tighter around the helpless Acrasia, she noticed something odd. The woman's magic still appeared to be active. It pushed against Una's own power, coming from Acrasia herself. As Una delved further, she found that the magic was not only coming from Acrasia, it was coming from a specific part of her, a section of her brain that connected to her heart. Una couldn't destroy that part of Acrasia. Doing so would destroy her mind, and likely her body as well. But there was more. The magic not only connected with Acrasia, but seemed to stretch beyond. Una wasn't sure how to describe it. It seemed to come to Acrasia's mind from some other source, yet remain contained within Una's shield. Yet there was still some sort of flow, some well of power that allowed the sin to draw from it. If she could simply disrupt that flow... Una fashioned part of her magic into a weapon, like a mental dagger. Acrasia's face went pale as she realized what Una was about to do. No! But Una gagged her with another flow of magic before she could say anything more. Only the two of them knew that anything was about to happen. Taking that blade of magic, Una swung it, severing the line that connected Acrasia with the source of her power in one clean cut. Acrasia screamed, the sound filling the entirety of the castle, echoing in the room and beyond, as though many voices were screaming with her. Una's own power seemed to diminish in kind with Acrasia's, as though the two had been connected, and she let it be. Acrasia fell to the bed, unmoving though still alive. She would be of little danger now. Glancing around, Una realized that the room had emptied of all save Guion and Pellinore. The former was staring at Una, shocked and visibly impressed by what she had done. The latter was still on the floor, gazing at where Acrasia lay. His helmet had fallen off, and Una could clearly see his face. It was red, and great tears fell down his cheeks. The others must have run off the moment Acrasia's power had left them.
You took her away from me,
said the ruined king. She was never yours, said Guion, and he nodded to Una in respect. Una nodded back. It was only then that she truly realized the magnitude of what she had done. They had defeated Acrasia. She had won. Guion hurried to the bedside to get a good look at Acrasia, and Una quickly followed. The sin was clutching at the sheets, a look of uncontrolled fear on her face.
Do you realize what you've done?
She blurted at Una. I turned your own power against you and cut you off from it, said Una calmly. You'll never be able to harm another soul again, never lure men or women into your clutches.
The others, they will kill me the moment they find out. My power will be given to another.
But before that happens, said Guion, ripping some of the bed linens into strips, you are going to tell us everything you know. With that, he began binding Acrasia's hands behind her back. Pellinore stayed where he was for the moment, until encouragement from both Una and Guion finally brought him to his feet. He followed them out of the room and down the winding staircase, no longer a threat. Indeed, he had seemingly turned inward in shock and was all but oblivious to what happened around him. They led Acrasia, bound and gagged, out of the castle and through the first gate. The woman who had guarded that gate was nowhere to be seen. But in the distance was a sight Una had not expected to see. There were people, hundreds of people gathered in a group, and they were shouting, perhaps trying to be heard, perhaps angry or confused. But what really threw Una for a loop was the fact that almost none of them had any clothing on, and some crouched on all fours in the grass and flowers. Interestingly, those flowers had begun to fade, losing their luster and appearing for all intents and purposes that they had died. The grass also appeared yellow in patches, no longer the lush and soft fields that had once laid there. Acrasia's magic had gone, and with it all that she influenced. The woman said nothing as they proceeded. Her face was much like that of Pelinor's, frozen in shock. That didn't stop Una and Guion from taking precautions. Guion kept his free hand on the hilt of his sword, and Una likewise kept her magic on the edge of her touch. The magic was hers now. She could feel it. No longer was it trying to dominate her as it had before. At least for now. It could very well be that her mind would become equally clouded and conflicted again, and if that happened, the strange voices behind her magic could potentially come again. But she would not let that happen. She would be like Guion, a master of herself and possessing a clear will. She was beginning to understand her power better. Since cutting Acrasia off, Una couldn't call upon the same well of power she had accessed previously. Perhaps her own magic did not come from her alone, but from those that she had faced. The voices in her head had said it reflected. Did that mean that she could mimic the abilities of others? It didn't explain everything, because Una could still feel a trickle of magic. That could be magic imbued in the land, or perhaps the creatures that roamed the air. A quick glance skyward showed birds flying overhead. If she could mimic magic, could she mimic other things? When travelling with Lion, she had often borne uncharacteristic strength. Had that come from her magic, or had the magic merely been a conduit connecting her with the strength of a lion? It was a matter to consider for another time. Now she focused on their captives. But neither Acrasia nor Pelinor gave them any trouble, but the crowd ahead did not look hospitable. Una remained on her guard. As they drew closer, they found that most of the crowd was made up of men, and there were hundreds of them.
"You did it,"
said one, running up to them with a joyful expression on his face. Una tried to keep her eyes from glancing downward.
"You defeated her."
Yes," said Guion. "Where did all of you come from?"
"We were the pigs,"
said the man.
"The witch kept turning us into swine until she was ready to feed on us. But then, just moments ago, we all got better. Well, all of us save—"
He looked forlornly at several of the men who still moved on all fours. They grunted and growled like real swine, and Una caught one of them muttering, No, we have to go back, we have to go back." She glanced back at Guion to see the look of disgust on his face.
Such a shame that man would want to remain a beast.
"Some men are beasts," replied Una.
"They love this place too much,"
said the man who had first greeted them.
"They would rather stay here than return to the lives they had."
Guion sighed and shook his head.
"I suppose for some this really seemed like an improvement. They'd rather remain here as animals, living a life of pleasure until they died, rather than exercise their free will." "But not all of us," said the man. "I have a wife and family. Will you take us back to them?"
Guion nodded.
"We have a ship. It won't be enough for all of you, but we can take it to the head and bring back more."
There was a chorus of excited mutters at that pronouncement, but one person shouted, "And what of the witch?" All heads turned to look at Acrasia, still held tight in Guion's arms. Una tensed as she felt the hostility emanating from most of the men. She prepped what magic she still had to push them away if necessary. She could not have them kill Acrasia with what she knew.
"We are servants of the Fairy Queen," replied Guion. I can assure you that Acrasia will receive a just and rightful punishment for her crimes. Already my companion has cut her off from all magical ties. She is now as mortal and powerless as you or me."
That seemed to comfort most of the men, and they all spared no time following Guion and Una down to the pier, though those who still hampered around on all fours remained where they were. No one tried to convince them to come. Pellinore followed, albeit silently, and Una watched him carefully as they went. He'd shown no signs of recognizing Una, but then again, he'd shown little emotion at all. At least he was following and not remaining behind like the others. They made it to the docks where Rosalind waited. She was startled at first, seeing so many bare men clamour to get into her ship, but she quickly realised what was happening and set to work getting rags for as many of the men as possible.
"Rosalind!"
cried a man, pushing his way forward.
"Rosalind!"
Una watched as Rosalind laid eyes on the man. Her face went pale, and she jumped off the boat onto the pier and pushed past all the other men who got in her way. Reaching the man, she flung her arms around him.
"Jonathan!"
she cried. Tears that Una would not have expected from a lady as stern as Rosalind welled up and fell on the man's bare chest.
"I thought I had lost you."
Una smiled and met Guion's eyes. He was also smiling.
"We've done something good here."
"It won't last,"
said Acrasia.
"The Sins will lay waste to this country and prepare it for the tidal flood to come." "Well, we managed to defeat you, didn't we?"
said Guion, holding the woman a little tighter.
"I imagine that tips the odds somewhat in our favour."
Acrasia glanced back at Una, who followed Guion. There was uncertainty in her gaze, and fear. Perhaps now Una understood why the Fairy Queen had asked for her to be the one venturing forth and confronting such threats. Perhaps she was some kind of magical champion and she hadn't known it. Had the Fairy Queen known what she was capable of? And if so, why hadn't she told Una? The storm had unravelled itself from the moment Acrasia was cut off from her magic. The skies were now clear, and Rosalind soon set sail with Una, Guion, Acrasia, Pellinore, and about 20 men. That was all they could hold at once. Yet they promised the others they would be back with more ships. They would need everyone in the harbour to bring them all home. Epilogue. Una chose to sit next to Pellinore as they sailed. He still stared forward as though barely aware of what was happening, stunned into silence. After a while, Una spoke. "I don't know if you remember me?" A moment's pause and then,
"You were the girl in Londinium, the day that—"
He trailed off. Una knew what he was going to say. The day that the sword had been pulled from the stone. "The Tribune imprisoned me because of you." He glanced at her, the first sign that he acknowledged anyone's presence since leaving the castle.
"Are you here to seek revenge?"
Una considered that. "I almost did. I wanted to kill you while you were fighting Guion."
"Then why didn't you?"
"I don't know. I think I realized that there were greater threats, and you were as much a victim of them as I was in danger of becoming." Pellinore sniffed.
"I was no victim. I wanted to be there."
"Why?"
"Why?"
He turned to look at her.
"Did you not see the paradise? Did you not feel her power? Acrasia was the only source of joy I've had since before that day when your little friend took the sword from the stone."
"But she was killing people and preparing others to fight for her, to fight against good."
What's the use?"
Pellinore went back to staring straight ahead.
"The Saxons push further and further west every day. It won't be long before the Britons are no more, replaced by invaders. Let them die if that's what Acrasia wants."
"You know it won't stop with just the Britons and the Saxons," replied Una. "Acrasia, the other Sins, they want the world, not just a part of it. They won't be satisfied until all humanity is either dead or enslaved. He hung his head, and Una could see the truth in his eyes. He knew, he just didn't want to admit it, even to himself.
I could have defeated the Saxons, you know,
he said after a pause.
I was so close to gaining alliances with most of the noble houses. If it wasn't for that boy...
That boy is still out there, and perhaps he will help the Britons.
If he planned to do so, then where is he?
Pellinore raised his hands, palms up.
If he truly is king, then he neglects his duties.
Perhaps he's worried about being assassinated, said Una dryly. Pellinore sneered.
I'm not proud of that, but it did me no good in any case. After that day, most seemed to think that I had failed. The kingdom of Orcades was the first to go. That isolated island filth, King Lot, said that I had erred, that he wouldn't follow someone who couldn't keep order in a simple tournament. The others followed his lead.
And what if Arthur were to return? What if others followed him? Would you do so? He stayed silent for a long while.
My chance at being the next king of the Britons is over. If another were to rise to that position, I would support him. But I do not believe some boy will ever be qualified just because he has a fancy sword.
Una sighed, but let the matter drop. Instead, she took to watching the waves as they drew closer to the Holy Island. They were close enough that she could make out some of the houses and boats along the docks.
So,
said Pellinore after a while,
you have magic after all.
She nodded, slowly.
Then I was right. You are a witch.
He adjusted his seating.
Now this is the second time you've used that magic to interfere in my life. May it be the last.
Una stopped a scowl from forming on her face. In both cases, I saved your life.
Yes, well.
He stared off into the distance.
Perhaps this time I didn't want my life to be saved.
Una didn't have an answer to that, so she said no more. They remained silent until they reached the docks. All the men emptied out of the ship with rapid succession. Cries of joy echoed from further in as families were reunited once again. Una watched it all unfold from her place on the ship. Eventually, Pellinore rose to his feet and proceeded off the boat. Una hoped she would never see the man again. He carried an unpleasantness that she would never like or understand. But at least now she no longer desired to kill him. She wasn't even sure which was the greater punishment, killing him or letting him live. She could only hope that he learned from his mistakes and tried to rectify them after today, but she had her doubts. Guion came and sat next to her, holding the still-bound Acrasia by his side.
I'm glad you didn't kill him,
he said, staring off at Pellinore as he joined the others on the docks, where he was greeted warmly as the king of the Mona Islands. I hope I made the right choice, she replied furtively.
Death is rarely the right choice, he replied, unless there is simply no other option.
Una turned to glance at Acrasia. Her face was pale and she didn't look like she was paying much attention to either Guion or Una. Instead, she was shivering in the chill wind. If only she knew how close Una had come to killing her as well. But she had found the other option. This way, she kept Acrasia alive but removed her from the playing board. Powerless, there would be little the woman could do to stop them. And with her knowledge, Acrasia had become their most valuable asset. As if sensing her thoughts, Acrasia met her eyes and snarled.
"You will never get any information out of me. I am loyal to my master. I will not break."
"So you have a master, do you?" said Guion with a raised eyebrow. Acrasia paled, and she immediately closed her mouth. Una gave a wry smile. She already suspected that the deadly sins were not the only threat. More was meant to come through the breaches, whether it was a great horde of demon-like creatures or someone specific of great power. She'd felt it almost happen when she'd closed the breach at Castle Silene. But Acrasia had just confirmed that there was at least one person superior to her in the sins. But it was likely that Acrasia wouldn't talk, not willingly. Perhaps Gloriana could get something out of her, but otherwise they would have to trick Acrasia into giving away more information. Which meant that it was unlikely Una would discover the identity of her father anytime soon. She sighed, the questions burning inside of her. But, drawing on breathing technique she'd seen Guion use before, she attempted to calm her concerns. She had to be patient. Answers would come eventually, even if they did not come now. It was mildly astonishing that she wasn't more impatient right then. These were questions that had haunted her since she'd learned of her mysterious heritage. Not long ago, she would have killed for such knowledge. She had nearly done just that. But it seemed Guion's example of temperance had more of an effect than she realized. "So what happens now?" she asked Guion.
"Well, I imagine we'll stay here for a few days to help everyone recover and return to their homes."
Una smiled. "Don't tell me that's the only reason why you want to stay." He grinned back at her.
"Perhaps not."
"Medina's a lucky girl," said Una, and she meant it. Guion smiled, but after a pause that smile waned slightly.
"Though if I understood you correctly before, I will have to leave her eventually."
Una nodded slowly. "It could be different for you, though. You haven't formally aligned yourself with Gloriana yet."
"Haven't I?"
Una pressed her lips together and shook her head slowly to indicate she did not know for sure.
"Tell me this," he went on. "Knowing what you do of the deadly sins and the other world, would you settle down, try to get away from it all and forget any of this happened?"
Una considered that. What if she could just live a happy and normal life, maybe with George? What she wouldn't give for that right now. Simple was exactly what she needed after everything that had happened to her. She'd grown up a nobleman's daughter, but she longed for the open fields and the feeling of accomplishment after a hard day's work. But what of the sins? What of their master, whoever they were? In the end, she shook her head. "We cannot avoid the darkness. It would find us eventually."
"Then I suppose you have your answer. I will cherish these days with Medina, but I must go to the Faerie Queen and present myself as one of her champions, until this fight is finished and we can all rest."
"I pray that day may come."
"It will."
Guion put a hand on her shoulder.
"I do not doubt it, just as I never doubted you."
"Never?" Una raised an eyebrow.
"Well," he grinned, "you understand my meaning."
Una laughed, the first time she had done so in weeks. "Come," she stood. "Let's go ashore." Guion rose and brought Acrasia with him. The woman resisted his pull at first, but ultimately could do little to stop him. "What are you going to do with me?" she asked.
"Your fate is not ours to decide," said Guion sternly. "We will take you to the Faerie Queen, and she will determine your answer."
Una watched him drag Acrasia onto the pier and away towards the village. She followed shortly behind them. Medina soon appeared, her concerned face melting to relief as she caught sight of Guion. Yes, they would visit the Faerie Queen. They would find her, deliver Acrasia, and then Una would demand answers of her own. She suspected that the Fairy Queen knew a lot more about Una's role in all of this than she had let on. Una intended to find out what. But for now, they would rest. They would return Acrasia's victims to their homes, and Guion would have his time with Medina. But soon they would leave, and their travels would begin anew, bringing with them new dangers. This time, Una would not be so defenseless. The end of the second book of the Fairy Queen. This has been Lair of the Siren, an Arthurian fairy tale retelling, written by Jason Hamilton, narrated by Jocelyn Duford. Copyright 2025 by Jason Hamilton. Production copyright by Jason Hamilton.
Hey everyone, I want to thank you for listening to this audiobook. I hope you enjoyed it. Once again, I want to make sure I invite you to the VIP membership, the Knights of the Round Table membership, where you'll get all my ebooks and audiobooks for free when you sign up, as well as basically a chance to interact with me every week. We'll even be talking about what's going on in the world building of this thing. You could even participate in that and help with the ideas and everything to create this world. So definitely go check that membership out. I hope to see you there, and have a great day.